And we're just watching Surrey get themselves warmed up away there in the distance. Interesting that Ryan Patel is having a bit of a whirl out there at the moment. So Ryan Patel having a bit of a whirl out there at the moment with the arm. And Rory Burns will get the Surrey players together in a huddle for a bit of a chat, no doubt. And then Messrs Leaning and Bal Drummond. And our umpires, James Middlebrook and Neil Burns, will be down the steps. Here come our umpires, James Middlebrook and Neil Burns, making their way down the steps. Michael Burns, apologies. Neil Burns, of course, is a spin bowling guru and keeping guru these days. But Michael Burns is making his way down there with James Middlebrook, former Essex and Yorkshire player, of course. Sound of a siren going along the Harleford Road, and a few spectators in this morning, all settling themselves down into their seats. And then Messrs Leaning and Bal Drummond are making their way out there into the middle. So Mike Burns and James Middlebrook, as you just heard, are making their way out there into the middle. Rory Burns leads out Surrey, so Rory Burns leading Surrey out into the middle. And well, there's up on the roof terrace of One Oval Square, there seems to be an impromptu game of cricket going on up there as well. So I've just noticed that, with fluorescent orange bats. They're having a bit of a practice of running between the wickets up there, I think. So out into the middle, and we're underway and set to go here on this third day on BBC. Cause some wobbles out there this morning because Kent still have an awful lot of batting to do. Of course, yesterday Sam Curran, that maiden first class 100 for him, and 100 for Will Jacks and Ben Geddes and Ashley Mamner, so 4 centurions. Second time Surrey have done that in Championship cricket. Last time was 1947 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. So they've done it twice in Championship cricket now, Surrey. So it's going to be Conor McCurr to get us started from the Pavilion end. That's 673 for 7 declared Surrey's highest score against Kent as well in the Championship. And it will be Daniel Bal Drummond on strike on 62. So here we are, first ball of the morning. Conor McCurr, right arm over the wicket to Bal Drummond, and that's down the leg side, and Bal Drummond gets nothing on that, and that's taken by Jamie Smith. Moving away to his left, Tom Laws is down there to our left-hand side. And he had 4 overs last night, Tom Laws, in the game. He had 1 ball as well whilst batting. And then Will Jacks hit a boundary, and that was the declaration. So Tom Laws in the game, and he stood down there at long leg at the moment on his Championship debut for Surrey as Conor McCurr comes in over the wicket to Daniel Bal Drummond, who's looking to drive through the offside. Pushing at that was Bal Drummond. Little inside edge, hits his front pad, rolls away into the offside, and there is no run. That slip cordon at the moment. Jacks at Worrell at first slip, Jacks at second, and then there's a gap with Ryan Patel sort of in a 4th slip position really. Then Geddes is away at backward point. Sam Curran in the covers. Gus Atkinson at mid-wicket. Rory Burns at mid-off. Ashley Mamner at mid-on. And then Tom Laws down there. That long leg as Conor McCurr is in to Bal Drummond, who's forward to a good length ball. Just poking this one out into the offside. Sam Curran gets across to do the fielding. Very nice to speak to Sam Curran last night. And obviously chuffed to bits he was to get that maiden first class 100 under his belt. Of course, brought it up with a straight 6 into the Pavilion. So yeah, very good innings that from Sam Curran yesterday. Good innings as well, very good innings from Will Jacks as well, with a second Championship 100, the second 100 against Kent as well. As in over the wicket comes McCurr to Bowdrummond. Oh, little outside edge from Daniel Bowdrummond. Doesn't carry to Ryan Patel in that fifth slip, full slip, hovering position. Just a good length. And I think Bowdrummond's sort of saying to himself, leave it alone. Just pushed at that outside his off stump and just sort of rehearsing there as he walks down towards Jack Leaning, his captain, just letting the ball go outside his off stump. Just pushed a little bit at that one. And diving forward was Ryan Patel. But didn't get to him on the half volley. Good stop actually that from Ryan Patel. As in over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr to Bowdrummond, who's forward. That's well bowled. He's got that one coming back at Daniel Bowdrummond. Targeting that front pad is Conor McCurr. Bowled nicely last night. Conor McCurr is in his 6th over now. None for 14. Be interesting to see who starts us off from this Vauxhall end. I'd have thought it'll be Dan Worrell. But we'll wait to see what the Brains Trust have come up with for Surrey on this third morning. 147 for 2. That's still trailing by 526 on first innings, Kent. As McCurr is in and Bowdrummond is forward and pushes this one up towards Rory Burns at mid-off. So we'll start the day with a maiden. And it will be Dan Worrell to get us started from the Vauxhall end of the ground. There's a big dark cloud above us at the moment, so the sun has completely disappeared for the time being. We did have the floodlights on yesterday evening. We did lose a bit of time as well yesterday, of course, due to weather. So
opening up at the Vauxhall end,
we lost,
Dan Worrell.
what was it, 16 overs yesterday? So I'm pretty sure they'll be adding on the half an hour lunch, tea and close of play. So I think lunch will be at 1:10 today. That's normally what happens. As Dan Worrell from the Vauxhall end is into Jack Leaning. It's first runs of the day as Jack Leaning turns this one into the leg side. Will come back for 2. There's the fielding done by Ben Geddes. So that'll be the first runs of the day to Jack Leaning and the first runs of the day for Kent. Leaning moves on to 33. Kent moving on to 149 for 2. Jack Leaning just turning that one into the leg side. Ben Watts of BBC Kent will be here in 1 minute. He's just doing his update. He has to do his updates. But Mr. Varun Chopra and Mr. Dean Wilson will be with us throughout the morning as in over the wicket once more comes Worrell. And forward goes Leaning. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. Conditions sort of say it might swing around this morning because sort of arrived at the ground and there was blue sky and sun out. Now darker clouds. There isn't any talk of rain today. There is some talk of rain tomorrow, but there isn't talk of any rain today. As Worrell in his short sleeve sweater over the wicket he comes to Leaning, and Leaning's forward and playing this one back up the ground, and Hashim Amla will come across to do the fielding in there at mid-on. So there's still a huge amount of batting for Kent to do here. Nice sight here, Tom Curran having a jog around the outfield. That's always a good sight to see. Young Mr. Curran there having a bit of a jog around the outfield. He'll have to wait now. He was about to come round below us, but he'll have to wait with Dan Worrell bowling. Saw him out there having a bowl this morning as well, Tom Curran. There's a bit of a natter between Sam Curran and Dan Worrell here. Sam Curran stood up at mid-off. He's just bringing Geddes round towards mid-wicket. They might have to stick the floodlights on here in a minute. It's got very gloomy out there. And just getting long leg a little squarer now as Dan Worrell comes in over the wicket to Leaning, and Leaning is forward looking for the quick single. Won't get one there because Conor McCurr is quickly round to do the fielding. Sam Curran it was who wandered across to Worrell there, and they've just brought Geddes round to a catching position at the shortest straight mid-wicket there for Jack Leaning. But yeah, they'll have to get the floodlights on in a minute. It's pretty gloomy out there now. as Worrell gets ready to come in once more. In over the wicket to the right-handed Leaning on 33 as Worrell is in, and Leaning is digging him out, playing this one straight into Geddes there in that position at short straight mid-wicket. Tom Curran continues his run round the boundary rope, and Ben Watts is alongside us. Good morning to you, Mr. Watts. You were doing your first update of the day.
I was indeed. Hello, hello. We're all well?
Yes, very well indeed, thank you. Mesmerised by Tom Curran's running round the outfield, but having to stop, obviously, when he gets to this end of the ground and the bowling's from this end. As Dan Worrell comes in once again to Leaning, and Leaning is forward, pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run. So 2 runs added, 149 for 2, and I was just saying, from a Kent point of view, just a lot of batting to be done.
Just got a bat for 2 days, haven't they, basically? Got 18 wickets in hand. Just stay out there as long as you possibly can, lads. And yeah, if Kent can walk away from this game with a draw, having seen Surrey put 673 on the board, 4 centurions, and yeah, I think they'll be happy to run back home to Kent with some points if they can. Bat for 2 days, but of course they've got to repel this very strong Surrey bowling attack, and McKerr in, left alone outside the off stump by Bell Drummond,
Well,
even if it is missing a couple of the big hitters.
Yeah, this is identical to Beckenham. Basically, we're playing Beckenham again here. I think yeah, the difference with this one is there might have been a little bit more in the pitch at Beckenham. I think that the new, well, I think
At Beckenham.
Well, Surrey found at Beckenham. Jacks got turned at Beckenham. That was the other thing there. You know, Jacks took a fall for in the first innings, and then it rained the whole of the last day. But there was something there at Beckenham.
Conor McKerr in again. Bell Drummond defends, a quick single into the offside. They will come through comfortably. So Bell Drummond off the mark for the day, having edged that one down into the gully, but dropping short of Patel in the opening over. Kent were somewhat foxed, seemingly, by the little bit of green left on top of this wicket, because
Absolutely the right decision. They just didn't bowl very well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, and Jack Leaning
it's a
said
bold
exactly
call to
that.
put the divisional leaders in on their own patch when you as a bowling unit haven't bowled a team out for under 400 all season.
I did feel a bit for Jack Leaning, really, because he didn't bowl well.
Kerr bowls, Leaning behind this one to play it up towards mid-on defensively. 150 for 2 now, Kent. 33 Leaning and 63 Bell Drummond.
Just wonder as well, we were sort of discussing whether Kent as well, as you say, the strong part of their game has been the batting, which we're seeing here, and sort of Worrell on that first morning with a bit of grass, brand new ball. I sort of got what Jack Leaning was doing, really, but just didn't bowl very well, which is exactly what he said on the first evening to Mr. Cole.
Here comes McKerr to Leaning, plays this out towards extra cover. No run as it's collected by Sam Curran.
I think there is something in this pitch with the new ball, but I think once that ball goes soft, it's sort of that sitting. I think Surrey will just bang away on a good line and a good length here, and Jacks will come on at some point, but didn't find a huge amount yesterday, Will Jacks. We were saying this way, we just wonder whether Ryan Patel might get a little go as well with his swing, especially in these conditions with the floodlights on as well.
Yeah, a bit of cloud cover, floodlights. McKerr bowling to Leaning. Plays this nicely off the back foot, but well stopped by backward point, moving away to his left. I saw there was a quote from Ben Stokes, something along the lines of the way England have played in the 3 games against New Zealand, sending out a message to county cricketers: if you want to play for England in the next couple of years, this is how you've got to play. I think Sam Curran got the message.
Yes, well, I think he's been involved in there anyway, and I think what Sam's thinking is he'd love to be involved at the moment because it sort of suits the way he bats, really. Be interesting, that. Interesting.
Here comes McKerr. Once again, Leaning, covering up towards mid-off, and the end of the over, Kent. 150 for 2. I guess for Sam, he's got to almost bowl his way into that team. It sounds a bit weird, but he's effectively going to be at 8, isn't he? Because from 4 to 7, between Root, Bairstow-Stokes, wicketkeeper, say Folkestone Billings, it's kind of sewn up, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Stokes not bowling very much at the moment.
True.
That might be something they think of. But also, he does give you that left arm variety. And I'm thinking more about when you get to Pakistan and places and it's flat. That's the other thing. They're going to have to think about it when it's flat. But obviously got Dean Wilson here today. So Dino's a very good man to chat to about it, because he's obviously covered England now since 2003. So he's seen an awful lot of England cricket. It'll be fascinating to hear what he thinks, because obviously he's been there over those first 3 test matches under Mr. McCullum.
Yeah, I'll be interested to hear what the consensus is on Zach Crawley, who's still in the squad for India, but some suggesting that come South Africa, will he still be in that England group, the Kent man?
There's Dan Worrell then, coming in over the wicket to Daniel Bowdrummond. That one's just going away from Bowdrummond. The floodlights are now on. So as batting conditions go, these aren't the best for Kent at the moment. Surrey will want to try and take advantage of this, because we've got cloud cover and the floodlights on. So really it does feel like, even with the ball that's a bit old, it does feel there might be something there. I was saying, I think we'll have the old adding the half an hour by 10 minutes. So lunch will be 1:10, I think. So everything will be 10 minutes back today. As in over the wicket comes Worrell once more, and Bowdrummond just pushes this one off a fullish length straight back down the pitch, and Dan Worrell does the fielding off his own bowling. We've only had 2 runs this morning, so very good from Surrey on a line on a length, and Bowdrummond and Leaning just trying to get themselves started again, because they played very well last night. When Denley was out 55 for 2, then I think Kent would have been a bit worried. But these two played very well last night.
Denley was seemingly flying as well.
He was. Played some lovely shots. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and that's a short ball on the hip of Bowdrummond. He just turns it away out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up another single as Geddes does the fielding there, and it's 151 for 2.
He's basically not played any county championship cricket this year, Joe Denley, because of picking up an injury on the first game of the season, and then by the time he was fit again, guys in the top 6 had actually got runs. So Kent couldn't shoehorn him in. Probably would have pre-season been thinking him over Bowdrummond, but Bowdrummond's form over the last couple of years has just flipped around from white ball to red this summer.
Over the wicket comes Worrell then to Leaning's letting that one go. Swings after it goes past Leaning, and a tumbling Jamie Smith takes it away to his right hand side. But this is the way that Surrey have gone about it this season. You know, they're not over-attacking at the moment. And Worrell's just going to plug away. Good line, good length. Oh, Tom Curran's doing some sprinting now down to our right-hand side. He had a bowl, he had a bat. Then he was doing sort of a lap of the ground, and now he's doing a bit of sprinting away to our right-hand side. Busy morning there, as Worrell is in over the wicket, and Leaning's had a nibble at this one. Cross with himself is Jack Leaning, and he's going to just rehearse letting that go at the moment, because he's just pushed his hands at that. You can see how annoyed he is, walking off towards square leg, because as I say, he knows in these conditions it's not going to be easy for whoever's got to come in next. So if Leaning and Bowdrummond can get through this, then Kent will feel a bit better about everything. And as I say, Surrey will think with these conditions might be an opportunity, as Worrell is in and Leaning's forward. Nicely played, just pushes away out towards cover point. McCurr gets round to do the fielding. It's another good probing over that from Dan Worrell. End of it, 151 for 2 then, Kent. Bowdrummond has 64 and Leaning's on 33. Did you drive up this morning?
I didn't, no, I got the train
up, excellent, excellent. Yes, Matt Cole and I have been discussing the routes of Kent and the trains of Kent on getting up here over the last couple of days.
Yeah, because of course the train was unavailable come Sunday, wasn't it? So yeah, much more simple for me today, thankfully. As McCurr is in and bowling from the Members Pavilion end, wide of the off stump to Bell Drummond, lets this go. I'm just thinking about Tom Curran's workout, how it's quite unusual really for someone to be doing laps of the ground during a game.
It's excellent. I'm all for that, to be honest with you. I like that. I think it might sort of turn into getting a celebrity down here during a game, just to get people excited. Maybe the winner of Love Island doing laps of a ground somewhere in this country.
Here comes McKerr bowling. Bell Drummond just pressing forward but not tempted into playing a stroke. You often see people walking around like coaches or players that are not playing or whatever, but to see someone actually jogging round in front of spectators, it's like you've got a few thousand people watching you have a workout.
It's like, well, it's 10-year anniversary, of course, since the London Olympics, so it's almost a bit like Super Saturday with Tom Curran going around to a bit of clapping around the ground as he did his circuit.
His GB flag
Absolutely.
to hold it behind him. Yeah. Here comes McKerr in and bowling to Daniel Bell Drummond. Oh, hits him on the pad, maybe a touch high, was my initial instinct. I think he's rubbing his back thigh pad there, Bell Drummond, as if to indicate to the umpire how high it had struck him.
Yeah, it did look high, didn't it? Because he's a tall boy as well, he's Conor McKerr. Did get that one to nip back though, a touch more on Daniel Bell Drummond. But I think height was always going to be an issue there.
I wonder if Daniel's in the team hotel this week or if he's at the family home, being a Lewisham-born boy. Grew up playing a bit for Catford, which is very much on that South London metropolitan Kent border. As McKerr bowls to him wide of the off stump, having sent square leg back to the boundary. And just suggested that he might dig one in a bit shorter. Bowl at the hip.
Yeah, it's the options for Surrey. Sam Curran, of course, with his left arm stuff, and then Tom Laws on his debut, Gus Atkinson, of course, and then Will Jacks. But I just think Ryan Patel at some point in these conditions will get it to swing. We saw Daniel Bell Drummond do that for Kent.
Here comes McKerr, nice high front arm, powerful action, pushed away by Bell Drummond. He's managed to find the gap at cover point, so he's going to get a single. Move the Kent score on to 152 for 2, I think, when it updates. There we go.
Yeah, it looks good, that solid, and then you look at the bottom of that scoreboard and it says trailing by 521, and you suddenly think, oh, there's still a lot of work here for Kent to do. But this partnership worth 97, but it's when you see that trailing by 521, so this is still a huge amount for Kent to do here.
Yeah, I think a few Kent fans were fearful that it was going to be 700-800 if Surrey kept on going. It was just a matter of when they decided to call it a day and get the declaration out. 2 slips in the gully for Jack Leaning. Has that really high baseball style backlift, and he thickish drive through the sort of second gully really down to third man for 4 runs. I suppose when that big high backlift does arc down and make contact with the ball, can fly away like that. 100 partnership comes up between Bell Drummond and Leaning from 225 balls. Third wicket partnership of great importance for Kent in the context of this game, Mark Church.
Absolutely. But Surrey would have thought, where's a chance? Because Jack Leaning wasn't in control of that at all, and it just flew off the edge. But flew off down to the boundary rope for 4, and that's our first boundary of the day. So Jack Leaning, great partnership this, but they'll both know they've got to just take it, they've got to double this. Where it's so much work. As Dan Worrell is into Daniel Bell Drummond, who's forward, turning this one into the leg side. There is Ryan Patel at short mid wicket, because the problem in these situations is, and Surrey been in these situations many times, is you think, oh, it's going all right here, it's going all right. Then you lose a wicket, and then you think, oh, God, we've still got so much work to do. But at the moment, you look at that scoreboard, if you can, you think, yeah, this is all right. But if one of these two were to go now, and I think just at the moment with the floodlights on as well, there's still some work to do as Worrell is in, and Bell Drummond nicely played, gets himself solidly forward, plays this one out towards cover point, and there is no run. I'm looking forward to watching Robinson and Cox have a bat as well. I like those two. But it's that whole thing of batting time as well, as much as anything, isn't it? And being positive. And if you get a bad ball, stick it away. But I think Surrey just at the moment have gone into that. We'll set it up just to. We're going to probe away at you here. As over the wicket once more, then comes Dan Worrell, and up on his toes goes Beldrum. That's nicely played and nicely run by Daniel Beldrum and Jack Leaning. Just Beldrum dropping it in front of him and then sprinting through for the single. Yeah, what I'd say with I saw that, Ben Stokes, that's the blueprint and all that good stuff. See, somebody like Ben Compton, mind, it's not his game, that, but he's still a very, very good player. Yeah. And I think at times they're still going to need
Agreed.
that.
You can't have two openers who are necessarily going to.
Well, who's Kumar wants, Mr. Sangakkara. He wants Joss Butler to open as well. That would be something else. Joss Butler opening in Test match. We tried that with Jason Roy, but in over the wicket once again comes Worrell. That's a quick one that's hit the back of Leaning and has looped to slip. Now, was that his back or the? I don't know if that was helmet.
Or
yeah, I think we'll get the physio out here just in case. Yeah, he's looking at his helmet now. I thought it hit him on the back, but it's a good quick short ball, and he's sort of just ducked into it, and it's hit the back of the crash helmet. So quite rightly, we had a bit of this at Taunton, of course, with Jamie Overton and Craig Overton, but quite rightly the concussion protocol will be done. But that's why it'll be interesting when Dean comes and sits down, because it's sort of he chats to these people. He knows what's going on, really.
I've got a man who might fit that mould, Mr. D. Stevens.
Yes, yes.
Scored 158 at the weekend in the King League.
Yes, I saw that. Yes, not sure he will be opening the batting. I'd love to see it. As you know, I'm a huge fan of D. Stevens, but I think that's why Crawley's getting backed. Is they sort of see him as that sort in that mould of a quick scoring opening batter alongside Lees. But it might be a bit different when you sort of get to Pakistan and other places. But it's great. It's such fun.
Yeah, he does fit the mould. Again, that'll be interesting to see what Dean thinks. Say Burns in comparison to Crawley, who Burns has actually got a bit more form behind him, and yet, like you say, Crawley seems to be the kind of player that would fit with what they want in that positive approach to the top of the order. He's just got to stop finding ways to get himself out in before he gets that significant score, I guess.
Well, and the other thing, all I would say with that is, and I'm a huge fan of Zach Crawley, is it's very much the same way the whole time as well. That's the thing. Even driving the spinner straight to deepish mid off, it's always the same way at the moment. 157 for 2. The concussion protocol has been done for Jack Leaning. So 2 slips and a couple of gullies. Now this is an interesting position. After that shot from Leaning off McCurr that flew away for 4, they've got Tom Laws sort of catching just over the right shoulder of Ryan Patel in the gully as Worrell is into Leaning, and that's going away, fuller of length, and Leaning just lets it go. So literally Tom Laws is over the right shoulder of Ryan Patel in the gully. That's exactly where that drive off McCurr went.
Would you call that fly gully? It's like a fly slip, but behind gully instead.
I think you'd call it a secondary gully. Or a reserve gully. Maybe you could call it a reserve gully.
It's some kind of unorthodox gully.
Absolutely. As Worrell is in to Leaning, and Leaning's looking to work leg side, hits the pad, rolls away, and there is no run. You can feel a little bit of build-up of pressure from Surrey now with McCurr and Worrell. And 157 for 2. And Beldrum 66, and Leaning is on 37.
Did you see any of the clips on the BBC Sport website yesterday from the women's test?
Well, I saw Alice Davison Richardson's first wicket, which I was delighted about. We were all very excited yesterday.
My cousin tweeted something along the lines of, she's the first test cricketer he's ever captained from when we played in Tunbridge Wells men's third team together.
Lovely.
Opened the bowling at one point. So,
Lovely.
yeah, very pleased for Alice as McKerr bowls to Belle Drummond. Deliberately angled this down into the gully area, but good stop by Ryan Patel to save any potential runs. And then Tammy Beaumont with that flying catch at mid-off to eventually remove a Meridian cap for 150, but yeah, excellent take, just took off at mid-off. She's not the tallest, admittedly, Beaumont, so she had to leave the ground to take it, but yeah, another remarkable catch. That clips on our Twitter at BBC Kent Sport, as well as on the BBC Sport website, along with the live commentaries of all the matches and the live blog, as this one's defended down the pitch by Belle Drummond.
Yes, I must say, I haven't seen Tammy Beaumont's catch.
Definitely one to
have a look at.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know Alice Davison-Richards very well, and for her, sort of to get that Test call up now is wonderful, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think she's one of those that's really benefited from the increased professionalisation of the women's game, the more contracts in the 100, etc. for the women, as this one's driven away by Daniel Belle Drummond out towards mid-off. And yeah, she's someone that grew up at Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club playing with the boys. You know, there wasn't a women's section when she was a junior, so for girls aspiring to be the next Tammy Beaumont, Alice Davison-Richards, they're going to benefit from experiences that Alice has been through to get to where she is now.
She's a lovely person as well. Yeah, delighted for her, absolutely delighted for her.
Yeah, so it's some good performances, say, for the A team, hasn't she, and South East Stars, etc. As this one's defended away by Belle Drummond, and of course Kent over the years as the men's side here. 157 for 2 against Surrey, 66 for Belle Drummond, 37 for Jack Leaning.
It's good bowling this from McKerr and Worrell. Started today on 147 for 2, so we've had nearly half an hour, 10 runs added, 1 boundary. Just, as I say, probing away at the moment.
Yeah, and that boundary was a big thick edge from Leaning, wasn't it, as Belle Drummond always hitting the body by a short delivery from McKerr. He went to almost sway his head out the way and then just, well, bloked it in the chest. I'm not sure what quite the phrase is for Belle Drummond there, but he didn't get himself in a position to swerve out the way and just had to take it on the ribs.
Did a bit of a Brian Close there. Belle Drummond just dropped the hands and then let it hit him. And good short delivery from Conor McKerr. Belle Drummond just let it hit him in the chest there.
Can he fend off this final ball of the over? It's again slightly back of length this time. He uses the bat to play the ball up towards mid-off. End of the over. Kent 157 for 2 here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online. I'm going to leave you with Mark Church. We're going to have a change in the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Watts. Mr. Watts has to go now to the Test Match special commentary box to do an update for the good people of Kent and and possibly the surrounding areas. And then Mr. Dean Wilson will be here in a moment, having hot-footed it from Leeds. So I'm looking to my right, but there's absolutely no sign of Dean Wilson at the moment. He's probably off doing something, as here comes Worrell. This one's left to load outside the off stump from Leaning. Here he comes. 157 for 2. Mr. Dean Wilson with his bits and pieces, making his way into the commentary box. As I say, having made it down from Headingley to join us this morning, which is an absolute joy, as Dan Worrell turns down below us, and then he'll be joined by Mr. Varun Chopra within the next half an hour. Dean Wilson, as in over the wicket comes Worrell to Leaning, and little inside edge as he aims for that front pad again. Dan Worrell. Good morning, Dean Wilson.
Good morning, Mark Church. How
lovely
are you?
to see. Well, lovely to see you. Well done, because you've had a busy 24 hours.
Indeed.
But joining us this morning, and sort of out the corner of your eye, you'd have noticed that Surrey are keeping extremely tight. this morning with Messrs Worrell and Leaning. I was just saying, actually, the opportunity here for Surrey is the fact the conditions are like this as well. Just feels like should be so. Even with an older ball, there should be something there with the lights on and Worrell's skills as he's in here to Baldrummond, who just flicks this one away down towards long leg. They're coming back for 2. He's got a good arm as Gus Atkinson. He did Tom Abel at Taunton like that. Actually, funny enough, Gus Atkinson with a throw and Abel run out coming back for the 2nd, but they pick up 2 there and Baldrummond moves on to 68.
Well, you're right about the conditions. A bit of cloud cover, only 1 or 2 spots of blue sky up there, and even though the ball is a little older, 52 overs on it, there should still be a little something for these bowlers and try and keep these batsmen honest.
Worrell's in against Baldrummond, that's on his hip, turns it into the leg side. Still Tom Laws sort of in that reserve gully position just over Ryan Patel's right shoulder. 161 for 2. He was there for Baldrummond as well. Leaning got away with one off McCurr through that area, but he's just over the right shoulder of Ryan Patel in the gully. So he's a little bit deeper. As I say, it's sort of a reserve gully there. Here's Tom Laws as Worrell comes in over the wicket to Leaning, and Leaning nicely bowled by Dan Worrell. Just pushes forward, goes away, beats the edge, and taken by Jamie Smith away to his right hand side. So how was the trip back from Headingley? It's been an interesting 3 weeks for you, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, it's been rather busy, but very entertaining, I must say. Watching this England team start their adventure, we were told to buckle up and enjoy the ride, and it's certainly been a bit of a roller coaster so far. Lots of thrills. Over
the wicket once more comes Worrell, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Leaning. End of the over, 161 for 2. Baldrummond 69, Leaning 38. I've loved it in the fact that it's sort of been lovely to see pictures of Johnny Bairstow and everybody on the front pages of the papers again. And everyone's sort of got into Brendan's fun bus, and Bazball's all I'm hearing about now.
Bazball, yeah.
And Bazball this and Bazball that.
Yeah, it has been. It's been wonderful to see it live and up close, and just watch the freedom with which they've been playing. You obviously got to see some of that freedom yesterday and the day before, the way that Surrey were playing here. But no, it's been a new style, as it were, and one that's been really enjoyable to watch. We'll see if it continues to filter down through the county game as McCurr comes in from the pavilion end. This one just outside the off stump goes through to the keeper, and it's going to be fascinating to see whether or not it does get followed up by everyone in terms of the way that the game's played. I don't think it's necessarily going to be possible to do it all the time.
No.
But for now, everything seems to be going in that direction, so let's enjoy it.
Well, Mr. Stokes, you would have been there, was sort of said that's the blueprint now for county players if they want to get in the side.
McCurr up to the wicket once more. Baldrummond just flicks this one into the onside, but straight to Amler at mid-on, so there's no run. He sort of looks towards the sky in frustration that he couldn't just find the gap to Amler's right, but obviously no ill effects after his first innings century. Does the fielding, and there's no run.
It was very sprightly yesterday, was Hashim Amler.
It's 2 slips, a gully, backward point as McCurr comes in once more up to the wicket. He bowls, and this one is through the gap as Baldrummond finds the shot that he was looking for the ball before, just flicks it from about middle and off through the leg side, beats mid-wicket. No chance at all for Amler as he jogs to the mid-wicket boundary to collect after 4 more runs. A nice shot there from Baldrummond.
Yeah, very nicely played by Daniel Baldrummond. Just a roll of the wrists. Second boundary of the day for Kent. I was saying, actually, I wonder whether Ryan Patel might get a go this morning, just with his little swingers in these conditions as well. He's got a little bit of a golden arm, as Ryan Patel.
Always handy as McCurr comes in once more. This is a short ball Drummond just flicks it off his hips. I'm not sure if he got a bit of bat on that, if it was just thigh pad, but he scampers through for the single. And the umpire agrees that I think it might have just come off the glove, the way it dropped into the leg side. And one more to the total. Kent 166 for 2. Drummond 74 not out. Jack Leaning 38 not out. As McKerr comes in once more from the pavilion end. This is a short one, bouncer. Leaning ducks under it very comfortably. No threat at all. And dot ball as McKerr walks back. He's got one more ball for this over, and the ease with which Drummond just put him through the mid-wicket region off the front foot. The next 2 balls just reminding everyone that he's got a bit of pace and not to get too comfortable on that front pad.
Yeah, but this will be the end of the 9th over this morning, so I just wonder whether Roy Burns will be thinking of a change. They bowled very tightly this morning, McKerr and Worrell, but I just wonder whether he will be thinking of a bit of a change soon.
As McKerr comes in to Leaning, and another short ball, and this is very short. Be interesting. Yep, the umpire signals no ball there. That's far too short. I don't even think if Leaning was stood on Leaning's shoulders whether he could have reached that one.
Yeah, that was very short from Conor McKerr. Ballooned over the top of Leaning. I've been enjoying watching Tom Curran's sort of warm up and jogging around the outfield and sprinting. Had a bowl this morning as well. Good to see Tom doing his stuff.
McKerr comes in once more, and this one just defended very stoutly, and the bowler does the fielding, and no run. Very tight forward defensive there from Jack Leaning. And yeah, as you're saying, Churchy, it's been a remarkable few weeks watching
What's been
England.
the reaction in the press box? Because it's sort of, there have been times where he's looked utterly reckless, but then they've managed somehow. So that when I was stuck at the Dartford Tunnel on Friday trying to get to Chelmsford, when England lost 6 wickets before I'd even got in the Dartford Tunnel. And then by the time I got out the Dartford Tunnel, Bairstow and Overton had smacked. But at that point, I was thinking, cool, blimey, this isn't working. And then those two sort of did the business again. And they've sort of always found somebody to do the business, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been quite incredible the way that Bairstow in particular has played. I mean, he's a ferociously talented and destructive batsman, but just the way that he's managed to trust his instincts and play on whatever surface he's been presented with.
Worrell is in here to Daniel Bowdrum. He's got a short leg in now, Dan Worrell. On the first one, Bowdrum just hurried him up a touch, trying to work it leg side. Hits the pad, rolls away down to Ryan Patel in the gully, and there's no run. I was, and we talked about this morning, but cricket is on such small margins, isn't it? I was at Lord's on the Saturday, where dear Colin de Grandhomme had one of the worst days of Test cricket ever, poor chap, because he went walkabout first ball and got rung out by Ollie Pope, and then he bowled the captain with a no ball, which at that point was crucial, as in over the wicket comes Worrell, and short ball, that's well played by Daniel Bowdrum. He's just pulling in front of square, and that's going to race away for 4. Very good shot that from Daniel Bowdrum, because it was banged in by Dan Worrell. And Bowdrum, no great pace to this pitch at the moment, and ball's in its 55th over. So Bowdrum managing to pull that straight down in front of square, and it raced away for 4 runs, and he's on to 78. Here's Daniel Bowdrum. Tom Laws had a bit of a chase there to get the ball back from down below us. There's a lot of expanse off towards Archbishop Tennyson's score on the leg side, as Worrell's in again, just turns Bowdrum round a touch on that one. Just straightened it, and it rolls out towards mid-off, and he was looking to sort of work that through mid-wicket, Daniel Bowdrum. But yes, and that moment, poor old Colin then pulled his hamstring, and that was the end of his series, poor chap. But that was a huge moment, wasn't it? And these little moments It's amazing, really, because it could have all gone very differently. if that hadn't been a no ball, we don't know what would. And as you said, it's all ifs, buts, and maybes. But instead, they've just been on this amazing roll. As in, over the wicket comes Worrell. Oh, and just looking to hook there was Bowdrum. More glove than bat going towards that, and it got nothing on it, and it's taken by Jamie Smith.
I suppose the theory is that, I mean, England have been, they were 55 for 6 in the game at Headingley, and they have been in that position quite a few times I've seen in recent years, and quite often they've collapsed and been bowled out for under 100 and haven't really managed to land a sort of punch in retaliation, in counter-attacking, and so you might as well have a go because the other hasn't worked either.
Yeah, as short ball down the leg side by Worrell, and Bowdrum nothing to do with that whatsoever.
You just have to hope that, I suppose, if it comes off, the upside is remarkable. Bairstow and Overton could have tried to sort of dig in and allow New Zealand's bowlers just to enjoy that being on top and not really worrying about any counter-attack, and the game would probably have drifted away from England. So the fact that they actually managed to have a gamble.
Over the wicket again comes Worrell, short ball, and pulled away by Bowdrum down towards long leg. He'll get a single, so tried him with the short ball, and Bowdrum equal to it, of course, with a pull for 4, and then that helping that one down for a single. Ended the over 173 for 2, Kent.
Yeah, the fact that they had the gamble and it paid off. I mean, that's sort of the nature of that. That's the way that Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes and others, think about Virender Sehwag or Matthew Hayde or any of the, Chris Gale, any of these kind of attacking players of recent vintage. They have a go, and when it works, it's the best. It's the best thing for the team, obviously, but it's also the best thing for the fans and everyone involved, because it just elevates the game to another level. So it's really good to see them try it and not fear the consequences if it didn't come off, because we've seen what happens, on the other side of the coin, and it hasn't been particularly successful. So why not give it a go? We'll certainly, as I said, we'll certainly be on this roller coaster ride for a little while, and whether it's good or bad, it's going to be entertaining and thrilling to watch. So.
It must be great as well, for you've been doing this a long time now, and you've seen some, and you made a really good point this morning as well, that 05 Ashes series, England were ticking along quite happily there at 4 and over, and everybody remembers that Edgbaston Test match when Trescothick and Strauss came out there and bashed it in the first session of that Test match. But this to do it sort of back-to-back Test matches, because Lords was a bit different, the chase was a bit different, it was all a bit nervy, and Folkes and Root played beautifully. Got Gus Atkinson into the attack now.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end as Atkinson comes in wide outside the off stump, driven firmly up to mid-off by Bell Drummond, but there's no run. Atkinson replacing Conor McCurr at the pavilion end. He's got 2 slips. They've sort of dropped a wide third man almost down to the boundary, giving him a little bit of protection on the offside as Atkinson comes in again over the wicket. This one driven, sort of bump ball, would have been a crowd catch at cover if he'd caught it. Ryan Patel there, I think, but no run as he checks on his fingers. That was hit very firmly into the ground and out to cover. Atkinson a little wide of the off stump. He has protection, as I said, down at wide third man, but might want to tighten up this line a little bit as he comes in from the pavilion end. This in left by Bell Drummond, again wide of the off stump through to the keeper.
Yeah, but just Bairstow's, the way he's gone out there, but Johnny Bairstow better than most. He has that look in his eye, doesn't he, where you think to yourself, "Cool, blimey, he's fancying this at the moment." He's just in the most wonderful form.
Atkinson over the wicket once more, and Bell Drummond just opens the face on this one outside the off stump, runs it down to that deep-ish third man on the 2 down there, who collects and throws it in. One more to the score. Yes, those Johnny Bairstow eyes, that's been one of the features of the last few weeks. But I mean, I've seen him take bowling attacks apart many a time, mainly in white ball cricket, I must be said, but in test cricket as well now. It's a joy to watch as Atkinson again comes in, this one wide outside the off stump, leans into that one, but finds the man at cover. Patel does the fielding, and there's no run.
Excellent to see Jack Leach take his wickets as well. 10 in the match.
Yeah, that maybe, you know, the batsmen have been garnering most of the headlines because it's so obviously eye-catching the way that they've been playing. As Atkinson comes in again, this one just defended into the offside by leaning. No run. But yeah, Jack Leach taking 10 wickets in a match, just a tremendous reward for him for what has been a real up and down career thus far. You know, really kind of struggled to play his matches with any great consistency. He's been used mainly as a overseas subcontinent spin bowler. Hasn't played a huge amount of cricket, test cricket in England. That was his first 5-wicket haul in the first innings, and he swiftly followed it up with his second, and that was due to the responsibility that Ben Stokes put on his shoulders that he really responded to. I mean, it's amazing. You know, we talk about the mindset and the mental approach. Well, you know, Jack Leach's mindset seems completely different, and just grown in. You can visibly see him growing in confidence. The more and more responsibility he's been given, and the more overs he's bowled.
Well, that's sort of been the standout thing from the outside looking in and not seeing a huge amount of it, obviously, but just this whole thing of McCullum and Stokes going to back you, and they're going to Leach. All of a sudden Stokes has said to him, right, you are my spinner,
yeah,
here you go, you're on quick, you're in early, and he's picked up 10, and that for his he just looks a different bowler, completely different bowler now, and that's very clever to be able to do that. As here is Will Jacks from the Vauxhall end with his off break. So off breaks into the attack. And Will Jacks, Surrey's frontline spinner this season, 174 for 2. But that's very clever, very, very clever. And I think, yeah, as you say, batsmen always, it's eye catching, isn't it? As forward goes Bell Drummond and turns this one into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single and one more to the total. But just the fact that Leach is coming off the back of 10 in a match is huge, I think, for him.
It's huge for him, but it's also huge for the game. I think if Stokes uses Leach and puts a huge amount of faith in him and captains him in a way that really puts proper value on a spinner, which we haven't really seen since Graham Swan, I think that will also filter down into the rest of the game, and just how important spin bowling not only should be but can be, you know, if used in the right way.
As this ball from Jack Leach just uses his feet to touch and whips it into the leg side, but straight into Gus Atkinson in there at short straight mid wicket. Got a leg slip and a short leg. Oh dear, this is a loopy full toss. Brilliant from Dan Worrell, because Leaning has drilled that, and Dan Worrell has dived full length at mid off and saved a boundary there. Very good work that from Dan Worrell. Just tossed that one up. Will Jackson driven away by Leaning, but that terrific bit of work there from Dan Worrell. Of course, bowled 30 overs against Kent at Beckenham in the first innings and took a 4 for 60 odd. So he's got a bit of bowling to do today as forward comes Leaning, plays this one out into the offside, and sort of he's having a terrific season. And again, this is case in point. Sort of Gareth Batty's telling him, you're going to bowl spin and you're going to bat 7 or 6 for us. As this is turned leg side by Leaning, And there's no run, and it's sort of opened up a completely different path, this, for Will Jacks. End of the over, 177 for 2. The other thing is, I watched young Mr. Potts have a bowl, and I enjoyed watching him bowl. I was saying to, who was it I was talking to the other day about sort of comparisons, and you look at his action, and I was looking at Shammy, and I was thinking they're very similar.
Good shout.
They're
that,
very,
Churchy.
very similar, those two. Similar sorts of bowlers, but obviously Shammy's way ahead of where Potts is. But it's the same action, isn't it? And it's the same sort of bowler.
Yeah, it's going to be. We're going to get to see them compared together on Friday, I would imagine. We can see just how two fine bowlers at different ends of their career will go as Atkinson comes in once more from the pavilion end. This one just cut down gently towards that deep third man, and another single to the total. Bell Drummond moves on to 82 not out, 178 for 2, Kent, and in response to Surrey's 376, get my numbers round, 673 in the first innings, as Atkinson comes in once more. This one left alone outside the off stump. Looked like it might have just nipped back a touch with off the seam, but Leaning lets that one go through. Potts is another gem of a find, I think, for England, and as well as he bowled, sort of constant threat, good pace, extremely fit and able as well. It's what he said to Ben Stokes which tickled me most, as Atkinson comes in and defended by Leaning, looks to pinch a quick single but is sent back by Bell Drummond. I was tickled by Potts' reaction to his captain, who I think he bowled a 9-over spell, but after about 4 overs Stokes was looking to Jamie Overton to warm up, and Potts sort of beat the bat a couple of times in the over. He says, go on, just one more over, I'm feeling it. So he said, okay, have one more over, as Atkinson comes into bowl. This one a thick outside edge from Leaning. He drove hard, and they just brought up the man from third man into the ring, and the ball squirted away between backward point and that second slip for 4 runs. I'm not sure he'd have been able to cut it off even if he had been down there at that wide third man. So 4 more to the total. Leaning moves on to 44 not out. Anyway, after the 5th over from Potts, he said, one more over, Skip, and he told Jamie Overton, to warm up, you're going to give him one more over. He bowled that 6th over as Atkinson comes in from the pavilion end. This one just defended up to cover, no run. And he said, right, come on, I'm going to take you off now. He said, no, I really feel like it's coming. One more over, I'm feeling good. And he was bowling very nicely, but it was funny to see someone else tell Ben Stokes, I'm having one more over, which is all that Ben has done throughout his career, is tell Alistair Cook and Joe Root, I'm having one more over. Now the boot's on the other foot, and he was quite happy to give Potts his head as well, which was good to see. As Atkinson comes in over the wicket, this one a little bit more bounce, and beats the outside edge, the sort of back foot drive from Leaning, but the ball climbs up and over the outside edge through to the keeper. So 182 for 2 here, Kent, and got seam at one end and spin from the other, and Rory Burns just trying to see if he can manufacture a wicket here on a good batting surface. A little bit of cloud cover to keep the bowlers interested. We'll see if he can make a breakthrough.
Yes, and it's going to be Will Jacks, and this one's turned leg side by Bell Drummond, just hitting Ben Geddes, who's in there at short leg. Ryan Patel's under the helmet at leg slip. As Jacks over the wicket he comes again, and that one's whipped a bit too short, that from Will Jacks. That's whipped by Daniel Bell Drummond, and Tom Laws gets round to do the fielding, hurls the ball in. 2 more to Bell-Drummond, playing nicely here. He's on to 84, 184 for 2. And just having a look at World Jacks, that game, Beckenham, 30 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 65 in the first innings. As this one's turned leg side again by Daniel Bell-Drummond. So just at the moment, just not quite finding the line. World Jacks, so Bell-Drummond can just help him into the leg side. I think World Jacks will get his bounce, that's the thing. If there is any bounce there, he will find it and turn. He does give it a rip as forward goes leaning. I suppose as well, with sort of Surrey and Kent playing here, so from a Surrey perspective, Ollie Pope gets a tick in the box for what he did at 3. Ben Folkes gets a tick for what he did, apart from getting COVID. As in over the wicket once more. Oh, is Jackson leaning? Good shot. Up and over the top and away for 6 to bring up his 50. Nice way to go to it from the Kent captain. Just a lofted shot over long on for 6. Lovely shot from Jack leaning. Nice way to bring up his 50. And a good innings this from the captain. He knows he's still got a lot of work to do, but he played very well last night and has played very well this morning. 191 for 2, and also just not letting... I think what they'll say to themselves as well, Kent, is they sort of let Will Jack bowl at them at Beckenham. I don't think they'll let him do this here, as Jacks is in again. Forward goes leaning. That one a little bit more air. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So yeah, Jamie Overton tick in the box, I suppose, as Test debuts go, and picked up a couple of wickets and obviously made 97 with the bat, so they've had a look at him now. From a Kent point of view, I'm pleased they're backing Zach Crawley at the moment, but I suppose he's got to return the favour at some point, has he? Or do you think he fits into that this is what McCullum wants at the top of the order?
Well, I think Zach Crawley absolutely fits into the style that they're looking to play at, because we have seen on the odd occasion when he's got himself in, scoring runs at a decent rate is no issue to Zach Crawley. He doesn't find scoring runs particularly difficult. What he finds difficult is staying in to score those runs, and that's where he has to find his balance to work out how to keep the good balls out. As Atkinson continues, this one turned into the leg side by Daniel Bell-Drummond. There's a man at deep mid-wicket. Dan Worrell, no, Conor McCurr out there, sorry. He does the fielding. And there's one more to the total. But Zach Crawley, from a Kent point of view, absolutely is being backed. You know, he's going to have another chance again against India this week. That's 4 Test matches, which is a reasonable run at the start of the summer to give him some confidence, so he should take that as a positive. As Atkinson comes in once more, this one will just turn towards mid-on by leaning, and they'll pick up a single as Hashim Amla does the fielding. And the other positive, I suppose, from a Kent point of view, which I quite liked, was seeing Sam Billings get his second Test cap, albeit as a COVID substitute, but he will not be a one-cap wonder, which is rather pleasing for him, I think, as Atkinson comes in. This one bounces on Bell-Drummond, and he just manages to ease this through the vacant gully area, but it was a bit uppish because of that extra bounce from Atkinson. Hit the splice of the bat.
Well, Roy Burns, we stood there thinking that's exactly in that reserve gully position we were talking about, and leaning also sort of in Atkinson's last over as well, sort of reserve gully position, but that one did bounce a touch more and hit the gloves of Daniel Bell-Drummond. Yeah, I was delighted for Sam Billings there, and also the fact that he's in the squad in case Mr. Folkes doesn't recover. I see you were telling me that Mr. Sangakkara would like to see Josh Buttler opening in Test match cricket. Now that would be something else.
Atkinson comes in once more to Bell-Drummond. This one just sort of punched off the back foot to point, where Patel does the fielding. And there's no run.
I didn't actually realise you'd said that, because I sort of said to you this morning, it won't be long till Joss is opening, and you said, well, that's what Mr. Sangakkara wants to happen.
Well, the idea that you can have an ultra aggressive out and out attacking batsman at the top is not a new one.
No.
But Atkinson comes in once more, and this one just defended up to
I'm gonna leave you now to Varun Chopra, a very, 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 very fine opening batsman himself.
Yes.
And yes, it's interesting though, you know, and I'm all for this stuff. I just do worry what it might say to other opening batsmen around the country. But there we are. So Dean Wilson continues, and he'll be joined in a moment by Varun Chopra.
Well, it will certainly be interesting to get Varun's opinion on Jos Buttler as an opening batsman in Test match cricket as Atkinson comes in once more. This one, wicket to wicket, just turned into the leg side by Bell Drummond to pick up a single as McCurt does the fielding from deep mid wicket. And Mr. Chopra, I say good afternoon actually.
Yeah,
we just
good
ticked
afternoon.
over
Just ticked
midday.
over.
Good afternoon. Yeah, we've been having a little chat about
Very interesting.
Test match opening batsman, and the name Jos Buttler probably isn't one that would have been mentioned in that vein before, but it seems like a wild idea, but one that maybe this team might embrace.
If any team's going to embrace it, it'll be this current team, wouldn't it? But no, I think opening the batting in Test cricket's a slightly different ball game to batting at 5, 6, 7, which I think he'll get another shot at. To be honest, I think he'll be very interested to see how he has another crack at Test cricket, and I'm sure with all his talent, he'll be better for the experience, and it could be very entertaining to watch.
Will Jacks continues from the Vauxhall end. This one hits the pads and fielded by Patel at short leg. No run.
Of course, it depends on the conditions as well. The wickets have been okay, haven't they? They've been good cricket wickets. Nice
This one over pitched by Jacks, turned into the leg side. Nice flick of the wrist, running away towards the boundary, but that's very well fielded by Laws, I think, out there on the deep mid wicket boundary, and they come back for 2.
Yeah, good timing there from Bell Drummond. Just slightly over pitch, as you said, and it just races across the oval square, the famous long, wide oval square.
Yeah, they picked up 3 there. Actually, it was good running. Bit of a chase for Laws round the boundary, but he did save a run as Will Jacks stands at the top of his mark into Leaning over the wicket, and Leaning tries to flick away. A big appeal, but the umpire not interested. Looks like that was heading down the leg side, and if there was any turn there as well, that would have taken it even further down the leg side. So no response from the umpire as Jacks comes in again. This one wide outside the off stump, and Leaning just drives this comfortably to the man at deep cover. Pick up a single, and that's the 200 up for Kent. 200 for 2 in the 61st over. Daniel Bell Drummond 92 not out. Jack Leaning 52. As Jacks comes in once more, and Bell Drummond just defends staunchly on the front foot, and there's no run. So 200 for 2 for Kent. A nice little partnership between Bell Drummond and Leaning developing. A mammoth 673 scored by Surrey in their first innings. So a huge amount of work for this Kent lineup to do, but they're making a decent fist of it.
Yeah, it's been a very good hour, hasn't it, this morning for the Kent batsmen. They've looked largely untroubled out there in the middle. There's no demons in the wicket. As you said, Bell Drummond now moving into the 90s, 92 not out. Leaning's just past his 50. And both these batsmen could be eyeing up some big scores.
Yeah, it's all there for them to do.
Atkinson here into Leaning, full of a length, just drifting down leg side, and they scramble a leg by. Feel like he just missed out on getting a little leg lance on that with a man at deep square leg in front of the boundary and just behind, so no fine leg in position. A little tickle there would have been an easy 4 for him.
When you've got so many runs on the board as a captain in the field, can you have a bit of fun with your field? Rory Burns is sort of tinkering a little bit with his gullies and his wide slips, isn't he?
Certainly in again. Oh, that's another one, slight leading edge, just looking to turn the face. And I think with Surrey's bowlers, they've got a variety. You know, they've got left arm, they've got some pace with McCurr and Worrell, who can, you know, test out the middle of the wicket. They've got the spin option as well of Jacks, who's better than a part-timer, isn't he now? He's more than useful as an off-spinner. So they've got tools in their armour. And yeah, it's a good chance for Burns as captain. And again, good length delivery, driven away nicely. Doesn't beat Rory Burns at mid after, who swoops on it. Nice bounce from into his hands. Good shot for no run.
We were talking with Church here just about this new style of cricket that England have been playing, and the kind of the message that it might send to the county game, the domestic cricketers, and how they want to see Test cricket and first-class cricket being played.
Again, just worked away for a single here. Quite straight delivery, slightly playing across the pad, but it's a good surface here at the Oval. You can trust the bounce.
What sort of impact do you think it would have had in county dressing rooms up and down the country? It's been sort of 3 Test matches, 4 weeks already. Do you think players will be getting their range hitting going against the red ball to try and force the issue?
I don't think it's gone quite that far, but just watch Atkinson into the tall leaning, standing upright, plays it solidly back down the pitch for no run. But one thing I would say, it certainly looks to be a team that you would like to play in, which I think has been England's biggest problem in Test cricket of late, where, you know, a lot of guys haven't really fancied playing Test cricket. They're quite happy to play the white ball cricket. Not for them playing 5 days of hard stuff and then to be criticised constantly by people like yourself, Dean. Ooh, inside edge, adventurous shot, back of a length, trying to force it through the offside. Just gets a little inside edge, lucky not to drag it onto stumps as we end the over. 202 for 2. But no, it certainly looks like the players are enjoying it, which so we know, you know, English has always had some talented cricketers, but the players look like they want to play for Ben Stokes. They want to play for, you know, Baz McCullum as coach, and they're enjoying their cricket. And obviously, once you do enjoy your cricket, you've certainly got much more chance of being successful. So,
yeah, I think that is the sort of fundamentals of what they're trying to do. And I spoke to Brendan McCullum after the game yesterday, and it's about enjoyment, it's about having fun. And in fact, he said, someone asked him, do you wish you were still out there when you watch a team play like this? Do you wish you were still out there as Jacks comes in to start a new over from the Vauxhall end? This one just defended into the offside, no run. And he said, no, I've got no desire to be out there, because, you know, when I played the game and had fun and played it for that kind of enjoyment. So Jacks just comes in full of a length, driven up to long on by Bell Drummond, who'll pick up a single. And I thought it was very instructive that McCullum said, you know, if you have fun while you're playing the game, you get that satisfaction. Then when it's done, it's done. As Jacks comes in once more, and almost a carbon copy, full of length, driven towards long on by leaning, another single. And I thought that was a great way of describing it, that if you can play with no regrets, then, you know, at the end of your career you'll look back on it quite happily without any issues. As Bell Drummond turns this one into leg side, looked for a single, but the fielding was good enough to deny him. As Jacks walks back, gives the ball a rub, he calls up his long on, tells him to come halfway up, maybe tempting leaning. He goes for the big shot, and he does manage to get hold of this one, but it's all along the ground. A sort of slog sweep from leaning. Bell Drummond, apologies. And it was driven, a sort of a slog sweep between mid wicket and mid-on. Sam Curran at mid-on was brought up from long on to try and tempt Bell Drummond into the big shot. He went for it.
He got the reaction, didn't it? Not sure if he meant to hit it into the air or onto the ground there, but he certainly smeared it away. And
Bell Drummond just turns this one into the leg side. Moves now with that boundary up to 99. Looking to get to 3 figures. He's pinched the strike from the last ball of that Will Jacks over. So he'll face up now on 99 with the score 209 for 2.
he'll be hoping for one just a little bit straight here from Atkinson. He could just tuck off his hip for an easy single and just jog down the other end and enjoy the applause. A few nerves out there though, no matter how many runs you've scored. Always good to get off the mark, and always good to cross from 99 to that special 3 figures.
Yeah,
But he's played really nicely this morning. Nice and organised, as he has been for a while now. Atkinson again from pavilion end. Good length delivery, just pushed away hard hands. Rory Burns tight on the single there. Sort of like a wideish mid-off, straight extra cover for no run.
yeah. Bell Drummond has been in reasonable form in first-class cricket. In between the T20 matches, of course. Scored a pair of 80s in his last 2 first-class matches, so be very keen to turn this into a 100 now.
Yeah, he's got a great opportunity, hasn't he? He can come back for 2 days, or best part of 2 days still. You know, because a real opportunity to get a career best scoring. Long way away, of course. Atkinson, hard time over, pushed down the ground nicely. Oh, brilliant fielding there from Rory Burns. It's not what you need as a batsman on 99. Rory Burns at mid-off, diving across one-handed, full stretch, and getting it clean, not even a knock on, and where you can scramble a single, he gets it clean into that right hand.
That is terrific from the captain. There's quite a big gap either side of him. You know, Bell Drummond manages to open the face. He's got an opportunity.
There it is. Worked away nicely off the stumps to that man deep square. Brilliant 100 there from Bell Drummond, who calmly jogs down the other end, takes off his helmet, appreciates the applause from his teammates on the balcony and this decent oval crowd which is into there as the sun comes out as well. So he's looking like he's set for more things to come though. Not a massively emotional reaction there from Bell Drummond, but he looks like his stall is set out and he's thinking big. The ball just left alone, good length delivery, safely negotiated and straight through to the keeper.
100 up there for Daniel Bell Drummond from 195 balls, 10 fours. It's his 14th first-class century, and he'll be delighted with the opportunity, as Varun says, to go on and try and turn it into a big one.
Yeah, big daddy 100, as they call it, as a second slip now. Just moves out to another catcher on the leg side. Atkinson, right arm over, and a bouncer. Good short ball there. Just keeping Jack Lean honest, who's it's already taken a couple of blows this morning.
Yeah,
just ducks under that one.
Yeah, it's been patient stuff from these Kent batsmen. They haven't been sucked into trying to play the way that the Surrey managed to. Very freewheeling, free-scoring innings from them, but the Kent duo just trying to get some hard work done.
As a ball drifts down the leg side, a bit of a muffled appeal from the keeper, more in hope than actual belief, I believe. But another dot ball there just to finish the over. Kent move on to 210 now for 2, with Bell Drummond just getting a quick drink, a hug from the 12th man. He's on 100 not out, and Jack leaning 53 not out.
Yeah, and during that innings as well from Bell Drummond. He's gone past 7,000 first-class runs as well in his career, averaging just a tick under 33. But he's doing a good job for his team at the moment, and they see such a huge first innings deficit on the board. 673 scored by Surrey. Seems like a mountain to climb, but Bell Drummond is slowly chipping away at it as Will Jacks continues from the Vauxhall end. This one just defended by Bell Drummond on the back foot, back to the bowler, no run. But he's doing a good job for his team at the moment as he watches this from Jacks right into the middle of the bat as he pushes forward and defends to Patel at mid-wicket.
So he rushes through his overs, isn't he, Jacks? He quickly turns around and just try maybe an arm ball or a slight variation there, which fired down the leg side.
That one did look a bit rushed. Maybe he might just take a pause at the top of his mark now as he comes in to bowl. This one much more accurately on Midland leg, just turned into the leg side by Bell Drummond. Maybe just taking a moment just to regather himself, having got to 3 figures, as Jacks comes into bowl once more. This one nicely flighted and well driven by Bell Drummond, just wide of the man at mid-off. Conor McCurr at deep cover runs round, does the fielding, and Bell Drummond will pick up 2.
Yeah, not too much assistance there for the off spinner at the moment. You can see he's a well flighted delivery outside the off stump, but not too much trouble driving against the turn.
He comes into bowl once more, a little bit shorter this one, and Bell Drummond just covers up on his stumps and defends into the leg side, and there's no run. 212 for 2. Kent after 65 overs. Daniel Bell Drummond 102 not out. His 14th first class century. And as I said, coming off 195 balls, which is a fairly familiar rate of scoring in first class cricket, you'd say.
Not Johnny Bairstow rate of scoring, is it? But
no, not quite. Or Sam Curran. That was one other thing that we noticed up at Headingley. We while we were watching England go to work, there was a bit of a rain delay yesterday. During that time there were some screens on the game down here.
Atkinson again, solidly played by leaning back up to mid-on. He's operated a 4-5 split field now, 4 on the offside, 5 on the leg, so he's obviously trying to bowl very straight. There's no swing out there at the moment. The ball's now 65 overs old.
There was a lot of attention on whether Sam Curran could reach his first class century yesterday. There was a little ripple of applause when he managed it up at the Headingley press box.
Oh, back of the length flashed away there. A little bit close to cut. He's probably gone a little bit finer than he intended, just splitting backward point and the gully fieldsman. But it races away to the 3rd man boundary for another 4.
It was one of the curiosities of Sam Curran's career, having scored so many 50s and batted as if the game was so easy for him at times, but hadn't managed to get to 3 figures when he's got that monkey off his back yesterday, which was good to see.
And again, right arm over, push down back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, he's a talented cricketer, talented sportsman, isn't he, Sam Curran? And we've seen how he strikes the ball for not a big lad. Still can clear the ropes, which we've seen in the IPL and T20 formats across the world. And it's nice feeling for him. And what a way to do it as well.
Yeah, in the grand manner, that's the style now. Any landmark or target.
Another delivery pushed away down to short mid-wicket. Feels that man Sam Curran, who has a shot at the stumps and hits them. A bit like Vrinder Sehwag, wasn't it? Who started the trend, I imagine. Often trying to get to the big milestones with a 6. sometimes got out in the 190s. I think 290s as well in Pakistan, perhaps once. So
I always find it a very curious thing when players try and reach landmarks with a big shot.
And again, pushed again firmly. Good hand there from Atkinson.
And if they don't manage to do it, I remember Ian Bell on 199, I think it was against maybe South Africa, I think a few years back, going for the big shot, going for the 6 or the 4 and not quite managing it, and getting out and almost sort of feeling utterly crestfallen and deflated. I think if you're going to go for it, you've got to live by the sword and die by the sword. You've got to reconcile that if it doesn't quite come off, then that's the nature of the game. You're trying to entertain.
Another short delivery to end the over from Atkinson. Leaning ducks out the way of it, not having any of that one. Plays out another good over for Kent. 216 now for 2. Yeah, certainly. I think you have to play the same way, really, as you've played, regardless of what you've won. That's the modern way, and that's how Sam Curran certainly played it yesterday.
Yeah, I think. Everyone loves to see those landmarks reached with a crescendo, but if you're going to be utterly devastated if it doesn't come off in the end, you've got to be prepared for that. But that was
on your first one, it's quite courageous, I think.
Well, exactly.
Many people would have just done it in singles, and
maybe
the first one.
Maybe that tells us something about his mindset and about his willingness to try things, and that's certainly the way that that England want their players to play. As Will Jacks now comes in round the wicket this time, and he's got a wicket.
Wow.
Driven out towards point, and Daniel Bell-Drummond is utterly crestfallen. The change of angle from Will Jacks has worked. He came round the wicket full of length, gave Bell-Drummond the chance to drive a very wide one. It's come off the top edge of the bat and flown out to Hashim Amla at backward point, and Surrey really have burgled a wicket there, and it's Bell-Drummond who's gone for 102, and he is utterly crestfallen.
That's a very slow walk off. He's trudging off this oval ground here. He's played brilliantly for 100, but a well flighted delivery there from Jacks, who just changed his angle to around the wicket. It was there to hit, really, wasn't it? It was a full wide off volley, and he's just leant back, perhaps tried to hit it a little bit too hard, and he's just spooned the ball to backward point with Hashim Ahmed gleefully accepts the catch. He'll be hugely disappointed with that dismissal after doing all the hard work, playing really well, not looking in any trouble, and just gifting his wicket away, really.
Maybe thought that he was going to set himself again for, trying to double that score. He looked in, as you say, no trouble at all. And in fact, the over before having got to the 100, he defended and was very watchful against Jacks. And just that change of angle, it's amazing. Just giving the batsman something different to think about.
Yeah. Round
the wicket, and so full. Bell-Drummond really could have had nothing to do with it at all. Probably felt he could have put the ball wherever he wanted to, but maybe just gripped a touch, maybe just bounced on him a little bit more than he was expecting, because it took the top edge of the bat.
Yeah, I think he just tried to hit too hard. There's a cover in, a point, and a man on the deep extra cover boundary, and I think he wanted to fall for it. I think he got a little bit greedy rather than just accepting a single. And that's it. I think you read out your stats, didn't you, a while ago? I think he averages 32, 33 in first class cricket, and if you want to average more, that 100 should have been a 200 for him today. He's more than good enough to do it. He has done it in the past. That's certainly one way of boosting your average is to go really big once you are in.
Jacks into bowl to the new batsman Jordan Cox.
As a top order batsman in England, you're going to get out for low scores, especially early season, and conditions won't be in your favour. But
Jacks in once more, and Cox covers up, defends into the offside. 2 forward defences in a row from Cox, looking for a quick single to try and get off the mark, but leaning, not interested, sends him back. But you're absolutely right. There were plenty more runs to be had for Bell Drummond here, and hence his disappointed reaction as Jacks comes in once more, and Cox will get off the mark. A slightly shorter ball, just punched into the offside gap for a single, and he jogs through to get off the mark. 217 for 3. Kent responding to Surrey's 673 in their first innings, so you got an idea of how many runs are available out there.
Yeah.
And Bell Drummond won't be able to add any more to his score.
Yeah, I was always a big believer that's, opening the batting or batting at top order in England.
Jacks comes in round the wicket once more and leaning, just defends on the front foot. The thick outside edge runs away just to the left of backward point, so he'll pick up a single. Maybe slightly watchful from this angle, Jack leaning there after seeing what happened to Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, often, as I said, the conditions are in the bowler's favour in England with that red Duke's ball. Been a little bit more even or batting favour this year, but when the conditions are in your favour as a batsman, you have to make the most of it.
Jack's full of length to Cox, who comes forward, defends back up the pitch. There's no run as Will Jacks gets a pat on the back and a high five from his teammates. He's made the breakthrough today, got the wicket of Daniel Bell Drummond there, where Kent really were making inroads into that giant Surrey total, and he's now gone, and Will Jacks the man to make the breakthrough.
Change of bowling here at the pavilion end. Conor McCurr coming back into the attack, replacing Atkinson. Tall right arm, sort of medium fast medium. Can bowl a heavy ball, as just described. They're looking to try and now, often say get one, get two. A couple more wickets here before lunch will just change the complexion of this Kent innings. Tall Conor McCurr bounding in. Nice high arm action straight away on the length. Safely played away from leaning, and he's just moved a point fielder to like a deep third man almost. So he's got quite a unique field, a mid-off, a gully and a slip, and then a deep wide third man as the offside, a mid-on, two men sort of catching at short mid-wicket, and then a deep square leg and a fine leg. He'll be looking to be quite happy if Leany gets a single here and try and go hard at the new batsman Cox, who's just come to the crease, of course. He's in again. It's played away nicely, just splitting the field, pushed up to Hashim Amla at mid-on, who will be loving fielding at the moment. Old Hashim.
This is exactly, as you say, what Surrey were hoping for, that early single in the McCurr over. Try and put a bit of extra pressure on the new batsman, Jordan Cox. Extra man behind the stumps catching.
Yeah, they've still got the man at deep square leg, though. I'd like to see him up. Perhaps there's another catcher, or at least on the one. He's in again. In a good length delivery there, but very solidly played actually from Jamie Cox, who's another talented young English batsman who's making some decent strides in the game. Have you seen much of him?
Not as much as I would have liked. I haven't been able to see as much county cricket in recent years as you might otherwise would do, just due to the nature of how busy the international schedule is. But players like Jordan Cox do make waves in the game, as those watching and writing about county cricket make the point of who's coming through, and the chance to come and watch him today is one that'd be well worth it if he goes on to higher honours, to having seen him in live action. High score of 238 not out. Powerful batsman, can strike a decent ball.
Yeah, he certainly developed that game of his recently. Leading again now, paces up, just taps this to the vacant offside. No man in the ring there at point. So he just jogs through for a single.
Another wicket-keeper batsman who, you know, there's a long line, a long list of wicket-keeper batsmen who are going to be trying to push for higher honours, and under those circumstances you've got to make sure that your batting is, you know, as strong, if not stronger than anything else.
Certainly. It's a short ball there, pulled away, lovely shot. Just helped behind square. No chance for the two men on the leg side boundary, and Cox into his work straight away. Looks nice and busy, doesn't he? 6 not out, probably runnable already. Looks to be positive in this inning so far.
Yeah, short ball there from McCurr, but not really short enough. If you're going to try and test out the middle of the pitch with those two men back, you've got to be getting the ball a bit higher than that, in the kind of chest shoulder area. That was just middle of the torso, easily helped on its way by Jordan Cox. No great pace in that delivery, and put away very, very comfortably indeed. As Will Jacks now will continue from the Vauxhall end. They've taken the short leg out this time, just a slip and a leg slip, as Jacks comes into bowl to leading. Short rocks onto the back foot, cut away, but straight to Amla at backward point, so there's no run. And Will Jacks back to the top of his mark, comes in again round the wicket. This one driven confidently through the mid-wicket region, but fantastic bit of fielding there by Patel. And there's no run.
Yeah, saved 4 there, didn't it? Great left hand, strong left hand down to his low left.
Full of length from Jacks, again driven strongly by Cox, and again the fielding's up to the task. Just a single to wide mid-off. It comes through, add 1 to the total as Jacks comes in. This one just pushed gently into the offside. There's plenty of gaps in this oval outfield, and another single to the total. 228 for 3. Kent.
Yeah, that would be frustrating, that delivery. It was a good delivery, wasn't it? It's where he wants to bowl, but nicely played, and they've still managed to score a single off it.
And this one well wide of the off stump from Jacks, as Cox just watches it through into the keeper's gloves. Jacks once more, and he's come forward at this one, Cox, and maybe just a little bit of turn because it's come off a thick inside edge out towards mid-wicket, but neither had the power to reach mid-wicket on the full, nor the placement to get a single. So another dot ball to finish the over. 228 for 3. A few more words from Varun Chopra, and then Benjamin Watts will be in the hot seat.
Yeah, another rapid over there from Will Jacks, who certainly gets through his overs quickly. Must be under 2 minutes and over. We're helping the Surrey over rate, which is currently at +3, so no qualms there. As McCurr in now from the pavilion end. The tall leaning, bat up. Just pinches a single here, pushes it to Rory Burns, who was perhaps just sleeping a touch there at mid-off. Thinking about his tactics and how he's going to get that 4th and 5th wicket on this very flat over wicket.
Afternoon, gents. How are you, Varun?
Yeah, good. Looking forward to watching Cox go about his business here. He's obviously making some good strides in the game.
Yeah, he's having a good season as well, actually. Young Jordan Cox. Across all formats, actually.
McCurran again, good delivery. Safely played, nice straight back there from Cox, pushing it back down the wicket to the bowler.
Yeah, making a season's best in the game against Gloucestershire at Canterbury, 158, made 129 against Essex at Chelmsford on the opening game of the season. A few 50s in there as well against Hampshire and Yorkshire. Another one of Kent's batters along with Compton and Bell Drummond, who have had a good season, and then Leaning got 100 in the last game as well. Trying to build on that.
Another delivery just wide of the off stump, tempting Cox into a drive, but he refused on this occasion, safely through to Smith behind the stumps.
Mark Church was just saying to me before Daniel Bell Drummond got out, his question almost was, can one of these Kent batters go on and make that big score and really do the job that their team needs them to do? And you know, that we're still 444 runs behind Surrey, so somebody needs to go on and make a massive score.
Yeah, there's still a lot of cricket to be played out led. McCurry into Cox. Good length delivery, but solidly played and straight into the middle of the bat. Nice noise there from Cox again, who looks confident. He's always has been a confident young player anyway, but certainly with some runs behind his belt. Where's his best position? Because he's kind of moved up and down the order, isn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, confidence is something that Jordan Cox doesn't lack.
Yeah,
I think is fair to say. Moving down the order to number 5 in the championship this season, having been used as an opener or a number 3.
And again, back of a length, just played off the back foot nicely for no run out to the offside.
I was chatting to him actually after he scored 94 against Somerset at Taunton in the T20, and I said to him, oh yeah, you've obviously been down the order a little bit in the championship side this season, which pre-season was something I was, you know, quite interested by. Sort of didn't quite know why Kent were moving him down there, but he actually said, well, long term my ambition is to keep Wicket, so actually batting in middle order is probably more realistic.
Again, good discipline, just letting that one go through to the keeper, not having any of that. And well, there's quite a few keeper batsmen at Kent, isn't there? So that's probably not good news.
Yeah, there is a bit of a traffic jam.
If he wants to don the gloves at some stage, I think someone's going to have to look elsewhere.
Yeah, and as I understand it, I think all of them are in that little period at the moment where they're out of contract and they could be looking elsewhere, and Kent are trying to get them to renew. That's Jordan Cox, that's Sam Billings, that's Ollie Robinson. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see which wicketkeeper is left at Canterbury, or 2 or 3 next season, whether one of them does seek pastures new to really get that full-blown opportunity with the gloves. Obviously interesting as well with Sam Billings currently being in the test squad.
Yeah, he's not going to get up the gloves now, is he?
As Will Jacks is pushed away by Jack leaning out towards extra cover, and that I wonder whether Sam Billings, with the kind of age that he's at in his career now, 31, what his sort of ambitions are kind of around the game, having been left out of that one-day group to the Netherlands. You know, he's been in that England squad in white ball 50 over cricket, particularly over the last couple of years, as Jacks bowls to Leaning, who comes down the pitch and drives out to extra cover, well stopped in there by tumbling fielder. Maybe Geddes in there.
Not sure there's any need for that from Jack Leaning.
He
To be
does.
perfectly honest, he's been playing really well.
Yeah, he does like this little shimmy down the wicket sometimes to spinners. As this one, he just stays back in his crease and cuts away out towards the fielder on the offside. So yeah, obviously captaining the Oval Invincibles as well in the 100, Sam Billings. So, you know, does he want to achieve more things with Kent? He probably is going to play more cricket for Kent if he's not in that England 50 over squad, but now he's getting a look in at test level. So this one left alone by Cox outside the off stump. He'll obviously want to be keeping 4 Kents and trying to push that red ball case a bit more, trying to push Ben Folkes. Whether that means he doesn't go to the IPL next year to try and push that case, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. As this one's wide of the off stump, although didn't do Johnny Bairstow any harm, did it, going off to the IPL and then coming back straight into the test team, and look what he's done so far this summer. So yeah, interesting. As Jacks is in, cut away by Cox off the back foot out towards backward point where Amla does the fielding. End of the over, 2:30 for 3 here, Kent. On BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online with Ben Watson, Varun Chopra. Former Warwickshire, Essex. He had a loan spell at Middlesex as well a couple of years ago. I seem to remember, Varun.
Yep, that's right. But certainly we've heard all the comments from the selectors. It's going to be about how you play your cricket, not necessarily your stats.
Which works for Billings,
which
I reckon.
works for the likes of Billings, Butler. But you still feel that they do need to play some red ball cricket, of course. And I guess how much red ball cricket can these guys get in when they're in and around these other squads and franchises and competitions? Occurring again, pushed down to mid-on, and sort of like a tap and run really there from Jack Lynn into Hashim Amla, who's, I'm sure, loving fielding in his the amount of
He'd much rather still be out there batting, I'm sure.
Yeah,
it goes back to what Mark Church was saying earlier as well, say about Lees and Ben Compton. Like, they don't necessarily fit that mould, but you probably need a couple of openers maybe that, or at least one opener that's going to be a bit more conservative, and then I think Folks gives quite a nice balance with some of those power hitters in that middle order.
Yeah, certainly. Another dot ball just through to the keeper. Yeah, you do need that balance, and go back to the conditions. The conditions allow players to go out and play the way they want to play. If the ball was nipping all over the place like it has done in previous summers, the England strategy wouldn't have worked, regardless of how good Stokes and Butler and Bairstow and Co are. You can't hit the ball on the up and play as aggressively when the ball is darting around the corners. Another short ball hit hard in front of square. Really dismissive shot actually there from Jordan Cox, who stood tall and pulled it, a good 15 metres in front of square, and the guy on the boundary didn't have much to do, did he? But yeah, no chance.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to, well, I'm going to guess, but Jordan Cox is probably about 5'7", 8", not necessarily the tallest player, so sometimes slightly shorter players very good on the pull and the cut and used to the ball being dug into them, and they pick up length really well. Cox one of those, and he's absolutely hammered that, like you say, out to the boundary.
I think, it's a beautiful shot now. McCurr just that fraction short now, fraction full. Cox has just lent on the drive. Probably shot of the morning actually so far. Yeah,
very nicely played by Jordan Cox. Church has just handed me a piece of news that Surrey have signed Aaron Hardy, the uncapped Australian all-rounder. A short stint. He's going to play their last few matches in the Blast. Championship game against Yorkshire at Scarborough. Man who was recently with the Australia A team in Sri Lanka. Has got an average of 50 with the bat, 25 with the ball in first-class cricket. That's come from Will McPherson. So, yeah, this sounds like a very good addition.
Pretty good stats, that one there. Take those every day of the week. It's much better length than McCurr, just top of the stumps. Again, Cox nicely forward.
You have to say, over the last couple of years, Surrey's overseas recruitment has been excellent. Not just because they can afford big names, which they can. Sunil Narine, Kyron Pollard, obviously being examples of that. But Tim David, when they picked him up for the Blast last year, he wasn't a star at that point. He now is. Aaron Hardy, he's the next big soon. Name. You never know. Stint with Surrey, and
he'll be in the Ashes next summer.
Propels him to stardom.
Surrey, the breeding ground for Australian cricketers, it seems, at the moment.
Oh, dearie me.
That ball just worked away for a single to the end of the over. Expensive one. A good one for Jordan Cox in Kent. 240 for 3 now.
As someone that didn't play for Surrey, Varun, is there that feeling amongst players as well as fans sometimes that, typical Surrey, just pushing their weight around, signing big names? I remember when Ricky Ponting was here as a overseas.
To be honest, it's great. I mean, it was great to play against. We remember playing against Ponting, Amla, Graham Smith for a while. They had a short stay, and these guys, and it's really good for county cricketers to go against them. To be honest, I used to love it. and the wicket's always good as well as a batsman. So no, I think we're just potentially having a ball change here, or the umpires just getting together
like
and.
72 overs old, so the new one's not far away. But they've decided that it does need replacing. I remember when Virat Kohli was meant to come, and then he was just the prospect of facing Darren Stevens. He decided against it, and
that last 0 probably just pushed Surrey over the edge, didn't it?
So 240 for 3, we are going to get that ball change. But again, that goes back to
these guys. They're obviously brilliant cricketers, and it makes the sounding of cricket better. So I never had any problem with it. It's,
I guess we, in recent years, perhaps haven't seen as many stars of the world game playing county cricket as, say, back in the 90s when it was Lara and Donald, and Kent had War and Dravid and Murali for little stints as well. You don't get players staying for as long, so because the international schedule is so hectic, these other short format tournaments etc. in the world, so I guess you have to praise counties that can get them over here and involved in the game.
It's still a great place to learn your trade for these young overseas who obviously have star quality. I remember Parnell at Kent many years ago now when he first signed as a young kind of swashbuckling all-rounder, and obviously he's gone on to good things at international level, and it's just a good experience for him. I'd encourage a lot of these up-and-coming young stars to try and play some county cricket, because if you're going to have a good international career, you will be over here, and the experience and the skills you learn here, different conditions, will only hold you in good stead.
Yeah, India got the full force of those different conditions the other day, didn't they, against Leicestershire in that tour match when the ball was really hooping around. I loved how Rishi Pant was playing for Leicestershire and was taking the catches as all his international colleagues were nicking off. I think I saw a tweet from Will McPherson actually saying that, it was someone else, but they pointed out how day 2 Rishi Pant rocked up and was laughing and joking with the Leicestershire boys like he would been best mates with them for years, and he only met them all yesterday.
He seems a pretty relaxed guy, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Rishabh Pant, one-hand 6-hitter.
He'd fit into the Bazball mould of Test match cricket.
Yeah, certainly.
Will Jacks then, with a new ball, tosses it up very wide of the off stump.
Yeah, just trying to sucker him in like he did Bill Drummond there with that wide, floaty half volley, very wide of the off stump, saying, "Have a go if you please."
Jordan Cox not coaxed into playing any stroke. As we got bright sunshine now at the Oval, and this is patted gently by Cox out towards extra cover. No run, 240 for 3.
Yeah, you do wonder how well prepared those Indians will be for that Test match starting next week.
Left alone outside the off stump by Cox. Yeah, it's going to be tricky for them really, just off the strength of one warm-up game, to come in and play an England side that have got 3 Test matches under their belt against New Zealand.
3 obviously wins.
Yeah, very much so. Jacks wide of the off stump again, left alone. Quite how England managed to win all 3 of those games despite the efforts of Mitchell and Blundell in the series, I don't really know, as Jacks is in and it's cut away by Jordan Cox out towards the boundary. A sliding effort out there in the deep, but can't cut it off. So 4 more runs to Jordan Cox.
Yeah, good footwork, just propping forward but then rocking back and getting the placement and spot on. And McCurr might be slightly disappointed he didn't get down to that. He's a good fielder out there with a very, very strong arm. But 4 more to Cox, who moves into the 20s now.
Jackson again, floating this one up. Forward comes Jordan Cox, plays defensively, back up the pitch. End of the over, 244 for 3. Cox, since replacing Bell Drummond, who was the last man out, caught backward point by Amler off the bowling of Jacks for 102. Has moved quite swiftly on to 20 from 29 balls. Jack leaning there with him, his skipper, 65. These two do like batting together. Had some big partnerships since joining Kent. Had a club record stand of 423 in the Bob Willis Trophy year, COVID season, when they were playing against Sussex at Canterbury, and then a big stand, a record for the 4th wicket against Gloucestershire in the last county championship game. We're going to see a bit of Tom Laws from the members' pavilion end.
He's got the lovely task of the 4 overs with the old ball before the new ball. Go on, youngster. Tom Laws in again. Just back of a length, forced away for the offside across the practice wickets. There'll be 2 runs there. Atkinson out there with another strong arm.
He was tiptoeing around that rope, wasn't he? He's
yeah,
quite
I thought
aware.
he was going to make a hash of this at 1 minute. He was just probably a bit closer to the rope than you thought.
Quite aware that it can be a little bit slippery out on those practice wickets.
So, yeah, he just finished his spell. But no, it's a tough time to bowl now. Sun's out, wicket's flat, old ball. Laws in again. Catch it. Oh!
Dropped away to his left.
That's full length delivery, just a little bit of a leading edge. Hit firmly back to Laws the bowl, and he stuck out a left hand, and he, unfortunately for him, it didn't stick. Little half chance there goes down for Surrey. That would have been a great time to get that 4th wicket.
Oh, it would have been ideal. It would have been an excellent return, caught and bowled, if he'd held on, just sticking out that left hand.
He's in again, just wide of the off stump this time on a good length.
Yeah, just dropping, hitting the hand and didn't stick.
Yeah, you feel that if you're going to take 17 wickets on this surface, those half chances are going to have to stick at some point. Quite hard work to, to create 20, 22 dismissals on this surface.
Like you say, this timing as well. If Surrey can take a wicket, or had done right there, pre the second new ball, get a couple of fresh batters at the crease, that really gives them a chance to attack in a few overs' time. Get rid of the anchor man leaning.
It's alright, slight field change. Laws in again. Just wide off the off stump and sort of back cut away. Atkinson got a strong arm, but good run in there from Leaning, who scampers back for 2. Just moved 1 man across now, so he's got a 6-3 offside field. Yeah, wicket before the new ball is what Surrey will be after here. They can get that wicket just before lunch, before that new ball, and then have a burst with Curran and Worrell probably after lunch with that new ball. That will be their plan. That will be the strategy out there at the moment for the Rory Burns. He's in again, driven, nicked, and it's put down. Would you believe it? Who's that there? Is Worrell? Is it Worrell? I think it's Worrell there at first slip.
Oh my, that is a regulation slip chance. Straight in, straight out. Went to him. Laws hangs his head. Leaning has got 2 massive lives there. The first one, difficult as we mentioned. That one just had to be taken. You can't be shelling those.
Oh my word, it's all happening is over. Another length delivery out to the off stump, which just flashed away just wide of the gully fieldsman. Down to 3rd man for 4, and you have to feel for young Tom Laws there. He hasn't bowled a particularly bad over. He's had 2 drop catches, and so often after a drop catch, the next ball goes for 4. And he'll be, that's a brewer over for him, but 1 very fortunate over for Jack Leaning.
Yeah, if Jack Leaning goes on and makes 100, or makes, big score here for Kent, bats for a significant amount of time, that will be the over that we will all look back on and say he could have been dismissed there, and he should have been dismissed.
Yeah, there's no such thing as an easy slip catch, but that was as regulation as they come.
Jack's bowling to Jordan Cox, defended up to mid-off. Yeah, I reckon I'd have dropped it, but first-class cricketer of the quality of Worrell in there to take that catch, he'd have been expecting himself to schnaffle it.
Yeah, Rory Burns himself's normally a pretty solid slip fieldsman, isn't he? Did it a bit for England in his career there, so it's exactly where you'd want it. as a slip fieldsman, I'm still doing my career at first slip, and obviously you always drop some. You know, everyone can drop them, but he'll be disappointed with that one.
Defended away by Leaning here. This next one from Jax. Did it almost come at him a little bit slower than he thought? He just had time, as this one's cut away out towards the boundary rider on the offside for a single. Normally it's all instinct, isn't it, with a slip catch? You don't get that time to get yourself set and think about it. But that one, he almost did, and you know, had the chance to watch it all the way in, and it still managed to pop out.
Yeah.
Here comes Jax again. Back goes Jordan Cox and cuts hard out to the boundary. That's a
what
really good
fielding that
stop
was
out there in the deep. To deny, well, not only 4 runs, he's effectively 3 that he could have got there for a boundary, Cox.
Yeah.
Because it's become 1 instead.
Brilliant fielding. Brilliant.
Jax floating that one up outside the off stump for Jack Leaning. Defended away.
Yeah, just needs to get through to lunch now, Jack Leaning.
Here comes, well, Jax again, driven by Jack Leaning. Tumbling stop again by mid-off. Been some good fielding by Surrey today. Just thinking back to the Rory Burns diving stop as well when Beltram was on 99. Yeah, keeping these runs down. I mean, they got plenty to play with. 417 Kent trail by, but 256 for 3 with Cox on 22 and Leaning on 75. Could even be a few more without some very strong fielding by Surrey so far today.
Ground fielding's been good, but catches win matches. The old saying. You've got to get 20 wickets at Surrey, and they can't afford to put too many more down.
Well, Laws is going to have another crack here, and at the very least, he'll surely be encouraged by the fact that he has created 2 chances.
That's right. He's kind of hanging it out there a little bit, isn't he? He's inviting the drive, as we say. Same again, that sort of wide of the off-stump line, and say, if you want to have a go, you come to me.
Yeah, and for Kent's batters as well, they'll be half thinking about, you know, bonus points, and they'll be aware that they need to score some runs as well as bat time. So from their point of view, they probably think, right, this is the weak link in the attack. It's not Jamie Overton or Jordan Clark. And then Leaning's looking to score, and then has actually nicked off.
Good left delivery, played solidly back down the wicket. Is Jordan Clark injured, Churchy, or is it? Yeah, it's not featuring, obviously.
He's had a good summer, hasn't he, Jordan Clark? I remember at Beckenham really banging away on what looked like a pretty flat pitch. Clark made something happen, and Jamie Overton with that extra pace has obviously been called up into the England squad.
Oh, there we go. Laws gets his man. Good length. I think it's an inside edge, just dragged onto a leg stump out the ground, and you have to say he deserved that wicket, hasn't he? He's had 2 chances put down in the previous over, and this one, a little bit of luck goes his way. Inside edge, back on 2 stumps, Leaning's out for a well-made 75.
Yeah, interesting the way that panned out at the end. It was just seeing the angle of Leaning's bat, not the most convincing forward defensive stroke, almost where he was trying to run it down into the gully maybe, and it's just come back on him slightly. But yeah, got to give big credit to Tom Laws there, because he's had a difficult caught and bowled chance which he's put down. He's then seen a regulation slip chance dropped at first slip. He's going to have been frustrated, and yet he's managed to remove the Kent captain. And as jobs go, when your skipper hands you the ball, says go on, get me a wicket before the new ball, dismiss the man that's been, you know, really anchoring the innings, that's a job very well done by Tom Laws. And if he can get any more in the next couple of overs as well, remove one of these 2 wicket-keeper batters, then that'll be a sensational job for his team.
Yeah, a special moment for him on his championship debut, his first championship wicket. He'll remember that for a very, very long time. His first wicket, Jack Leaning bowled at the Oval on a nice sunny day. He'll say it was a beautiful delivery that swung out and nipped back through the gate, wouldn't he, to his grandkids in 50 years' time.
Well, actually, he will. But to be fair to the lad, basically he had leaning 71 for 3 there,
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
didn't he? Had him dropped himself and Dan Worrell, but he hasn't let that affect him. And Jack Leading will be really disappointed with that. And
yeah, we
new
said it. I
ball
don't
as
know if-
well.
We said it when Dean was on with Bell, Drummond, Leaning. These guys average 32, 33 in first class cricket, and they're better than that, really. And part of the problem is if you are getting 70s and just getting 100 and not 150s, 200s, the average is always going to be hovering around that low 30s. Law's in again. Oh, he's just produced a little nick. Again, wide of that gully fieldsman. Down to third man for 4. Ollie Robinson, new batsman's off the mark with a streaky boundary.
What you would say with Tom Laws here, impressive this. He's doing this with a ball that's old in its 76th over, and he's come on and made something happen. As I said, Leaning dropped twice. He's bowled Leaning. That first ball there for Robinson's streaky edge down towards third man. So he certainly makes something happen here, Tom Laws.
Yeah, we're having a laugh a bit, won't we? So good luck. Have a bowl now with this soft pudding of a ball on a flat surface, but he's got a nice approach, isn't he? He comes in, nice athletic action. Full length delivery, just pushed away again from Robinson. Should be 2 out to the offside.
Yeah, it's an obvious thing to say, and Leaning and Bell Drummond will know this, but they're experienced players, and you sort of look at Surrey 600 and think 4 Centurions in there. Now obviously they made the 600 at Beckenham as well, with nobody making 100, but everybody kept going.
Yep.
90s or whatever, but 400, someone for Kent has got to do the same thing in this first innings, really.
Law's in again. Good length delivery, top of the stumps. Just played on the walk, but solid enough back to mid-off, and it's a successful over there for the debutant, Championship debutant Tom Laws, as he takes his sweater and his cap from the umpire, makes his walk down to fine leg, and he just have a little breather and enjoy the moment of his first wicket.
Absolutely, and yeah, big inside edge, knocked out the leg stump. Looked spectacular, it really did, but he's made something happen, and Surrey have just stuck in there this morning and chipped away. And the other thing is, new ball, 4 overs done.
Yeah.
Lunch at 1:10 today, as here is Will Jacks, and he's coming into Cox, who turns this one down towards mid-on, and there's no run. So, you know, we'll probably get, what, another couple in here.
We did have that ball change, didn't we?
Oh, good point as well. Yeah, absolutely. As in over the wicket comes Jacks, and forward goes Cox.
Potentially just had a little bit harder ball, a little bit of swing on it.
Well, that ball's done quite well. The way we've been going this season, done quite well to get to 74 overs. As in comes Jacks, and that's nicely bowled.
Yeah, a little bit slower there, wasn't it?
And Cox forward, but Surrey will sniff an opportunity now. They really will, because Cox has been out there not that long so far, as he's driving up towards mid-off. Quick singles taken, Worrell with the fielding, and Robinson scampers through.
Good judge signal there.
Yeah.
Jordan Cox been very impressive so far for his 23, nice and busy.
He does look a good compact player, Jordan Cox, every time you see him bat. He really does. Robinson comes on to strike.
Ahmed Verdi and Moriarty getting along, the 2 spinners? How do they feel? Not
that
getting involved
obviously
in a flat
frustrated,
wicket like
frustrated as Will Jacks comes in over the wicket, and forward comes Robinson and plays this one out into the offside. That wasn't well judged, and round came Jacks with the throw, but Robinson got himself in between the throw and the stumps, and it hit him, but that wasn't well judged, that one.
Good call of no from Cox, their non-striker, who was sat on his back correctly there. No need for those quick singles at this stage.
As Jacks is in again, and this is driven nicely by Robinson. Left the gap there for him, but he plays it very nicely out towards Conor McCurr, sweeping on that cover boundary rope. Yeah, Verdi and Moriarty both in the squad for this one, but they've gone with just Will Jacks again, and they will come into play at some point this season. I'm absolutely convinced of that. Obviously Moriarty's played a couple of T20 games, but Surrey haven't played 2 spinners as yet, and you wonder when that's going to happen. Where have Surrey are here against Warwickshire and Essex, and then a trip to Scarborough.
You don't want it spinning too much against Essex.
No, well, the S harmer factor absolutely key there.
Law's in again. Just a little bit of swing, I think, out there. He's bowling just the wide of off stump line. So just asking the Kent batsman if you fancy having a go. I'll leave the offside open for you guys. Got a slip, kind of a third, fourth slip, and then a sort of a fine gully, also a deep backward, sort of a backward point, or a deep gully. Law's in again. Again, yeah, it looks like a hint of swing.
Yeah, definitely.
Just left away through to Smith behind the stumps.
Got nice action, isn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He's very fluid.
Yeah, he's not the tallest, but it looks rhythmical. It looks like it repeats. Is he a Surrey born
boy.
and bred?
Yeah, there's 8 of the 11 in this game have come through the sort of Surrey system.
Law's in again. Slightly straighter this time.
And it's quite interesting as well. And I know what everybody says, and you know, typical Surrey and all that good stuff. But 8 of the 11 in this game, and the signing
Who says that?
My book was the title of my book was that. But you know, the Hardy signing, Pollard's out, so they can fit another one in for T20 with Narine, and then they've only got the one at the moment in Championship.
Oh, that's a good catch. Laws again, full of a length. Asking for the drive. Robinson's accepted, and he's just managed to nick it to that wide gully fieldsman. It's a sharp catch there from Ryan Patel, who, yeah, brilliant catch. He went quickly, flew to him as we watched the replay. A little bit of swing. He's flicked at it. He just flicked it with his wrists, and a strong reflex catch there from Patel. And that's that 5th wicket now. That sorry, after 264 for 5. And it's been an inspired spell of bowling this from the youngster.
He has indeed. This is very good from Tom Laws, because
great to see.
Getting it to swing. Good catch that from Ryan Patel in the gully, but this really changes the entire morning session. But you're absolutely spot on as always, Mr. Chopper. They changed that ball. He's getting this one to swing, and he's just hung it out there, and Robinson couldn't resist. Big old drive and a good sharp catch from Ryan Patel, but this George Linder makes his way out there into the middle. But this has changed the morning, and lovely to see a young man come in. And the other thing is, he would have been frustrated dropping off his own bowler. Been a great catch off his own bowler of leaning, and then Dan Worrell puts one down that 99 times out of 100 Dan Worrell's catching that, but you do drop them obviously. But he's come back, he's knocked over leaning, and now he's got rid of Robinson, so it's really good from the young man. 19 on his Championship debut, and he's got 2 now. And so a bit annoyed lunch is coming now.
Yeah, and
they might just let him go with his ball again after lunch.
Just hold back. Sam Curran can have his feet up for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Worrell can as well.
Just wait for this new ball. And of course, Surrey have to think of the bigger picture here. They know they're going to be in the field for 2 days. Yep. So you do have to look after your big quicks.
Yep.
If they are getting some purpose from Lords and Jacks at the other end, then as long as they're taking the wickets and making inroads, then keep going. It's interesting. He's come round the wicket here to the left-handed.
Got a leg gully in there as well.
He's in again. Oh, that's close. Oh, he's left it alone. It's around the wicket. It's just been left alone. It's swung back in. A fraction high. Did it do enough?
Yeah, I think it's properly height, but it's a horrible leave first up.
You're definitely out on a Saturday if you play that shot, aren't you?
Absolutely. Put it this way, you're bringing the umpire into the game if you're George Linder. But, oh dear. Again, though, Tom Laws here, he really is causing havoc.
Just hurried the batsman there. And he's in again, full of confidence. Good length delivery. And he's good option to play that delivery. But another successful over for him. He's bouncing around. You can see his energy. He's buzzing out there, isn't he, the youngster? And it's great to see. He's got 2 for 31 now off 7.
Yeah, and his captain will be absolutely delighted with this. Rory Burns.
I want to see that LBW again. Sorry,
I think height would have been the thing, because he's coming round the wicket, isn't he? It's swinging with the breeze anyway. He's obviously taking it back into Linda, and he's just not offered a shot. So the only thing I can think there is he's either been hit outside or height. And sort of they all went up as Will Jacks is coming in over the wicket to Cox, and Cox is turning this one into the leg side. So Jacks operating with just a short leg and a slip.
This will be the last over.
It will be before lunch.
Just managed to sneak the extra over in.
As Jacks is in, tosses this one out, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Cox. But as I say, Surrey will be delighted with this, because Daniel Bell-Drummond and Jack Leading played really well. Good partnership, but then getting rid of Bell-Drummond with a loose shot, really. First time Jacks had come round the wicket to him, wasn't it? And driving away and hits Hashim Amla. Well, it just looped to Hashim Amla, really, as this one's left alone by Cox. And then Leading bowled by Laws for 75, and then Robinson going for 7 as forward goes Cox. That one just bounced a touch more on him.
Yeah, you have to say it was a very good first hour for Kent. Leading Bell-Drummond looking completely unfazed out there, but then you'd have to say 3 soft dismissals, really. 3 gimmies.
That's over the wicket again. Comes Jackson forward. Goes Cox and plays this one away. Out into the sweeper on the offside, which is Conor McCurr. And that's the thing, isn't it? When you're up against the 673 of Surrey, you need big runs from somewhere.
Yeah,
otherwise you're going to make life very hard for yourself second time round.
Yep, it's match awareness, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's sort of, you've got to look at the bigger picture sometimes and realise that, yeah, I'm playing well, I'm on 100, I'm on 70, but if we do go bang bang, we're right up against it again.
And Kent are now, because, as I say, lunch is coming, but although that new ball won't be taken straight away, because that'll be 79 overs, so we'll definitely get another one of Laws after lunch.
Yeah.
And he's getting this to swing. That's the thing. Now Linda's left-handers got 3 for company as Jacks is round the wicket to Linda, and Linda's forward and pushes away into the offside. So that will be lunch, and I think Surrey will be quite happy heading off to lunch. Baron Chopra, thank you, sir. Baron will be back with us all afternoon, as will Mr. Ben Watts, of course. But Surrey with those 3 wickets late on, really. Daniel Bell-Drummond for 102, Leaning for 75, Robinson for 7. Lovely innings from Daniel Bell-Drummond, it really was. And Jack Leaning was looking very good as well. But then Tom Laws into the attack. Had Leaning drop twice, once by himself, and then bowled Leaning off the inside edge, knocked his leg stump out the ground, and then Robinson having to drive to the ball that swung. Good sharp catch from Ryan Patel. Cox is 24 not out. Linda's yet to get off the mark. So that is lunch at 265 for 5. We'll all be back with you after lunch here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sports app and website in 40 minutes time on the Surrey live stream now. Now, we've been telling you throughout this game that Surrey County Cricket Club working with the Alzheimer's Society over these 4 days and doing some wonderful work. Of course, Alzheimer's Society for those living with dementia or those caring with somebody living with dementia. Well, here on the Surrey live stream now for you is a little video about the work of the Alzheimer's Society.
Please do abide by the instructions of
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think about 8. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds about right. What time should we leave tomorrow?
I told you, 8.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
We're leaving at 8, Jane.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think we should leave at 8, love.
The middle, Mike Burns.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, and on the Surrey live stream. Lunch break is over, and Kent at lunch, 265 for 5. So 3 wickets in that morning session for Surrey. Messrs Leaning and Bell-Drummond were going along very well, and Bell-Drummond had moved to a terrific 100, played beautifully, and then Will Jacks switched around the wicket with his off-spin and had a drive and a thickish edge and caught by Hashim Amla at backward point. Then Jack Leaning became Tom Lawes' first victim in Championship cricket. Had him drop twice, once off his own bowling, but then bowled him off the inside edge, and then had Ollie Robinson caught by Ryan Patel in the gully for 7. So that was a couple of quick wickets before lunch. There is a new ball available in 1 over's time, but Tom Lawes was sort of getting this ball they had got changed, older ball, Ben Watts to swing a touch, and this is an important passage of play in the game as much as anything, I think, now.
Yeah, very much so, certainly from Kent's point of view. Slightly elongated tail today. Don't know too much about the batting ability of the likes of Duffy, Petman, Singh. Certainly not, say, a Stevens, Podmore, Milnes type lower order. So if Surrey can break through this partnership with the new ball, they'll fancy their chances of rolling through Kent and getting them out for maybe even under 300, and then Kent come out to bat again, staring this massive deficit in the face.
Yep, and they need a long innings from somewhere, Kent. They really do.
We were chatting about that off air when Leaning and Bell-Drummond had done the hard work almost, and older ball managing to remove them both. Credit to this man.
Yep, Tom Lawes from the pavilion end with the first ball after lunch into Jordan Cox, who's forward and plays this one neatly and tidily up towards mid-on. The fact that Will Jacks is getting warmed up means that they're probably going to keep going the way they were, because, as I say, they got the ball finally changed, and it actually lasted all right, this one, because some of them have done in about 5 overs, but this one lasted quite a long time. And then Lawes got it to go. And it wasn't huge amounts, but he's got this slingy action. As in over the wicket he comes, and that's down the leg side, and that'll be taken by Jamie Smith. This Jordan Cox got nothing on that, didn't even bother really, just let it go down the leg side. Nice afternoon now, blue sky, sun out. And it feels like a nice afternoon to bat. The irony being, it was a bit like this when the wickets went. When the floodlights and the cloud cover early this morning, not a lot happened.
Yeah, Kent survived that period.
But that's the vagaries of cricket and swing. As over the wicket then is Lawes, and forward goes Jordan Cox, pushes back up the pitch. Lawes does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. Yeah, impressive from the young man.
Yeah, really impressive. It was a good catch as well by Patel in that gully position as well to remove Ollie Robinson, who had started quite brightly. Maybe slightly naive stroke on the stroke of lunch.
Lawes is in again, and a back of a length delivery which Cox gets in behind, just pushes straight back up the pitch. Tom Lawes does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
At that point your instincts, as much as they may have been to attack, Kent really didn't need Robinson coming and going quite as quickly as he did. They would have wanted him to still be there with Cox. It's going to need Linden out to show that he's got more to his game than just the big hitting we've seen in the T20s.
Over the wicket once again is Lawes. That's a good length, and left alone by Cox. Played slightly suspiciously there by Jordan Cox. Don't really blame him, because he was at the other end as Robinson went, and he's seen that Tom Lawes is swinging the ball, and he stood at the end when Leaning went as well. So just getting forward and then letting it go outside his off stump. Left-handed Linda is practicing some shots. Jacks will bowl because Linda's out there. That'd be the other thing with the left-hander, and the off-spinner is in over the wicket once again comes Lawes, and Cox is forward, drives up towards Hashim Amla at mid-on end of the over. So Will Jacks will continue from the Vauxhall end. A maiden over from Tom Lawes, and Kent first over after lunch, 265 for 5. That's still trailing by 408.
Yes, a new ball available, but Surrey going to continue with the old one for the time being. Linda so far in county championship cricket, 27 not out, 26 31, naught. And then got 100 in the game against that Sri Lanka development 11. So has shown signs that he can be a vital contributor, but I think from his point of view he needs to really do a job for the team up against this old ball, and then when Surrey do take the new one, to see through that and try and protect the bowlers, because as we suggested, otherwise there could be a few quick wickets, and from Kent's point of view they'll want this first innings to go on as long as possible if they're going to stand a chance of still come 6 o'clock tomorrow being able to hold on for a draw.
Yeah, what they can't allow is Surrey a go at them for most of the last session today, in a way.
Jacks then wide on the crease, bowling down the leg side to the left-handed Linda. Good take by Jamie Smith up to the stumps.
What they don't want to do is lose these 5 before tea today and then give themselves an entire session tonight in their second innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Back goes Linda. Lays out towards extra cover. Bit of work for Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Now Ben Folkes has got that England gig. There's Jack's bowls left alone outside the off stump. Nicely taken.
Yeah, he's a very good keeper, is Jamie Smith. As you say, B Folkes and S Billings in Leeds. No, they're not anymore. They'll be at Birmingham now.
Birmingham, yeah. Down the leg side again from Jack's. Lack of turn, really, on that occasion. Really, as you mentioned earlier on in the commentary, you got it talking at Beckenham. And that Surrey effort there before the rain came on the last day to save Kent. This one tossed up to Linda and he nudges it back to the bowler.
It wasn't a huge amount of turn he got at Beckenham, but it was just enough, and he's a tall lad, is Will Jacks, and he does give it a rip and bounce as well. That's the other thing. Trying to work him leg side.
Bowls to Linda, who cuts this away and gets off the mark out towards a deepish cover. Single to end the over. Kent 266 for 5. Leave you in Mark Church. I'm just going to briefly head off to update BBC Radio Kent.
If you pass Mr. Chopra, do tell him that the road's changed a touch, and he can have a rest till past in his dressing room. Ben Watts is off to his dressing room now for a little bit of makeup before his update for BBC Radio Kent. And Tom Laws will continue from the pavilion end. So 266 for 5, Kent. Trail by 407. And the left-handed Linda coming on to strike here for the first time to Tom Laws after lunch. He'll have a leg gully. That will be Ryan Patel. A slip and a gully. And a deepish backward point. Sweeper on the cover rope. Sweeper on the mid-wicket rope. Tom Laws coming round the wicket to Linda. And Linda outside edging. And it flies away past the left hand of Dan Worrell. And he really did go after that, did George Linda. Wasn't in control of that at all. But they always say if you're going to flash hard. And round the wicket. And that was very wide. A bit of bounce from Laws as well, but flew off down to the third boundary rope for 4. And Linda is on to 5. His first boundary, but a little bit streaky from George Linda. Just waiting for the ball to come back. And Dan Worrell has got that now and lobs it back towards Jamie Smith. But he really did have a flash at that. Did George Linda, and it flew. Worrell sort of stuck out a left hand, but it was past him before he was anywhere near it. And that whistled off to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. 270 for 5 then, Kent. Tom Laws round the wicket to Linda, and Linda bowled off the inside edge. That's a great bit of bowling from Tom Laws, because he's got that one just a lit back a touch, and Linda again was looking to be positive, got a thick inside edge, and it hits the leg stump. And wow, Tom Laws is causing chaos out there at the moment. But George Linda here, that's the one that comes back, and it bounced a bit on him. And Linda hasn't really had a look there at Tom Laws. And if the ball before didn't give him due warning, then he's gone again for it and goes for 5. So that's a second bowling point for Surrey. And Kent 270 for 6. And that is a good wicket for Surrey after lunch. But Laws now 3 for 35. Been a terrific spell. I think he's in his 5th over today, and he's taken 3. So great stuff from Tom Laws. But as I say, the ball before bounced on Linda a touch, and it went away from him. This one bounced, but on the angle came back, and he's got a thick inside edge straight onto his off stump. So Tom Laws will be delighted with that. And Matt Milnes making his way out into the middle. So Tom Laws 3 for on championship debut, and Matt Milnes is making his way out to the middle, and he will be greeted by Jordan Cox, who's sort of seen leaning Robinson and Linda all go now while he's been down at the non-striker's end. But yeah, very good stuff from Tom Laws. Matt Milnes, right-hander. Start with, he's getting that reserve gully in again, is he? Is Sam Curran going to reserve gully? He's just over the right shoulder of Ryan Patel. So yeah, I think it's sort of reserve gully position again. Saw a bit of that this morning for the right-handers. So Milnes on strike, getting ready for his first ball here from Tom Laws, who's over the wicket to Milnes, and Milnes covers up, pushes him off a goodish length up towards mid-on. And there's no run. He's got a nice approach to the crease as Tom Laws, and as I say, it's a whippy action. Good pace, bit of swing. Impressive stuff this from Tom Laws. He's picked up 3 wickets today, as in he strides once again. Over the wicket to Milnes, and Milnes is just working this one out towards deep mid-wicket with a roll of the wrists, and they will pick up a single. So that will bring Jordan Cox onto strike. It will get Milnes off the mark. Nicely turned away by Milnes into the leg side, and they will pick up a single as Jordan Cox comes back on to strike. Got a big job to do here as Laws is in, and he lets this one go outside his off stump. Taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side. So yeah, confirmation that Owen Morgan has just announced his retirement from international cricket. So what a career that man has had. And retired from international cricket with immediate effect. Of course, won the World Cup for England. As forward comes the right-handed Cox, plays this one out into the offside. Also, of course, part of that men's T20 side that won the World Cup in 2010. And he's the all-time leading run scorer, most capped player for England in both ODIs and T20 matches. 225 one-day international caps, 6,957 runs, 1,300 at an average of 39.75. 126 matches as captain, 76 victories, 60% win rate. 72 times he captained England in T20s. Played for England in all forms of the game. 115 occasions in T20. As a Test cricketer, won 16 caps. So Will Jacks is coming into Matt Milnes, and Milnes is forward and playing this one back up the pitch. So huge congratulations to Owen Morgan on his career. What a career that man has had. As in over the wicket once again comes Jacks forward, goes the right-handed Milnes. So that's Owen Morgan retiring from international cricket with immediate effect. That means he can still go off and play a bit of franchise stuff and do whatever else it is wants to do. But what a career. Is in over the wicket again comes Jacks, and forward goes Milnes. Welcome back, Ben Watts. Well, George Linder there didn't last long. Didn't really have a look there at young Mr. Laws. Big inside edge back onto his stumps, and that's a big wicket for Surrey.
Could have quite easily been caught in the slips as well.
In over the wicket again goes Jacks, and Milnes pushes off the back foot up there towards mid-off. And there's no. That is why Mr. Dean Wilson could only do the morning session with us today. He's had to hot-foot it to Lords, you see, for that big announcement about Owen Morgan. As this one's turned leg side by Milnes, and there's no run. No doubt, though, I'm sure he'll be somewhere on commentary across the international summer still to go, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Milnes from Jacks. End of the over, 271 for 6. Cox has 24 and Milnes has 1. But a hell of a career. And won the World Cup, won the T20 World Cup, of course. People tend to forget that in 2010. He was all part of that. Fantastic batter. 16 tests he played, Owen Morgan. Been making test hundreds. But no, as a captain for England in one-day cricket, absolutely unbelievable. It sort of revolutionised it all after that debacle in 2015.
Laws to Jordan Cox then. Can he get the one recognised batter out? This one's driven away into the covers for a single. Cox moves to 25, 272 for 6. Do you think Owen Morgan, I'm not going to say regrets, because I'm sure he doesn't, but why didn't he retire from international cricket a couple of months ago and take that white ball coaching job? Too soon? Or
yeah, if he'd wanted it, he'd have taken it, I think.
Here comes Laws. As back goes Milnes, because the consensus is that, you know, Morgan ran the show when it comes to, you know, how things were going in that white ball team.
Yeah, that's what I meant by, I don't know for fact at all, but he'll be on your telly screen or radios somewhere.
Absolutely.
This summer, and I think a lot for him, he gets a break, a bit of a break from it, and then you never know. There could be a franchise somewhere with Owen Morgan in charge.
Back goes Milnes, angles this into the gully. A diving effort by Ryan Patel. Kolkata Knight Riders, of course, was where Brendan McCullum learned his trade a little bit in the IPL. That's
think
Morgan's
as well,
old franchise, isn't it?
It sounds a strange thing to say for the guy who won the World Cup with England, but I think it would be a strange dynamic for your captain to suddenly become your coach with no break. I think that would be a bit of a strange dynamic, really.
Laws once again in a bowling. Matt Milnes indicating almost the way he's played that it kept a little bit low as he pushes it away into the offside. No run on that situation.
Because he is a genius tactically and with making the game move forward. But I just think he obviously wanted to try and take England into the World Cup, but he probably thinks now his form's not good. I mean, he always said he'd knock it on the head as soon as he didn't think he was contributing.
Laws bowls, driving here Milnes out towards cover point. It's in that way a quite selfless decision from Morgan, because, well, as some have suggested when the news was filtering through that this was likely to happen yesterday, he's almost worth his place in the side as a captain.
Yeah, I think basically that sums up, him making that decision now sums up why England have been so successful under Owen Morgan, because it's where they play their cricket.
Laws once more. In and bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. It's just left Matt Milnes as he's tried to play defensively, covering up his stumps. It's just a hint of a way swing. So still going with this old ball, Surrey. 84 overs old. And looks like we may well now be seeing the new one, because Dan Worrell has just taken his jumper off and he's going to come into the attack. I'd be tempted to keep Tom Laws on with the new ball. The way he's come with the old one and broken apart this kept middle order.
Yeah, I think sort of Why you have Worrell in your attack, though, is for moments like this when the new ball does come. And Laws has picked up your wicket after lunch as well. Never know, he might give Tom Laws the new ball from the pavilion end. He's sort of on the crest of a wave at the moment.
Why not? Or you say to him, you've done your job, we'll let the senior bowlers have a go with the new ball. But just thinking back to this morning, you know, McCurr, Atkinson, Kent dealt with them okay. Worrell they struggled with a little bit more because he's a high-class operator, of course, but for Tom Laws to come in and, you know, burst this thing wide open from a Surrey point of view is really quite exceptional when Kent were looking pretty set earlier on in the day.
So here is Worrell then, coming in over the wicket. Hasn't taken the new ball just yet. Might be that he has a go with the old ball, because Laws has got it to swing.
Yeah, they think it's doing something.
Yep, so Cox lets that one go outside his off stump. And that's taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right-hand side. Lovely sunny afternoon now. But no, well done to Owen Morgan, because extraordinary career. And as I say, he sort of got given that job for the 2015 World Cup at late notice, and it was a debacle. And ever since then, he's changed everything. It's in over the wicket once again goes Worrell, and this is driven by Cox straight out to extra cover. And there is no run. He's just joined us after lunch. George Linder has gone. Bowled by Tom Laws for 5, looking to force off the back foot and getting a thick inside edge straight back onto his off stump. Cox 25. He's played very nicely so far. Jordan Cox, he's sort of been up at the non-strikers end when Leaning, Robinson and Linder all went. As over the wicket once again is Worrell, and this one's left alone outside his off stump once more.
Just on Morgan, going into that World Cup, I know as you've suggested, it's a big step for your captain to become your coach, but that's a big, leader in that dressing room to suddenly come out of it prior to, a big tournament. Let's say Josh Butler is likely to be the captain.
He will be.
New coach as well. That's a lot of change, considering this has been a very successful team in recent times.
Worrell is in to Cox, and that beats the outside edge. Nicely bowled by Dan Worrell. This is still with the old ball at the moment. Definitely getting this one to go a touch, Surrey. So they're keeping this ball for the time being. I think it's what he's saying. Maybe he just thinks after the 3 games in Holland where he didn't make a run, and he's seen the way they've played, and he knows the way they've played, I've taken them as far as I can now, and I'm sure he'd have loved to have. But he always said, as soon as I got to a point where I didn't think I was contributing either with bat or captaincy, as in over the wicket goes Worrell, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Cox. 272 for 6. And there's also that whole thing about legacy and going out at the right time, and if he hadn't really been fit, he had hung on for a World Cup, and it hadn't gone very well then. But he will always be remembered now as the bloke that led England to winning the Cricket World Cup in 2019 and sort of revolutionising the way that England played one-day international cricket. As Worrell over the wicket he comes once again, and Cox is in behind this, plays it down into the gully. Good first over that from Dan Worrell back into this spell. And the irony being, of course, that England didn't play any of that sort of cricket in the 2019 World Cup, because it wasn't that sort of World Cup, but they still managed to adjust and get themselves over the line. Yeah, Laws is continuing, so they're not taking the new ball, but they're giving it to Worrell. Worrell definitely got that one just to go a touch as well. So Laws continues. He's just on a bit of a roll here, Tom Laws, on his championship debut.
Yeah, it really is. Well, this is definitely the right call to keep him in the attack. Player that Ken probably won't know too much about unless they've played against him a little bit at second team level. But in terms of prep and analysis, won't have had any kind of... This one's played defensively by Milnes, down into the slip cordon, and he's angled it away down towards the boundary rope. It's just going to be hauled in by Worrell. They come back for 3 in the end. Yeah, they're not going to have the same volume of footage of Laws, if any, to have had a look at him and be prepared for what he might offer them. And he seems to have just caught them by surprise a little bit. They've almost played him like the weak link in the attack, and they've got themselves out doing so.
Yeah, I'm sure possibly a couple of them have seen him in second team cricket, age group cricket over the years, but yeah, it's impressive to come on when he did and sort of, as you said, not the order open.
Ball into Jordan Cox here. That's almost got the main man out. If Surrey can remove Cox, then they really will be fancying their chances of having Kent in again very quickly indeed.
Good delivery, lovely length that from him. He's got this lovely action, just swinging away a touch, and this is why they won't take the new ball, because he's getting it to go, and Worrell did as well.
Action looks so smooth. In again and pushed away out towards mid-off. He's not, lightning quick, but if he can keep that action, you would suggest it looks like a repeatable action, one that can help you stay injury-free.
Yes, and he's only 19 as well, that's the other thing, so he's only 19.
Could have a good career ahead of him if this performance is anything to go by, as Cox runs it into the onside, takes a single to Amler at mid-on. Kent from 216 for 2 earlier on, before Beau Drummond was dismissed, and now 275 for 6, or 76 for 6 rather, with that single. Mills on strike on 4, and Surrey will look to attack the Kent number 8. Milnes is a competent batter. Scored a half century against Essex, first game of the season, coming in as a night watchman. Perhaps his scores since then haven't necessarily shown how good a player he can be.
Taking the new ball, Tom Laws.
So here comes Laws with the new cherry into Matt Milnes, and turned away out towards square leg for a single, nicely clipped off his hip. Somebody was telling me the other day that Matt Milnes, along with someone else, might have been Grant Stewart, I can't remember, but Matt Milnes, in this person's view, was one of the top 2 players for getting stuck in and netting and really working on his batting. So does work hard at it. He's got sound technique. He needs to be, as this one is clipped away by Jordan Cox down towards fine leg for 4 runs. From Kent's point of view, they need Milnes to be the man to stick in there with Cox, who has the talent to still add runs here, while also occupying the crease. Moves to 30. Kent to 281 for 6, and ironically that one didn't turn at all.
Yeah, so it's going
to...
Yeah, you'd think it would be Sam Curran who's going to get a go from the pavilion end. Tom Laws has done a great job. All Conor McCurr sort of stretching away there at backward point.
We haven't seen Sam Curran have a bottle today.
I don't know whether he's still under these. I would be surprised in the fact that he bowled in the one-dayers, but he's had 9 overs yesterday. Now it was that he was allowed 15 before. No, he's warming up now, Sam Curran. So pretty sure he'll be into the attack. Be either him or McCurr, you'd have thought. So it's going to be Worrell definitely from the Vauxhall end with this new ball. 281 for 6. 3 slips are in there, coming in over the wicket to Milnes on 5 is Worrell, and that's down the leg side and gets nothing on it. Milnes just makes sure he's getting bat, and gloves high in the air, and that's taken by Jamie Smith. So in terms of bonus points, 2 batting points for Kent, and they are 19 runs away from a third. Surrey have picked up a couple of bowling points. Still plenty of overs to go. We're only in the 87th, and of course you have to get those all in the first 110 overs. Down Worrell once again. Comes over the wicket to Milnes, and Oh, beats him. That's the length. Very difficult for Matt Milnes. That's a good ball to anybody in the top order from Dan Worrell. And Matt Milnes having to take on the new ball, and Surrey's new ball bowler here, Dan Worrell. But it's just a lovely length, lovely line. God dear, he's late on it as well. Comes back into him. Wasn't too far away from bowling him there. Dan Worrell. Turns once more, runs away from us wearing number 40. He's in. This is tucked away by Milnes off his pads into the leg side. Picked up by Gus Atkinson. And there is no run. The flags fluttering on top of the flagpoles down there on top of the Mickey Stewart members pavilion. Sorry, just chipping away here. They would dearly, from a Surrey perspective, would dearly love to get a session at Kent in their second innings tonight, as Worrell is in. Milnes, solid looking defensive shot from Matt Milnes. Plays it up to Hashim Amla at mid-on, and there's no run.
Amla's just thrown it in from mid-on to the keeper there, and somebody was saying to me, I was playing my club game the weekend, saying, why do they do that in professional cricket? Why do they always chuck it back to the keeper? You know, if that was a village game, mid-on would just keep the ball and then we'd give it back to the bowler. Why do they always chuck it into the keeper? Especially when he's 20 yards back from the stumps.
As in over the wicket once more comes Worrell, and this is turned leg side by Milnes, and they'll pick up another single. Well, the only thing and this is nothing against your club or anything, but what I'm saying, there's a lot of times where they do that and wang it straight over the keeper's head as well. That can happen sometimes. It's great, and you know, Gloucestershire were brilliant at it in the one-day stuff when they just wang the ball straight into Jack Russell past the bowler's batter's head. But you've got to be able to hit regularly the keeper, and I've played in enough games myself of a not very high standard where someone's done that and it's gone flying over the keeper's head for four. As in comes Worrell, and Coxey's forward and plays this one out into the offside. Plus, the other thing to always remember is your shiner and the person that works on the ball is normally in that slip cordon. So by going into the keeper, you'll notice they'll just flick it to one person, whoever that designated worker of the ball is. And that designated, unless they stood up at mid-off, of course, and then they probably keep hold of it. But Hashim Amla isn't normally the designated worker on the ball.
No, that's a good point, actually.
So it's always quite interesting to see when it gets whistled into the keeper who he then bungs the ball to, and they start working on it.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. It's who the ball goes to next. Interestingly, Gus Atkinson is going to come on here from the pavilion end.
Yeah, I like this with Gus Atkinson. He's a bowler I rate very, very highly, Gus Atkinson.
So Tom Laws, thank you. You've done your job. Take a blow. No Sam Curran, but Atkinson to Milnes. Outside the off stump, left alone, taken at shoulder height, just crouching slightly. Smith the keeper.
Because as I say, I've played in enough games with not a very high standard where, seen that on the telly, I'll have a go at that. Wang it 40 foot over the keeper's head, and bowler's never that delighted about that. And then someone has to run down a hill and find the ball, and it's not ideal.
No, I think you might have cracked it with the depends who is the designated shiner of the ball. There's this one short and angled down by Milnes into the gully area or backward point area where Curran does the fielding.
So it'll be Burns now, and interestingly Burns was in the slips for that first over from Worrell with the new ball. So Rory Burns is normally the one who gets after it and starts working on it, but he's now up at mid-off. So what you might find is the ball doesn't continuously go into Jamie Smith now. It'll be wanged up to Burns.
Atkinson bowls, again slightly short, and Milnes plays it off the back foot into the covers. And there you go, rather than throwing it to the keeper, extra cover has just lobbed it to Rory Burns to have a little go on the ball.
Trescott used to be that for England. Just used to always be Marcus. You always have someone who's just good at it.
It was Cook, wasn't it? Because
he didn't sweat.
That was the theory, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was so he could, especially if he wanted to get it to reverse.
Gus Atkinson in and bowling. Back goes Jordan Cox to play defensively. Maybe that's where we're going wrong. That we need to have a designated man.
Yeah, I would. So the ball will go to Burns now, and Burns will start working on it. There you go. So that's what you need. You need to find your designated worker on the ball. You know, I wouldn't recommend long leg because it takes a while to come back.
Might have to take it upon myself.
There you are. New thing for you.
Here comes Gus Atkinson. Cut away by Jordan Cox. One bounce and fielded by Sam Curran. The only issue with that is, you know, washing your own whites is not the one.
Yeah, there is that as well. You know, if you can get as many pairs of whites as you want to, then that's fine. But
or if you drop it off with the kit man, or
yeah. But when you've only got the one pair, it'll take a lot of washing.
Here comes Gus Atkinson, defended away into the onside end of the over.
Well, there's a skill to it as well. There is a real skill to it. You know, working on it in the right way and then getting it to go. There is a real skill to it, and Farron Chopra will be able to nutter about that. Oh, yes, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. There's also how much was paid to somebody on expenses here at the bottom of this piece of paper. Well, I won't say that, of course, but thank you very much indeed, because I've been given my notes for what's going on a bit later on a expenses claim form, which is excellent. So thank you very much indeed for that. I might just have one of those as well. Yes. So here is Worrell coming in over the wicket, and this is a nice looking shot from Milnes. That's a lovely shot. Just punching it away through cover point and over the boundary rope and away for 4. So nicely played by Matt Milnes. And Mr. Ben Watts is off to do his update. And just looking at our highly constructed rotor here, Mr. Watts will be back at 3. So there we are. But away for 4 that goes. Nicely played that by Matt Milnes. He's on to 11. 287 for 6 as over the wicket comes Worrell once again, and that beats Milnes. Fuller length delivery. And Milnes just pushed at that past the edge of his bat. Ball being worked on now up at mid-off as well. Every player tends to have a shine up of it. It's Sam Curran who's doing that now, but you normally have one who is your designated shiner. Turns again, there's Dan Worrell to Milnes. Milnes forward and drives. A little bit late on that. I think Worrell thought for a second he was through Matt Milnes there. That rolls up to Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-on. He passes it on to Sam Curran, who of course takes the new ball himself, so he'll know what he's up to. Shining away at that ball is Sam Curran in his sunglasses and Surrey cap there. Stood up at mid-off. Dan Worrell once more. In over the wicket he comes, and forward goes Milnes. Walks into the drive. Nicely played that by Matt Milnes. Nice length again though by Dan Worrell. Still to come, of course, Jacob Duffy, Toby Petman and Jazz Singh for Kent. Milnes just keeping Cox company. Cox has been out there for 63 deliveries. Milnes has now been out there since the fall of Linda after lunch. And Worrell over the wicket he comes, and Milnes forward again, drives, and all that beats the dive of Sam Curran up at mid-off, and that's away for 4. Nicely timed that by Matt Milnes. Just lent on it. Absolutely flies off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Very nicely played that by Matt Milnes. Very good so far. Matt Milnes, Ben Watts was saying he works very hard at his batting. And you can see that. Good shot that from Matt Milnes. They're going to get a man out at deep backward square now. So he'll be thinking about a short one, perhaps, as in over the wicket comes Worrell to him. No, it goes full of length down Worrell outside the off stump, but a bit wide, and Milnes has nothing to do with that. So 21 in this partnership between Cox and Milnes. Very nice one it is too, but can need a few more from the lower and middle order here. As I say, that till tea there is, what, 28 overs till tea. So Surrey will be wanting to have another go at Kent in that session after tea. Kent will want to bat these 28 overs. Still a day to go tomorrow, of course. Gus Atkinson. In over the wicket, Cox just pushing that one away. Out into the offside, rolls up there towards Rory Burns, who again just starts shining that ball up on his trousers. Does Rory Burns. Hashim Amla wanders across with a few words of advice there to Gus Atkinson. As does Rory Burns. They're thinking about something here, Messrs Burns and Atkinson. Burns is chatting away to Gus Atkinson. Nothing changes in the field as Gus Atkinson is into Cox. Cox is letting this one go outside his off stump. A bit wide from Gus Atkinson. Just got this very fluid action, Gus Atkinson. He just wanders back. I always say with Gus Atkinson, there's no great histrionics to any of this. He just wanders back, has a quick word with Rory Burns, turnarounds, and then in he comes again. Right arm over the wicket to Cox, and letting him go once more is Cox. Good bounce and carry there into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Just took Jamie Smith off his feet a touch there. Elsewhere, a little look at some scores elsewhere in the Championships. Big games going on in this round of Championship cricket, and Hampshire 244 for 8 against Essex, need another 55 to win, so that's all very exciting there. Barker and Holland and Abbott, apologies. Harmer has 6 for, he's got 14 in the game now. As Atkinson is in and driving his Cox and beats the outside edge. So Jordan Cox couldn't resist having a drive at that one. So yeah, 55 more needed. 53 more needed by Hampshire in the game at Chelmsford. That's going to be over today. Gloucestershire and Lancashire. And Lancashire 358 for 8. Over the wicket is Atkinson to Cox. Cool, that does bounce. Jordan Cox has just had a fiddle at that one, and it bounced on him. Interestingly, Rory Burns, when he was chatting with Gus Atkinson, was sort of indicating getting the ball to lift and climb to Gus Atkinson. That's exactly what he's doing now. So Lancashire 359 for 8 in reply to Gloucestershire's 337. Northamptonshire 451 all out. Warwickshire 207 for 3. Atkinson is in to Cox, and Cox lets this one go outside his off stump. End of the over. Maiden over from Gus Atkinson. Good one from Gus Atkinson. 291 for 6. Kent, that's still trailing by 382. In Division 2, Notts 551 for 8 declared. Middlesex 248 for 6. Sussex 304. Derbyshire for 6. Derbyshire 551 for 8 declared. So Derbyshire 551 for 8 declared. Sussex 304 for 6. Glamorgan against Worcestershire. Glamorgan already chasing to win the game. 78 for 2. As Dan Worrell is into Milnes, and Milnes lets this one go outside his off stump. So Glamorgan need another 254 to beat Worcestershire. So those are all the other games from around the country in Divisions 1 and 2 of the Championship. Milnes twiddles the bat in his hands and then settles down once more. Worrell, right arm over the wicket with 3 slips, and Milnes has had a little fiddle at this one. Outside his off stump, feet didn't go anywhere there. Milnes was just hanging the bat out. Wasn't too far away from that outside edge of Matt Milnes's bat. And we're working away here at Matt Milnes. All sorts of charges in our commentary box today. I don't know what any of them do. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell. Whoa, that one does take off. Nicely bowled by Dan Worrell. Matt Milnes just playing the line of that, but that did climb at him because he played the line. We'll see it again in a moment on the live stream. Not too far away from his outside edge, but he's played that all right, has Matt Milnes. Dropped the hands as well. Good delivery from Dan Worrell. Beautiful afternoon now. Outfield looks like a chessboard as in comes Worrell again, and that's a bit late on the drive. Milnes, thickish inside edge. Rolls away in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's been a banana in this box since the opening day of this game, and I've a feeling it was in here before the opening day of this game, that banana, and yet it still sits there. I don't know if it's, yes, 3 weeks it's been here. I've just been told that banana. It'll be, oh, hang on, let me find it over here and show everybody on the live stream. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and that's pushed by Milnes out towards cover point, and there's no run. But on the old commentator cam, there you are, look at the state of that thing. Look at that. I think it's been in here for 3 weeks. So certainly ripe. I think it's fair to say certainly ripe. That might be binned by the end of today, because it's got a sort of its own aroma at the moment as well. Waiting once again is the right-handed Milnes as Worrell is into him. Milnes punches off the back foot up towards mid-off, and quick singles taken. So Milnes will nick the strike there. Milnes will be on strike. Cox on 30. Milnes on 16. 292 for 6. Kent still trail by 381. There's all sorts of things in this commentary box at the moment. But as I say, that banana might make its own way out the commentary box by the end of these 4 days. There we are. There it is again. There you are. There's the banana. And just showing everybody there on the Surrey live stream the banana that's been in the box for a while. Gus Atkinson to continue from the pavilion end. Milnes will be the man on strike. It's 2 slips and a gully as Atkinson is into Milnes, drives straight back down the pitch, and Atkinson does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. The irony at the moment is, obviously there's a bit more bouncing and carry with this new ball, but it hasn't quite done as much as the old ball was doing for Tom Laws, etc. Oh, Ben Watts is back, and I thought it was going to be V Chopra, but B Watts is back, which is always a joy if he turns his microphone on. As in comes Gus Atkinson, and this is driven by Milnes up the ground, and there's no run.
So the slight logistical situation in the commentary box up here is, this is the main commentary box, and then I'm just down the corridor in another box when I do my updates. And so I did my update, went to look at my emails a little bit, stuck the commentary on, and I just thought, I can only hear Mark Church.
Oh yes, don't worry, old chap. Mr. Chopra did message me and say he'd be about 5 minutes late for his stint. That's fine, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Milnes.
I know he was catching up with an old friend at lunchtime. So
right too. I was just showing everybody the banana that's been in here for 3 weeks on the Surrey live stream. There's the old commentator cam. The young face of Ben Watts and the old, wizened, leathered face of Mark Church there on the Surrey live streams. In over the wicket once again comes Atkinson to Milnes. Milnes doing a very good job here. He's looked very solid. Turns that one into the leg side. As you say, he works very hard on his batting. And that shows. He's on to 17, 293 for 6.
I'll remember to bring a better shirt tomorrow for the old webcam, rather than...
Well, you look very smart, I think.
I've got a few little dog hairs on this one, unfortunately.
You have got a dog.
I took the sausage dog to the vets yesterday for his booster.
Over the wicket once again comes... Oh, Atkinson. I thought Cox had driven that uppishly. But as it was all along the carpet, down to the boundary rope and away for 4. Thank you to Ben Watts there. Varun Chopra is back, which is wonderful news. And he's missed me showing everybody the 3-week-old banana on our commentary desk. Welcome back, Mr. Chopra. 297 for 6.
Yeah, just been catching up with 2 of my former captains, actually.
Excellent.
Jim Troughton and Ryan Tendescarter.
Lovely. Quite right, too.
Yeah, coach is obviously Surrey now, the assistant coach, Jim Troughton.
As Atkinson is in, and that one just bounces a touch on Cox, and he's just trying to drop the... As he's playing that, he's just trying to push forward and then just drop the hands, but I think he probably just had a little play at that one, did Jordan Cox. End of the over, 297 for 6. Cox 34 and Milnes has 17. So how were the two great men? They're both in good form, I hope.
Yeah, both enjoying their new careers as a coach, obviously moving from the professional side into the coaching. Ryan said he's still struggling with the sidearm a little bit.
Does take a bit of getting used to,
yeah,
doesn't it?
It does. He's had a few shoulder injuries and stuff in the past as well. So, and Jim would just explain how the Surrey guys don't give him any rest. It's a short ball, just worked away off the hip there by Milnes, just around the corner, beating the square leg umpire for a single. Yeah, these new players, well, even I was guilty of it, to be honest. We do hit a lot of balls. It's quite an unrewarding task being a coach sometimes.
I have noticed. I've spoken to Mr. Stratton a couple of times. Lovely fella.
Yeah,
but I have noticed himself and Gareth Batty get out a bit earlier than everybody else just to get their shoulders warmed up before they're doing the old side arm and throwing.
Yeah, when you see the physio giving some shoulder treatment to the coaches, you know it's been it's August. Yeah, Jim Troughton, a very nice guy, would be probably captain of the nice man 11. Another short ball back of a length, just played away into the offside for no run by Jordan Cox, who's moved quite nicely onto 34 off 71. Just lost a little bit of fluency, hasn't he, after lunch. Obviously the loss of wickets at the other end, and just see how he sort of marshals the lower order there of Kent, and still obviously looks after his own game.
Yeah, and we were saying that Milnes has played very nicely for these 18. Because when Linda went,
you're thinking,
is it? A clatter here.
It's quite a long tail. Warrior in again from the media centre. So left delivery just left alone for no run.
Just while you were down there, and you would have known with Mr. Wilson here and everybody else, of course. Owen Morgan has announced his retirement as from international cricket, playing this dip now. Vauxhall Station's just down the road.
Warren again, right arm over. Good delivery, just pushed away to the fieldsman at cover there for no run again.
So just the only reason I've said that, everybody, is Chopra and I, they're writing notes to each other about nearest tubes and things like that. So Vauxhall just behind us, Oval at the other end, of course. But yeah, so Owen Morgan, what a career that man's had.
Yeah, what an impact he's had on English cricket.
Huge, isn't
it? Huge, obviously primarily in the white ball formats, but just revolutionised the thought process really of how to play the game as Worrell's in again, and that's left alone by Jordan Cox to the keeper, no run. Just pioneered really, isn't he? Just,
well, I was saying with Ben, I tend to forget that, of course, he won the World Cup with England T20 in 2010. He was part of that.
In the Caribbean?
In the Caribbean,
Yes.
part of that, of course. Then he got he played 16 tests for England, scored test hundreds as well. But then he got the captaincy just before the 2015 World Cup, which was a bit of a debacle, really, from an England perspective.
Whirling in from the Vauxhall Road end. Another good delivery, just left alone. Jordan Cox not having any interest in that one. That's the end of the over. Kent move on to 298 for 6.
But then they did. They went down that route of picking players who played a lot of white ball cricket. Your likes of Jason Roy and Joss was already playing, I know, but Bairstow and those guys, and let them play. And I think he will look better. And I think it sort of sums him up as a bloke, doesn't it? That he's gone now.
Yeah.
No hanging around.
Good timing.
I'm
and
done.
Some guys like to linger on a little bit too long sometimes, but I'm sure Morgs would have felt the time is up for him, and he'd be very proud of how he's left the English white ball, cricket in general. As I said, he's revolutionised it really.
Yes, here is Atkinson from the pavilion end, coming in over the wickets of Milnes. We'll get a single off a thickish inside edge that runs way out towards square leg. I did say to Ben Watts, though, don't be at all surprised if we see him very soon on your TV screens. I don't know for fact, but I'm pretty sure he's done a bit already, hasn't he, this summer? So I'm pretty sure they'll be getting him on there for the rest of the summer. 299 for 6.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be leaving the game, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. And then
he'll have a lot to offer for
coaching,
English cricket going forward,
absolutely.
and various IPL teams and 100 franchises and things like that. I think he's still going to play for London Spirit and captain London Spirit this year.
Yeah, he's a very much the modern cricketer, isn't he? Owen Morgan. As Gus Atkinson goes wandering back towards the top of his mark at the pavilion end. 299 for 6. Waits again as the sun comes out. 29 this partnership worth as Atkinson is in, and forward goes Cox. Wants the single, gets the single. Round to the right of Sam Curran. So that's a 300 up for Kent now, so a third batting point for Kent. They're all important. These runs are all important, but the other thing is these batting points are important as well for Kent.
Yeah, certainly another point to them for their total, and they're just trying to eke away at that daunting Surrey total of 673. They'll trail by 373 runs, of course.
As in comes Atkinson again. Although that's the short one. This is hooked uppishly. He's not in control of that at all, Milnes. Now coming up to do the fielding down there was Geddes. It just bounced in front of him down there at 5 leg. I'm not sure he picked it up straight away, because Milnes definitely wasn't in control of that at all. The thing with Gus Atkinson's short ball is, A, he gets it up above shoulder height, and B, it's quicker than you think, and that did hurry Milnes up a touch. But he gets a single. Gus Atkinson's in once again to Cox call, and that one's down the leg side. He's looking for the Yorker. That hurried up Cox's feet. Gus Atkinson is a bowler I really like, in the fact that he wanders back, jogs in. There's no discernible change in his action at all, but he's got a quick bouncer, genuinely quick bouncer. And there's no great fuss.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He just
it's
turns
quite
around.
Uncomplicated,
yeah,
isn't
turns
it?
around and he'll come running back in again now. Whether he takes a wicket or gets hit for 6, he never really changes. As he's in again, and that's short, and this is cut away by Cox. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, which is Tom Dawes. And they'll pick up one more. End of the over. Cox has 36. Milnes on 20. Partnership's 32. But yeah, you look at that and you think 302 for 6. It's all right. And then you see still trailing by 371. So
yeah, and there's still a lot of time left in the game. So still best part of a day and a half remain. Whether the set fair, so Surrey still have enough time to try and create 14 opportunities, that's for sure. Worrell's bowled well, hasn't he, without any luck really.
Yeah, he has bowled nicely
beaten
again.
the bat on numerous occasions.
He's hugely skillful bowler, isn't he?
Very good bowler. Worrell again from the Vauxhall Road end. Just good length delivery, just nudged away by Cox, the square leg to Atkinson, who does the fielding.
Yeah, I didn't actually realise how skillful he was, to be fair, until I saw him bowl.
I remember faced him in a white ball game, actually, in a 50 over game a few years ago when he was at Gloucester. And generally, if someone's got good skills with a white ball, then you know they're going to be a handful of red ball.
Yeah.
And he bowls at a lively pace, a bit quicker than you think as he comes in again. Oh, a bit fuller there, just trapping Jordan Cox on the crease a fraction. Hands on the head there from the Surrey fieldsman. It's just a dot ball, and he's heavy enough with his pace. He's quick enough. He does kind of nips it at a good pace, and he's got the ability to go sort of in, out, and come around the wicket to left-handers. So, you know, he's certainly got all the attributes to be a good county seamer.
Absolutely, and I think seeing the wickets he's taken for Surrey already, it's always one of the top three or two of the top three, and then he comes back at the end.
That's it. That one's a little bit wider. Just tried to be cut by Jordan Cox, but it just cramped him for room a fraction.
The other one that has amazed me in T20 is Sunil Narayan, Mr. Chopra. The bloke is...
What, with his bat or with the ball?
Both, but with the ball mainly. Extraordinary bowler. Extraordinary bowler. I didn't, again, until you see him live with this action, this new model action he's got where he hides it behind his bottom and there's no front arm, but he can go past your outside edge, past your inside edge. His control's ridiculous.
That's right. It's a little bit fuller, asking to be driven, and it's a beautiful shot there from Jordan Cox, who's just leant on it and beat the man extra cover and split the gap between cover and mid-off. Just for a textbook cover drive, really. Gorgeous shot, isn't it? Gorgeous shot. Farron Chopra-esque, this. Just it's gone a lot straighter than I would have hit it.
But it's whistled away for 4.
Yeah, that's a pleasing shot as a batsman. Nothing really wrong with the delivery, just a little bit full, but you know, the ball's still new. You want to encourage the drive. But Jordan Cox well up to the task there. Moves on to 40 now. Here comes Dan Worrell again. Slightly short of that one. It's a good leave. A good delivery, actually. Asking good questions there. Good comeback delivery that was.
I was saying with Narayan, he's one of the only bowlers I've ever seen where he cuts out one end of the ground. So the end he's bowling from, haven't seen anybody. Paul Walter sort of did it at Chelmsford the other night.
Yeah.
But I haven't really seen anybody come down the pitch at him and look to go over the top, because you know he'll probably beat easy pass your outside edge or do something with it.
Same with him and Rashid Khan. They bowl at that pace where it's quite quick. Oregon, that's well played. A good single. Scamper through, just drop and run really from the Kent batsman. Good awareness.
Paul Walter played him the best I've seen.
Well, he's a big tall lad. Paul Walter, so he's got that reach and perhaps the length, which to sort of the average height guy would, you know, you can't really swing at that length, but he just has the levers to connect, and it jumps like the biggest of grounds. But no, he bowls at that pace and that length, which it is hard to hit down the ground. And so if you can take that out as a spinner, then you know you certainly you're winning the game. Really.
Well, he's been remarkable. In fact, at Chelmsford on Friday night, those were his most expensive figures. I think it was 2 for 32. I think he was 28 was his most expensive up to that. Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end comes in over the wicket to Cox, and that hits the pads of Cox as he looks to turn leg side. Leg buys the signal. Great game, Hampshire Essex at the moment at Chelmsford. Mr. Harmer's got 14 now in the game. 8 and 6 was the last I looked, but Hampshire were 50 odd away with 2 wickets remaining. So now 264 for 9, need 35 more at Chelmsford to win to Hampshire. He started this round in second, of course, as in comes Atkinson, and this one's left alone by Milnes outside his off stump. So yeah, Harmer 6 for 160 off 31 and took an 8 for in the first innings, and Aaron Beard 3 for 48. Not out Keith Barker, of course, and Brad Wheel, Carl Abbott's just gone, but Keith Barker, man, you know very well.
It's a good effort this by Hampshire.
Player.
You wouldn't have
no.
really backed them chasing that on the turning
trap.
wicket.
Yep.
But they've gone about it in a bold way.
As forward comes Milnes, we'll get a single. That one out into the offside. Well, even just from Harmer's figures, it looks as if, you know, they've gone after him, not letting bowl at them. He's picked up wickets, but he's gone for runs as well. So it looks as if it's been a very positive chase, that, from Hampshire. And terrific game of cricket on day 3 there. But, you know, important game that. And as I say, Hampshire, I think, started this round 3 points behind Surrey in second spot. And Essex are there, sort of just floating at the moment. As in comes Gus Atkinson. This is pulled by Cox down towards fine leg. There is Ben Geddes to do the fielding. And they will pick up a single. So one more to the total. Good partnership. This came together in the 82nd over. We're into the 96th now. So we've taken the new ball. Wonder whether they might give Will Jacks a little go with the harder ball. Yeah,
a bit more bounce maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to be. Well, if Surrey managed to, which they should still just do this and get Kent back in, but what they would dearly love, I was saying, is a session against Kent tonight, as Gus Atkinson is in, and that one's just avoided by Milnes as it's banged in. And the other thing here is, I suppose what Kent are doing, and it all comes into the equation, sort of making the Surrey bowlers work harder. So when and if that time does come for a second time round, you've made the bowlers work even harder before they have to come back again.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Curran hasn't bowled today, is he? Just doing a few stretches there. Perhaps going to replace Worrell, or I imagine actually the pavilion end without breeze. Going from our right to left would help his in-swing.
He started from that end yesterday as Atkinson's in again. This one's left alone outside the off stump. He's heading off now, Sam Curran, which makes you think he might be changing something, or he's getting something from Amar Verdi. It looks to me, the way that Amar Verdi's coming on, what's he got there, a drink for Sam Curran? Yeah, he's
a couple of pills and a drink maybe.
Absolutely, so it make you think that Sam Curran's coming into the attack. But I think he's heading off now, Sam Curran, so that might be to change his boots or something along those lines. But 310 for 6, and we're going to get Conor McCurr into the attack from the Vauxhall end. But yeah, from a Surrey perspective, bowler's point of view here, what have we got till tea? Another 21 overs till tea. So he would dearly love to, if you could, he's knocked Kent over before tea and get an entire session at them tonight. From a Kent point of view, you would still want to be batting in your first innings. Well, 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight would be ideal. But
yeah, I mean, I think from Kent's point of view, this is kind of the troublesome period now where they've got a partnership developed. It all looks okay. Everything looks quite calm out there. You know, Milnes is looking pretty good here for his 21. Cox has played beautifully from the start. And then you just kind of expect something to happen now. A mistake. Occurring again now from the new end. It's a full delivery, just pushed away through the offside for a single.
Yeah, because that was sort of Bale Drummond and Leaning were looking very happy, weren't they? And then Jacks gets rid of Bale Drummond, and then Leaning was bowled by Laws, and then that changed everything, because Laws then got rid of Robinson, and then after lunch got rid of Linda. So just in a calm patch now. They just need to keep it calm.
You have to keep that concentration going, especially for like the lower order of Milnes, where you know he's a useful lower order batsman. You know, he's probably like an 8-9, isn't he? Really. It's a short delivery from McCurr, which has just worked away to the leg side for 1 run. Just keep Kent doing well, just to keep things rotating, just keeping the scoreboard ticking along.
Just looking, Nico Reefer's out there now as well, I think. Out there sweeping on the cover boundary rope, so I'm pretty sure that's him. So we've got Amar Verdi is out there. That's definitely for Sam Curran. Just trying to think who else is not out there at the moment.
Atkinson's still on, is it? Is it the young Laws? Where's Laws?
Laws is down at fine leg.
Shot.
Shot.
That's 4. His driving's been really good today, hasn't it, Jordan Cox? Another one just a bit full, bit of width as well there from McCurr, and it's just been lent on. Man at deep point had no chance as it sped away into the cover boundary, and Jordan Cox just continuing his good form that he's had all season.
Gorgeous shot. Just lent on it. Absolutely whittles away. Does drive beautifully, doesn't he, Jordan Cox? And
yeah, I mean, he's played some nice drives. He's played some nice pulls as well. So if you're scoring off front and back foot, you know, you're making it difficult for the bowlers to find the length. See the comeback here from McCurr, which is a bit fuller, and it's chipped away. We're just singing his praises, as we spoke about.
Oh, he's just...
An innocuous, full, straight delivery, and he's just whipped it straight to the man at Atkinson at square leg. He's taken a sharp low catch, and that's McCurr's first wicket of the innings. He now has 1 for 51, and Kent again find himself in a spot above her, 316 now for 7.
Well, exactly what you were saying there, Aaron Jopra. They get in a quiet patch, they're all going nicely, and then it's a ball on his legs. He's whipped it straight to Gus Atkinson, and that's a big wicket at this stage again, because it's the man who was looking very good in Cox, just saying how beautifully he was driving the ball, and then he's just picked that one up off his toes, whipped it leg side, low down, and a good catch there from Gus Atkinson. So well, that's a huge bonus for Surrey. And Jacob Duffy, he's making his way out there into the middle now, but huge bonus that for Surrey, because Cox was looking so good. And just chipping away here, Surrey. 7 down now, Kent. And that follow-on, just a reminder, 5-2-4 is the follow-on, so still a huge amount of runs away.
That's going to be an
Not going to be an issue. But I think what's more of an issue is what we were saying is, you know, it's still a way to go till tea here.
Yeah.
So if Surrey could knock it all over before the tea or on tea, and then get a whole session tonight again, then they'd be delighted with that, Surrey. Especially as they've sort of had to work hard for these wickets, but they've had a few given to them in a way by Kent today.
Yeah, it'll be another Kent batsman who got himself in and got himself out, really. Was in looking no trouble, and we just spoke about it, didn't we? I just had the feel from here where just looks like the batsman just got into that relaxed mode, perhaps a little bit too relaxed, a bit casual. You'll see now Surrey with their tail up, a short legs into position for the new batsman Duffy, and McCurr just will be looking to perhaps force him back here. And there it is, there's a short ball just down leg side, chest pad on there from Duffy, and it's safely ducked out the way of. But the right approach for tail-enders, I believe. Make life uncomfortable for them straight away. Let's see what they have.
Yeah, Ben Geddes is there under the helmet at short leg. Yes, it did. First up, bang it straight in at Duffy.
Yeah, he's a tall guy as well, isn't he? His Duffy's going to find it hard to duck out the way. It's another short ball into the ribs. It's just got a little bit of glove or a bit of splice, but keeps it down though, does well to keep it down, and he gets off the mark with a single to sort of leg gully, and keeps the strike actually. So now Milnes well, he's still quite a young cricketer, Milnes. He's got some experience now, but how does he play it? He's obviously 22, he's the senior batsman out there, and he's been playing quite nicely. How does he try to take the strike? Do they look to score? Because runs still could be important if time comes into it tomorrow.
Well, Nico Reefer still out there. He's heading down towards long leg. Will Jack's not out there at the moment. Sam Curran's back. So Sam Curran is back, but no Will Jacks at the moment. Duffy is on strike, and it's going to be Gus Atkinson. He'll have the short leg. Geddes is in there again at short leg, as Gus Atkinson comes in over the wicket to Duffy. There you go, short straight away, and Duffy ducks underneath it.
Three deliveries.
Every time
three short ones.
Yep, absolutely.
Bowlers Union out the window.
Was there not a singer called Duffy, a Welsh singer called Duffy? I think there was. I'm showing my
Duffy.
my age. I'm pretty sure there was. I'll look that up.
Shane.
I think there was. I've got a Welsh singer in my head. Every time I say, I may be thinking of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I was
As
gonna say, I know
in
Buffy.
Over the Wicket comes Atkinson, and Duffy is pushing this one off the back foot.
That's Sarah
Yes,
Michelle
I
Gellar.
am correct. Duffy, Welsh singer and songwriter. Yes, indeed.
Any famous songs that I may have heard of?
Or Mercy.
Not the one I'm thinking
Mercy, Mercy, Mercy. That
of. It is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Duffy.
Yeah.
Not this Duffy. He's batting at the moment. 317 for 7. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson once again. Oh, and he's almost done him there. He's right up on his toes. Duffy's a bit late on that.
Yeah,
Almost
Yorker.
bowls him with the Yorker.
Just missed the stumps. Fraction off line, otherwise I reckon he would have had a good chance there of a pole.
Yeah. It would have either bowled him or hit him on the boot. One of the two. Atkinson, again, he just wanders back, Gus Atkinson. The great thing about Gus Atkinson is he just wanders back, turns around and comes in again. Over the wicket he comes to Duffy. And Duffy, oh, has he got an edge on that? He has. He's looked to force off the back foot. You felt it was coming. Big edge taken by Jamie Smith. And Duffy has gone without scoring. And it's now 317 for 8. But you just had a feeling that might be coming. Just the way he played the first few there. Jacob Duffy, but he goes without scoring. Atkinson has a first of the game. And Surrey will be fancying their chances now, as what we were talking about, getting Kent in again, even before tea now.
Yeah, of course they'll take tea within half an hour of tea.
Yeah.
So it could be left with a very long last session. But just another back of a length delivery, and it's just had a little bit of a waft, really. Be disappointed with that as a low order batsman. I think if you're going to have a go, have a real go, or be a Billy blocker.
Well, I think the
Be
way
one or the other. I think really.
the way he just sort of put his bat under his arm and walked off, I think he was feeling exactly like that.
A few short balls.
He smash at it, yeah.
Just
But he's gone now without scoring. And here comes Mr. Petman out into the middle. Tom Petman on his Toby Petman, apologies, on his championship debut for Kent. Has played for Derbyshire. He's a Notts lad, but sort of drafted in. Got a phone call a couple of days before this game. Toby Petman picked up a couple of wickets with the ball and now out there with the bat. 317 for 8. He's
another tall guy, isn't
he
it?
is. Intelligent lad, a classicist.
He's got his arm guard and his chest pad on, and I think he's going to be getting a few more short deliveries, to be honest.
Well,
I think Surrey have got the tactics pretty good here with the lower order, which is take their feet away, as we used to call it. The phrase from Alan Donald, who obviously found it easier to do that than others. But the theory is bowl these short, fast deliveries, get the lower order back on their stumps with the feet can't move, and then you can obviously bring them forward and get the wicket.
Atkinson is in to Petman. His first ball, well, he's off the mark, thick inside edge. They did have a leg gully there, but not for that, I don't think. But he'll get a single down to Nico Reefer. So Petman's off the mark with a single. 318 for 8 now.
I think Milnes has to try and farm the strike now. Not for run scoring purposes, but just to eke time out of the game. You know, if he can still try and stay out there for an extra half an hour, that could be crucial in, you know, looking ahead to tomorrow, where it could be Surrey need 3 wickets in the last hour, or, you know, a wicket in the last few overs, something like that, which could be a nice exciting finish to the day.
Yeah, well, after this over, there's still 51 today. That's the thing. There's a lot of cricket today. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson. He's down the leg side, and Milnes feels he's missed out a bit on that, I think, from his reaction. End of the over. Gus Atkinson with the wicket there of Duffy, and Kent 318 for 8. So still trailing by 355 on this third afternoon, with a whole day tomorrow. So there's still 4 sessions to go here for Kent, but Surrey have just chipped away today. But I think Kent will feel to themselves, we not given wickets, because you never give wickets, but there'd be a sort of a feeling of we haven't really been got out. We've sort of played a shot that we possibly didn't need to be playing at that point of our innings.
Yeah, you describe it as soft, really. You know, Surrey have bowled well. They've been disciplined. They've tried a few things. But we'd have to say Kent have allowed them into the game.
I'm going to allow you to continue here, Mr. Chopra. In a moment, you will be joined by Mr. Ben Watts.
Thank you. McCurran again, and it's a good short delivery again, which is kind of ungainly ducked underneath by Petman. He's a very tall batsman himself. It's quite a long way down for him. Probably hasn't faced too many deliveries of this kind of pace and barrage before in his short career.
I was just telling BBC Radio Kent listeners I didn't really know what to expect from numbers 9, 10 and 11 because, in truth, I haven't really seen him have much of a bat so far, so a learning experience for all of us, I think.
McCurr again, a full delivery. Just getting Petman caught on the crease, who has a little poke at it, but fortunate for him it's a play and a miss. Sorry, now the tail's up, they're sniffing blood out there.
Yeah, very much so, and I think getting Jordan Cox was likely to be the key, or at least breaking through that partnership, even if Cox was out there and it was Milnes out. Yeah, getting a look at 9, 10 and 11 was always going to provide the opportunity for Surrey to maybe take some quick wickets and see if they can get the Kent openers in again before too long.
That's right. Oh, that one's off the glove potentially, just come on the front foot, bit of bounce there from McCurr. But he's done well to keep it down and ride it down to fine leg.
I must admit, I think Matt Milnes has done pretty well actually.
Yeah, he seems to have been improved.
Yeah, the 46-run partnership that he put on with Cox was, well, he was offering an equal amount to it really with his 22.
Yeah, it does look quite a long Kent tail, doesn't it?
Yeah, just thinking if in normal circumstances you might have Milnes coming in now after, say, Stevens and Stewart.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is a longer tail this week.
Okay. Steaming up, full of confidence. That's a good length delivery. Just keeping Milnes on the crease. Kind of just curtain rails the bat inside the line of the ball. Didn't really play at it, but you can see he was anticipating the short ball there.
Yeah, apart from seeing Jacob Duffy get out for naught against Gloucestershire last week, hadn't seen him bat before, and then likewise Toby Petman, so don't quite know what to expect from the former Tunbridge School pupil. He'll have been well coached, we know that as much, having also been at Notts, or he is at Notts, and he's on loan at Kent for this match.
McCurr full of a length, just a quick skingle. Shy at the stumps from Sam Curran, which hits the stumps, but batsman safely home.
I feel like I have seen Jazz Singh bat before. It isn't this season because he didn't bat in the game against Northants. So at some stage, if I have seen Jazz Singh bat, he got naught against Derbyshire away last season. So that will have been my memory of him batting previously.
So you didn't see much of him batting?
No, so that'll be why he's down at number 11, the Bexley lad.
No, I think looks like there's 3 number 11s at the moment. Big frame McCurry and a short ball, stands tall and plays it nicely, just kind of dead bats it for no run.
I'm glad you said that, Varun, because I was almost going to suggest as much earlier.
Well, it's early days.
Petman done okay so far.
Yeah,
he's on 2.
Early days, he can still hang around, and it's important, you know, take time out of the game because it's all about time now. Runs, yes, they're important, but you'd feel these two aren't really going to make a large dent in the deficit.
Yeah, I think
so. It's about time.
If Kent, this has been really greedy now, if Kent could get 350 and get another batting point, that would be great.
There's a batting point to play for, of course. But I think the bigger picture is time. Kent will be still their priority is trying to save the game here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if they're still batting at the 110th over, which is that cut-off for the bonus points, they may well have got on 350 if they, 3 and over from this point onwards.
Yep, Surrey obviously be looking for that third bowling point as well.
Yes, indeed. And to get it, they've thrown the ball to young Tom Laws, who, as I put it earlier, burst the game wide open with those middle order wickets, and he's bowled quite wide this delivery to Matt Milnes, and almost, he did certainly draw him into playing a stroke, but no contact on the ball from Matt Milnes, having a bit of a waft outside the off stump. Swinging away though.
Yeah, a little bit of movement. He's probably swung it the most, hasn't he, out of the Surrey bowlers?
Yeah, I think he has. Got lovely shape on the ball. As Churchy was saying, a really smooth action. Pulled away here by Matt Milnes. There's a fielder out there on the boundary and a tumbling stop from him. Really super work in the deep, because that could have so easily been 4 runs to Matt Milnes. Instead, it's just a 1. They get the number 10 back on strike.
Yeah, that's a great effort from the big fast bowler McCurr. He's made a few of those stops actually on that short boundary.
He's been outstanding, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a rocket arm. And, he's a good athlete as well, using that frame, getting down really well for a big guy. But a good shot there again from Milnes. Pulling the ball away.
Yeah, 24 for him now. Petman on 2.
What's his career best?
In and balls wide of the off stump. Milnes has got a couple of half centuries. Got one earlier on in the season against Essex, actually, at Chelmsford. I think he was in as a night watchman in that game, and then his career best would have been another occasion when he went in as a night watchman, made 78. Can't remember who that was against, but again, that was a night watchman scenario. Just changing the field here. It was last season at home against Yorkshire. It's 78 in the second innings, Matt Milnes. See, he's got it in the locker.
Yeah, that's decent pedigree there.
So 3 slips now. Rory Burns comes and joins in. Goes to first slip. As Laws is going to swing this one away to Petman. Hides that bat away. Tries not to be drawn into playing a stroke.
Yeah, just got to be a little bit fuller here, Laws. He's first over back into the attack. It's just been a fraction short. Just encourage the drive a little bit more, and you can bring those 3 slips and the gully into play.
Toby Petman was on media duty last night, chatting to my colleague Matt Cole, and got some nice quotes from him out of the subject of joining Kent for this game, as he lets this one go outside the off stump, and saying how, because he was the same school year at Tunbridge as Zach Crawley and Marcus O'Riordan, who of course on the Kent staff, so he said going to Tunbridge, he considers Kent as his second home in a way, and he keeps up to date with how those guys are obviously getting on with their careers, so he felt like it was an easy dressing room for him to settle into. Yeah,
that always helps.
Laws is in. Bowls to Petman, lets this one go outside the off stump, and apparently the Kent guys have already been taking the mickey out of him, saying, well, we haven't got Zach and Marcus around with us, but it feels like we have, because you've all got the same sense of humour, you Tunbridge schoolboys. So yeah, he said, I've got a fair few overs in the dirt, I think was the phrase. Also helps, bond you with your new teammates as well. So seems to have settled in nicely. 321 for 8, 100 overs gone, so 10 more until that bonus point cut off. Petman there on 2, Milnes on 24. I guess the comparison, Baron, will be when you had that stint at Middlesex and you're coming into a new environment for a few games. How did you find that?
Yeah, good set of lads. I think different from when I went there as sort of back end of my career, and obviously having played for 17 years rather than trying to make your way as Petman is into McCurr, and again a good length delivery, and it's wafted at, but no edge there from Milnes, who just got his feet stuck in mud really, didn't he? Little phrase, didn't quite get his feet moving to that ball.
Yeah, as you point out, you'd have been playing against them for so many years.
Exactly, you would have played against them, so they would have known you on the field and sort of known your abilities and things like that. But for a youngster, certainly to feel comfortable in the dressing room is hugely important. You don't want to feel like an outsider or like it's you and 10 others. So it's good that he's made to be felt welcome. McCurr again, full delivery, which is driven firmly straight to Rory Burns there mid-off. A good shot, good connection there from Milnes, but for no runs.
He actually got a little injury the other week and missed maybe one of the T20s because he's having a bit of a swing in the previous county championship game actually against Gloucestershire when he made 37, but I think it was from about 29 balls, and it was quite an uncharacteristic Matt Milnes. This is more like it, 24 from 54, digging in, showing his good technique and his hard work in the nets.
Yep. Whip delivery, he's thrown his hands at that one, carved it away over the gully for 4 to that vacant third man. So maybe he's just thinking about that bonus point.
Yeah, just trying to expand if there is a bit of width.
Just as you were saying, he's been nice and conservative. He's had a whoosh.
No foot movement either.
No.
Very much chased the wide one, but they've stuck a third man down there now, it seems.
Yeah, it could be a catchy position actually. Sort of a third man on the boundary. So it's a very short hit down there. It could easily carry. Again, it's a good length delivery. He looks like he's trying to just come out of his bunker a little bit here, Milnes. So he knows there's not going to be many runs coming from Petman at the other end, and I think he's just forcing the issue a fraction too much. He's playing nicely. He's playing well. It's a good delivery there. A little bit of swing there from McCurr, who's seems to have had a bit more rhythm here from this end. He's got the breeze working in his favour. Just take the ball away from the right-hand batsman. Short ball this time, which is pulled away. Didn't quite get hold of it, but I guess a single nonetheless, and gives Petman just one ball of the over to combat. Yeah,
you're right. He probably is just trying to force it slightly too much. Really, it's that sort of thing that he needs to do. You know, make sure he faces the majority of the bowling, and if he can score runs here and there from looser deliveries, then great.
If he starts farming the strike and Surrey cotton on to what he's doing, then the field will come in for him as well. The last few balls it over, and then he might score the boundaries. So I think he has to try and farm the strike here as much as possible. It's McCurr to Petman, and it's just a wasted delivery really, just a back of a length wide of off stump, and Petman's just kind of playing French cricket, playing inside the line of his stumps, which is what he has to do. And Kent move on to 326 now for 8.
Yeah, Milnes 29, 2 for Petman. So yeah, the last thing Matt Milnes wants to do is play that loose shot, give his wicket away, and then leave Petman and Singh out there, and then they're really going to be in a position where they're not. It's just survival mode, isn't it? It's rather than trying to potentially get an extra batting bonus point. So Matt Milnes just needs to keep his head hit, pick up his runs where he can, and look to try and take the most of this bowling at the moment as young Tom Laws is continuing. Oh, chases that wide one and he's nicked it. And Tom Laws really has done some superb work today and has now put Kent on the verge of batting again. Milnes departs with 29, 326 for 9. Again, chasing a wide delivery, looking to score through the covers. Surrey had left that nice enticing gap at extra, and Milnes has been suckered into it. And well, Tom Laws, I can't praise him enough, because when he came on earlier on in the piece today, Kent were looking comfortable out there. The top order batters were in. We were thinking about how many bonus points could Kent go and collect in this first innings of theirs. And since then, a number of batters, well, better than Matt Milnes, have been removed by this young man who's been really impressive with his away swing.
Yeah, 4 wickets now for the debutant. Remarkable achievement for him, and he'll be itching for this fifer to make it extra special. But he's, as I said, he swung it the most out of any Surrey bowler, and he's just bowled one side of the wicket really on the length of a bit of swing. And Kent guys have kind of fallen for their trap. They've thrown their hands at wide deliveries, and Matt Milnes again, after looking when he was batting with Jordan Cox, very solid, 29. He just kind of lost his way a little bit, trying to manoeuvre with the lower order.
Yeah, so unfortunately he does now leave well, certainly from Kent's point of view, numbers 10 and 11 to come and play by themselves. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but they could well not hang around for too long, these two. I don't really know what to expect from Jazz Singh. Having said that, the last time I saw him, he got 0. So Laws has a really good chance for a 5 here. Bowling to Jazz Singh with a beauty. Oh, he's played and missed. To be honest, it was too good for Jazz Singh to nick. Full delivery, swinging away. Jazz Singh has pressed forward at it. Not convinced he really got close.
Groped forward in the end. Lucky for him, he wasn't good enough to nick it. So that away swing again there from Laws. You know,
really good stuff from Laws. He's
as a neutral, you're hoping he gets 5 here. Really,
absolutely, he fully deserves it. Here he comes, another beauty, which Jazz Singh can't nick behind.
Thinking another slip, bring another slip into the cordon here. So we've got 3 in a gap, then a man at gully. I don't see the ball being driven through mid-on.
No, it feels like a matter of time.
Yeah, poor. Even fine leg's redundant. You know, Laws hasn't bowled a ball down leg side. I don't think all innings he's been wide of off stump generally.
Better off the third man. Edge down to third man for 4.
It's just dropped short of the fieldsman. Just squared it away. Get another slip in, Benzie.
Are those Jazz Singh's first runs in first class cricket would be my question now. Going to double check. No, apparently he's got 14 not out somewhere that I haven't seen, so there we go. Don't remember that. 14? Somewhere he's got 14 runs. Where have I not got that written down somewhere? So we've been playing the last couple of years. Well done, Jazz. He's got 4. He's not edged that one either. Laws is bowling up an absolute storm at the moment, the young man. 4 for 51. Really has been a special spell of bowling from him today, or a couple of spells.
I think he's only going to get one more delivery as well at it. He's got to make the next one count. Come on, young man. Just nick it. These are actually good deliveries he's bowling. That would have probably stopped all the batsmen a bit of bother.
Yeah, they really would. 3:30 for 9.
Bit too good for the number 11.
Laws one more time in the over. And again, he's pressing forward, going at the ball with hard hands there, Jazz Singh. And Laws has just got his hands on his head and can't believe that he hasn't nicked one of those. End of the over. 3:30 for 9. I'm just going to nip next door for an update. Leave you with Aaron Chopra and Mark Church.
Yeah, maybe McCurr can help out his fellow teammate and bowl 6 balls wide of off stump. Of course, with that, he'll be looking to wrap this innings up. Surrey been very good today. Just nothing special really, but just been good, solid bowling.
Yeah, just chipped away, haven't they?
Chipped
really
away, allowed Kent to make the mistakes. Rotated the bowlers. You know, they've got a bit of variety in the attack. And now it'll be up to McCurr from the Vauxhall Road end to try and wrap this innings up. And dare I say it, Laws will be hoping he gets another opportunity. I'm not sure he will.
I think you were right though. A couple of those deliveries were too good for the lower order batters.
McCurr in again. Full delivery, and it's a single. Single pushed away through the covers, and I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Laws maybe not so much.
No, he'll just be hoping he can get another go. But what a debut for him. 4 for 51, and it was that little spell before lunch, wasn't it? Where
it was the ball change, wasn't it?
Absolutely, got rid of Leaning for 75, then got Robinson for 7, and then after lunch bowls Linda.
Yep.
And then got rid of Milnes for 29.
Yeah, he looks a good prospect. I know Surrey think high things of him, as that's a wide delivery. Left alone this time by Singh.
Yeah, they do rate him at 19. I saw him at T20 the other night. I've seen him bowling in the nets, and obviously came to Taunton last week.
He bats a bit as well, doesn't he?
Bats a bit as well.
He reminds me a little bit of like an Ed Barnard type cricket. Maybe a little bit quicker than an Ed. So a few comparisons That's safely negotiated this time by Singh, who's sort of shuffles forward.
What I loved about that last delivery of the Laws last over was the reaction of Gus Atkinson up at mid-on. He looked more upset than Tom Laws did that there wasn't an edge. Stood with his head in his hands. Nice to see.
Yeah, bowlers hunting as a pack, and I'm putting my mortgage. This is a short ball coming up there, Churchy. Let's see. McCurr.
Hey, you're all right.
It is short ball in at the rib cage of Singh, who just about evades it, and I've still got a place to stay tonight.
Good, excellent. That's the good news. I think from a Kent point of view as well at the moment. So still after this over, 46 overs today. Now obviously we lose a couple for the change of innings and all that good stuff, but that's a lot of cricket still to go today. So
90 tomorrow. Still got a lot of work to do, Kent. They're still going to have to dig in deep. They can do it. You know, it's application. There's no demons in the wicket. McCurran again, full of a length. And again, Singh just... How do you describe it? He's just shuffling around the crease, kind of playing French cricket, and then sort of...
I wonder if the straight delivery might be the one for him.
How many balls have hit the stumps?
Yeah,
now
exactly,
he's
absolutely.
There hasn't been a ball at the stumps, and
just
I'm
to
sure
say,
that's what everyone will be thinking.
Hampshire have lost to Essex. Essex have beaten Hampshire. Keith Barker the last one to go. So that's a big result for Essex. Disappointment for Hampshire.
Keeps Essex in the hunt and just pegs back. Good result for Surrey.
Oh, what a catch.
What a catch.
Ben Geddes at short leg. And wow, that is a heck of a catch.
Because top catch. That was as a... Again, Singh prodded forward off the front foot. I don't even think it was a back pad. I think it was straight off the face. And a real reflex catch there at short leg. Yeah, one-hander.
Cool.
Top catch. As far as short leg catches go, that's right at the top draw.
Wow, that is a brilliant catch from Ben Geddes in there. And that'll be all out for 3:31, and Surrey will be delighted with that. They really will. And they've got a lot of time now to have a go at Kent second time round. So they've done the first part of their job very well here, Surrey. But Tom Laws will finish with 13 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 51. Now I'm not sure that will be tea yet, actually.
I think not.
I think they'll still have some time to bat, because we were obviously
adding
10. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll take a little break here. Myself and Baron Chopra will be back with you in 10 minutes time. But Kent are all out for 331. It means they still trail by 342, and not that I've got a house and not that I've got a mortgage, because I haven't got a house, but if I did have a house and I did have a mortgage, I think Rory Burns might invite Kent to have another bat and follow on. But we'll be back with you in 10 minutes time. Kent all out for 331. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, and the Surrey live stream. And the tea break is over, and Surrey have been forced to follow on because Kent all out for 331. So still trailing by 342. Kent picking up 3 batting points, but Surrey with their 3 bowling points, and now an opportunity to have a good bowl at Kent this evening in their second innings, and Messrs Compton and Denley are back out there in the middle. I think Kent will be a bit disappointed to have gone for 3-3-1. I think that they'll look at some of the shots and think, oh, well, we got out, or did we play slightly injudicious shots? But they got a chance to put that right in this second innings. Still got a lot of batting to do, though, in the fact that we've now got 4 sessions of the game left. Whole session now, it's going to be a long one, and then 3 sessions tomorrow. Well bowled Tom Laws, though, on debut, 4 for 51 on his championship debut, and it's going to be Dan Worrell to do battle with Joe Denley. Ben Compton's down at the non-strikers, then 44 overs in this session. So this is a 44 over session, and a chance for Surrey to try and make inroads into this Kent second innings, and a chance for Kent to, well, they've got to bat the 44 overs first and then see where they are tomorrow. As in over the wicket then comes Dan Worrell, and the first ball to Joe Denley. He's allowing to go outside his off stump, and that's taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side. Ben Watts is still alongside. He's going to nip off in a minute to do an update at 4 o'clock, but Mr. Watts, obviously no surprise that Surrey enforced to follow on, but a bit of batting for Kent to do now today.
Yeah, very much so. And just thinking that, you know, from 216 for 2, pre-Bell Drummond getting out earlier on to be 3-3-1 all out.
Worrell's in, and Denley uppercut, nicely played, straight over the top of the slip, Gordon, and down to the third man boundary rope for 4. I think it went a bit finer than he meant, but he was going for that deliberately, and I love that on the board now. Run rate is 12 for Kent. 2 balls gone and a boundary, but there was more thickish edge, but he was uppercutting, and away for 4 it goes. Denley's off the mark. He'll look to be positive, and Kent to 4 without loss, following on in their second innings. But that's a lot of cricket just in this session. 44 overs. Over the wicket once more then comes Worrell, and this one's turned by Denley into the leg side. Now no run. You feel with 44 overs and trailing by 3-3-8 that, and being stuck in again, that, you know, Surrey have far more to gain in these 44 overs than Kent will. The only way that Kent if these two were still there in 44 overs time, well, it was only 2 or 3 down by stumps tonight, but then there's still a whole day to go tomorrow.
That's the thing. The only way Kent have anything to gain from this match is to bat till 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Absolutely. They've got 4 sessions to bat, basically. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and Denley drives, thick inside edge onto his front boot. That will have hurt Joe Denley. Looking to drive through the offside.
He's looking to score here, Denley, but he's got about time as well. There's no use now. Now there's no bonus points to play for, you know, getting out, trying to hit a drive for 4. I know you've got to bat with rhythm and with some sort of purpose to an extent.
Balls in again, and this is left alone by Joe Denley.
It's more like it. You've got to leave balls alone. You've got to bat time.
Yes, he looked in good nick yesterday, Denley, until he was bowled by this man. Dan Worrell through the gate driving, so that'll be why Worrell's getting the ball up there to Joe Denley, getting him to look to drive again. Chocolate fudge cake again at lunch today. Did you have a slice, Ben Watts?
Might have snuck 2, yeah.
Well done, well done. And still you put no weight on. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Denley. So first over of this Kent second innings, following on 4 without loss. Ben Compton yet to get off the mark and yet to face a ball. And Joe Denley with 4 to his name. And it looks like it's going to be Sam Curran again to get us started from the pavilion end. So Sam Curran to get us started from the pavilion end. And he did get rid of Ben Compton yesterday. Looks as if Compton was trying to let the ball go and just hit the toe end of his bat and went straight back onto the stumps. So Sam Curran with his modern mullet and a first class 100 to get us started from the pavilion end of the ground.
Modern mullet.
Well, it is the modern mullet. If you look, it's long on top and at the back and then shaved at the sides.
So we only really saw that first opening burst in the first innings from Sam Curran with the new ball. Didn't have a go with this second new ball today. But he is now back into the attack and ready to have a go at Ben Compton. He's in behind this one and playing defensively, and I feel like I say this every time it goes up to bat, but Ben Compton is arguably the key man for Kent because of the longevity that he has shown and the amount of time he can bat for, and that's been evidenced this season.
As Matt Cole was telling us, when he went out to bat yesterday, he needs 12 to get to the 1,000. He got 4 yesterday. So I think even I know he needs 8 more to get to the 1,000.
Sam Curran to him, defended away into the onside.
It's a shame that those runs, that 100 against New Zealand, didn't count.
See, mentally in my head they counted. See, red ball cricket, for the summer, Ben Compton was first to 1,000 runs.
Yeah.
Forget Masood.
Yeah.
But for, you know, it was against a good New Zealand attack as well. How's that not first class? It was the first class counties team playing an international team. How's that not first class? Here comes Sam Curran. Back goes Compton, plays it out into the gully. No run on this occasion.
Well, of course, it was a bit like Leicestershire playing India the other day.
Yeah, but in that they had Indian players playing for Leicestershire.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
So it was, you know, that does have a practice match feel, whereas it was, okay, it wasn't 2 set 11s because they had 12 and 13 getting involved with the ball.
Don't call it the first class county 11 if it's not first class.
Quite, there you go.
And
that's exactly
how that
my
can't
point.
be first class runs is beyond anybody, really, but there we are.
Here comes Sam Curran bowling to Ben Compton. Plays defensively out into the point area, but yes, for 1,000 championship runs, he does indeed need 8 more.
But yes, well, it was Vic Marks who gave that away by somebody saying, why is this not a first class game, Leicestershire against India? And he said, because Bumrah's opening the bowling for Leicestershire. Oh, that's a good point.
Because Rishi Pant's keeping wicket.
Yes. I had that last year with the county 11 against India, where a couple of the Indian players played for the county 11.
Curran bowls. On leg stump, and Ben Compton has only just about managed to fend that off between bat and thigh pad and whatever else he's used there.
I think he lost that behind his pads for a second. It was one of those that could have trickled back onto the stumps, but
He was
I
a
think
bit worried about it.
Yeah, he lost his bearings there for a second, did Compton.
He's batting almost on off stump to Sam Curran, it looks like. As the England left armour is in again, and Compton defends out to point. End of the second over. I'm going to briefly nip next
Yes,
door.
of course,
with
of
Kent
course.
Four without loss.
Goes Mr. Watts still berating the fact that a first-class county 11 against a test team was not a first-class game officially, and that's the key thing. Officially, there'll be some reason there for that not to be a first-class game of cricket. 4 without loss, Kent in their second innings following on. Joe Denley is the man on strike on 4 as Dan Worrell comes in over the wicket to Denley, and Denley just plays the line of that. Does climb on him, but just playing a straight bat there was Joe Denley, and it just bounced and went away from him. That's nicely bowled by Dan Worrell. Mr. Varun Chopra will be back with us in half an hour. He's having a well-earned break now. He's been very busy. He's had a bit of chocolate fudge cake as well, I think, like most people. Yeah, very good chocolate fudge cake at lunchtime, at tea time. It's a very good lunch today as well. We're very lucky. He is. Darren Worrell comes in over the wicket to Denley, and Denley's letting this one go outside his off stump. Again, the catch from Ben Geddes to finish off that Kent first innings, though, was outstanding at short leg, because as Varun Chopra was saying, Singh got, I think, virtually the middle of the bat on it, and Geddes just dived full length to his right, and I think it was a one-handed catch in there at short leg. But Tom Laws with 4 for 51, very good 100 from Daniel Bowdrummond as well. 102 from Bowdrummond, 75 from Leaning as Worrell's into Denley, letting this one go outside his off stump, and 47 for Cox. And these two yesterday that are out there again starting for Kent, put on 9 for the first wicket until Sam Curran bowled Ben Compton for 4, and then this man down Worrell bowled Joe Denley yesterday for 38, nipping one back through his defensive push yesterday. A couple of gullies in there and 2 slips as Worrell is into Denley. Denley's letting this go, but it's just going away from him. Sort of walking shot that from Joe Denley. Tom Laws is down there at long leg. It's a lovely afternoon now. Blue sky, some high cloud as well, sun out. So all those spectators that are sat there in the Peter May stand, getting the sun, and those in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion as well, getting the sun now, as over the wicket comes Worrell, and Denley's pushing at that. That's a lovely delivery from down Worrell. Do we give Denley the benefit of the doubt? Not from the reaction of Slips and Worrell there. That was taken up above the right shoulder by Jamie Smith. And if you haven't heard, Essex have beaten Hampshire today at Chelmsford, so we've got a result in. So beating Hampshire at Chelmsford, Essex, as you know, over the wicket comes Worrell to Denley, and Denley's shouldering arms again, making sure he's getting bat and gloves high in the air, nowhere near the ball. 4 without loss, maiden over there from Dan Worrell. Kent following on. Yes, Essex beating Hampshire by 12 runs. Simon Harmer 7 and 8, 15 in the game, I think it was, for Simon Harmer with his off spin. Gloucestershire and Lancashire. Lancashire all out 402 in their first innings, replying to Gloucestershire's 337, and Gloucestershire 16 without loss in their second innings, trailing Lancashire by 49 runs. In Division 1 still, Northamptonshire 451 all out, Warwickshire 258 for 6 at tea, so still trailing by 193 runs. Dom Sibley with 100 for Warwickshire, 102 for Mr. Sibley in that innings. Sam Curran coming in left arm over the wicket to Ben Curran, and Curran is pushing off the back foot up towards Rory Burns at a wideish mid-off. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire 551 for 8 declared. Middlesex in reply 321 for 7. John Simpson's made 92. And Max Holden 86. Mark Stoneman 67. Paul Middlesex. Sussex 337 all out, as all Compton's pushing forward here to Sam Curran. It's a no ball from Sam Curran, beats the edge but no ball, so that'll be 2 more to the total, 6 without loss. But Derbyshire 551 for 8 declared, Sussex 337 all out, and Derbyshire 18 for 1 in their second innings lead by 232, and Glamorgan need 209 to beat Worcestershire, and they are 123 for 3. those, all the other scores from around the country, bar the women's test match, as this one's pushed by Compton up towards mid-on, and Alice Davidson-Richards is out there with Nat Siver at the moment. And Davidson-Richards 22 not out, Siver 58 not out, England 180 for 5 in reply to South Africa's 284. And Tammy Beaumont made 28. I think Heather Knight was run out first ball after lunch. It's never ideal. As in over the wicket comes Sam Curran, and Compton's tucking this one up towards mid-on. Singles taken. It's Hashim Amla moving round to his left. Welcome back, Ben Watts. 7 without loss, Kent.
Good little partnership at the minute for England's women between Siver and Davison-Richards. Worth 62.
Well, a much needed one from the looks of things there.
Very much so, yeah. Interesting test match unfolding. Yeah, just messaging a couple of folks on social media about what we're seeing out in front of us, and I've been pointing out the 216 for 2 before the Bell Drummond dismissal, but another one of my associates suggesting that perhaps it was actually the leaning, couple of drops and then departure, the Toby Law's dismissal of Kent's anchorman, that brought about the collapse.
Sam Curran into Joe Denley for the first time in this second innings. Lets it go, does Denley. Outside is off stump. Yes, I think actually leaning was dropped by Laws off his own bowling, then was dropped by Worrell at slip, one that 99 times out of 100 Worrell's catching, and you just thought, here's a chance for Jack Leaning, and then had a drive thick inside edge and knocked his leg stump out the ground.
Yeah, exactly. If Leaning goes on and gets 100, stays there with Cox, those two build a big partnership.
Yes, in comes Sam Curran, forward goes Joe Denley, pushes this one down towards backward point. Atkinson does the fielding and there's no run.
Kent could still be batting, you know, going into tea in their first innings and be thinking about how many bonus points they'd be scoring, rather than having to bat 3 sessions tomorrow plus this mammoth one to conclude the proceedings today, just to get a draw and to really take anything more from the game. So yeah, it's a bit of a sorry collapse when you look at the scorecard and the sort of lower middle order and the bowlers.
Sam Curran is in, Denley's forward, pushes away out into the offside. Laws does the fielding, end of the over, 7 without loss. Then Kent following on, another 335 required to make Surrey bat again. And when you say it like that, there's a lot of batting to do. There's still 40 overs remaining today.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Big old session, that.
Such a long session ahead. And yeah, I mean, few would have expected anything else with Kent coming here against the league leaders and having had their troubles with the ball so far this season and a few injuries as well. I just think that toss decision was all wrong. I mean, you were saying to me earlier you thought it was the right call, but they just didn't bowl well enough.
Yeah, I think, look, difficulty is, got here, there's a bit of cloud cover, there's a bit of grass on the pitch, and won the toss, bowled, and then just didn't bowl very well. And, you know, if the opposition is 64 without loss after 12 overs, or not even after 12 overs, and the majority of those runs are coming boundaries.
Dan Worrell in and bowling to Ben Compton. The problem is, you just set yourself up to almost go in and bat with the pressure of the scoreboard, because as you said, every time Kent will have looked up at the board and thought, oh, this is actually quite a good first innings score that we're on here. Oh wait, we're still 450 behind. It's just, I mean, I know they're not going to go in and think that Surrey are going to produce that when they win the toss and bowl first, but I just don't think it's helped the situation and Kent's hopes of getting the draw, as this one's pushed away out towards wide mid-off. Kent's hopes of getting anything from the game, they were going to have to bowl Surrey out for effectively what Kent have managed, say 300-400, go and get 500-600 themselves and then have a crack, which effectively was how they won the game against Gloucestershire, but not quite so many runs of course. But yeah, I think to do that to Surrey, albeit missing a few key players. It was always going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, I felt a bit for leaning in the fact that he had no control at any point on the first day. He just couldn't find two bowlers to bowl together. And it was very sort of two sides of the wicket, and Surrey was scoring at, well, there was, it proves that there was one bad ball and over.
Yeah,
there was a boundary every over.
Them score at 5, 6 and over, didn't it? And Worrell has a leg gully in now as he bowls short to Ben Compton. He hooks it down towards fine leg, almost went for 6. It's just bounced inside the rope, but he moves on to 5, and he's 3 away from 1,000 championship runs for the season. But Surrey set the trap. They won't mind too much to see Compton taking on that shot.
Yeah, he wasn't completely in control of that, was he?
No.
Ben Compton is away for 4. Short boundary down there though, probably as long as he gets enough on it. It will go either 6 or 4. There is a man lurking down there.
Worrell again digs it in down the leg side. Compton trying to get the hands and the bat out the way. Good take by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right.
Yeah, I still maintain that had Surrey bowled first in that first hour with the conditions like they were, it wouldn't have been 64 without loss. There would have been, we saw it, the ball was still doing something in the last session on the first day, really.
Worrell in, wide of the off stump to Ben Compton, lets it go outside the off stump.
It was exactly what Jack Leaning said, I think, to Matt Cole afterwards. He said, we just didn't bowl very well. You know, you could have the greatest pitch in the world for bowling on and all the conditions in the world, but if you don't bowl very well, it's very difficult. And as I say,
I mean, even that is understandable because Kent don't have, say, a Darren Stevens, they don't have Grant Stewart, they don't have Matt Quinn. They're bringing in a bowler like Toby Petman on loan. This is Compton playing defensively. Jazz Singh very inexperienced. End of the over, Kent 11 without loss, Compton 5, Denley 4. So it was only really Matt Milnes and then your overseas who would be in your first choice 11. So understandable to an extent that they didn't bowl as well as they perhaps would have liked. But, you know, definitely a missed opportunity for certain individuals with those conditions to not have taken the, you know, to not get the earlier breakthroughs. And
I just think Surrey batted well as well. That's the thing, that Surrey, every time there was a chance to score, they took it.
Well, there's no doubt that there's some high-class players in that Surrey batting lineup, and if you give them, you know, a good pitch, as this is.
Sam Curran is in. Ooh, outside edge from Joe Denley. That flies between second slip, Will Jackson, Ryan Patel in there at 4 slip, and Will Jack sort of then moves away to from Dan Worrell to a sort of 4 slip position, but pushed pretty hard at this, did Joe Denley. He's not in control there. It's just about going down, but it flies off down to the 3rd man boundary rope. We were saying that Sam Curran has a very good record against Joe Denley, and Denley there just pushing away from his body with one that goes across him, and that flies off down to the boundary rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, I was just looking. Well, I wasn't here obviously for Denley's first innings, but just looking at it from afar, and it reminded me of a few knocks that he'd had in red ball cricket over the last couple of seasons since coming back to Kent, having been dropped from the England side.
He's in again, Sam Curran, and Denley lets this one go outside his off stump.
And he's tended to score quickly, but has tended to get out before really making an innings of substance. And for me, he needs to channel a little bit of the England Joe Denley, who coined that hashtag the dentury for, you know, facing 100 balls for 30 runs or whatever. You know, he took that responsibility, that role in the team almost, to just really dig in and grit it out and go against his natural instincts.
Sam Curran's in, then he's pushing away out into the offside. Gus Atkinson comes across to do the fielding, and they will pick up a single. 1 more to the total.
And actually that really helped England get a couple of positive results in that Ashes series from Denley batting time and building partnerships with the likes of Root and than allowing, say, Stokes to go on and do what he did by sort of seeing off the new ball, etc. So yeah, he's got that kind of role to play here alongside Compton, who we know can really dig in and bat time and plays his own game.
Compton stands with that bat raised, leaning forward as Sam Curran's into him, and he's hooking again. He's not really in control of that. Top edge, flies away for 4, and there it is for him, because that 4 means he's gone past 1,000 championship runs. So well done to Ben Compton for this season. Brilliant. First class runs as well, championship runs as well for Ben Compton. What a season he's had, and well played to him. And that's what the round of applause is like. And 4 and 20 without loss. Kent. So well done to Ben Compton.
Yeah, we talked about the 100 against New Zealand that isn't being included in those stats. But other than that,
in comes Sam Curran to him. He's forward, Ben Compton, and pushes this one out into the offside. Interesting that Will Jacks is getting warmed up now. Now, Will Jacks did get Ben Compton at Beckenham, just pushing forward and getting an edge.
yeah, maybe they think that they want to go with Jacks when the ball is a bit newer, see if he can get that bounce. But yeah, just to sort of finish that point, 100 for Compton against Essex, 200s against Lancashire, 89 against Hampshire, 93 against Yorkshire, 63 against Surrey, second time around at Beckenham, 140 against Northampton, 80 against Gloucestershire.
Oh, he's had an outstanding summer, as that's better. Just pulling this one down along the floor to Gus Atkinson, and they'll pick up a single, and it looks like Will Jacks is coming straight into the attack now. So Will Jacks into the attack with a newish ball. And as I say, he got Compton at Beckenham in the first innings, just pushing forward and getting a little thin nudge on one taken by Ben Folk. So that'll be the thinking here from Rory Burns, plus the, as Ben Watts was saying, a newer ball that'll be harder and might bounce a bit more for Will Jacks.
It's almost been more surprising this season when Ben Compton hasn't got a score.
Well, it's a fantastic story as well, isn't it? The Ben Compton story, and getting this opportunity at Kent, and I think it's fair to say he's taken it with both hands so far. So here is Will Jacks, and he will have the left-hander on strike in the form of Ben Compton. It'll be a short leg, a leg slip and a slip.
Yeah, cousin Nick's been a big supporter of his, hasn't he, this season, and talking about, you know, seen him, comments from him along the lines of, you know, this is what happens when a county sort of is willing to back someone, and maybe his perception is that Ben hasn't had the chances at previous counties to really show what he can do. But what can he do against Will Jacks down the leg side?
Yes, apologies. I'm sorry. I've just being told why it wasn't a first-class game. It's a good reason, actually.
Okay.
It wasn't 11 aside.
Yeah, I appreciate that's the reason, because it was, I think, both teams that used extra bowlers, as this is down the leg side. But for me, that still doesn't take away the fact that it was a first-class counties 11 against an international team. I mean, those are the rules, that because you've used more than 11 versus 11, it's not first class. So this one's drilled away out towards mid-off. But for me, the quality of the cricket was better than, say, pre-season games against university, MCCUs, etc.
But them's the rules.
But those are the rules. So for me, the rules are wrong. But there we go. This is nudged away into the onside. As Compton comes back for 2. Or at least I would like to see the rules change to accommodate the fact that it was a high quality game of cricket between. It wasn't an England A, but it almost was a Lions team, wasn't it? With some of the players picked on form, and young players like James from Nottinghamshire and Patterson White picked up on potential. And here comes Jacks again, bowling to Compton, defended away.
I didn't realise that. I thought it was 11 aside. They just didn't make it. So I now completely understand why it wasn't a first-class game.
I think the first-class counties maybe used 12, and then New Zealand used extra bowlers. This one's defended away. Back to Jack's end of the over. No real signs of turn in the over, but that is as much as you would expect perhaps when the ball is just 7 overs old. So end of the over, Compton 12, Denley 9, 23 without loss.
Yeah,
I don't think these days. Yeah, I don't. He did actually, didn't he? For me, it's becoming less. Well, we're seeing it more and more these days that teams don't use straight 11s because we have concussion subs, we have COVID subs, we have, you know, England players can come in and out of games if they get call-ups and stuff like that. So for me, just the fact that they use more 11 players, you know, why does that automatically disclude it from being first class?
Sam Curran is in over the wicket to Joe Denley, who's driving thickish inside edge into the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. Got to get his skates on there with the throw. It's Conor McCurr who was chasing that. He's got a strong arm on him, as Conor McCurr. And just for a second there, Joe Denley had to get his skates on and come scampering back for 2.
Yeah, he did. It was just for a moment looking a little bit dicey.
Interesting thing though is I'm pretty sure if you asked Ben Compton, he'd just have been delighted to have got these runs against New Zealand.
Yeah, that one innings in isolation.
Absolutely. As in over the wicket comes Sam Curran, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Joe Denley, and he's got to his 1,000 first class now, and he's had a terrific season.
Yeah, only Shan Masood's beaten him there, to be fair. I think, is that correct? Only the Pakistan opener for Derbyshire, so first domestic England qualified player.
Yeah, from the sounds of things, so he might have to change the way he bats to get Test cricket now. Might have to start range hitting. As in over the wicket comes Sam Curran, and forward goes Denley. Plays this one out into the offside, rolls out there towards Tom Laws at extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, for people that have said that the wrong the wrong Kent opener is playing for England, I would argue that if Compton is aiming for a spot in the England team, it's Lee's spot. It's probably that nuggety left-hander, the more solid opener that, you know, in all likelihood there is going to be one of the two who wants to dig in against the new ball.
Is this one, is there an edge on it? Forward goes Denley, and that was a noise from somewhere. I think it was the inside edge of his bat hitting the pad, and that's taken by Jamie Smith away to his right hand side.
Because as much as Stokes is saying what he is and Bairstow's playing like he is, then they're not going to open with Butler and Roy, are they? I mean, they might, but they're surely not. There needs to be some kind of stout opening batsman. There's got to be one of the two, surely.
As Sam Curran comes in over the wicket to Joe Denley, who's forward and pushing out towards Tom Laws, who's doing the fielding there at cover, and there's no run.
I mean, hey, if they find 2 attacking opening batters in the David Warner mould that are going to score big hundreds, then yeah, why not?
It'll be interesting to see what they're obviously hoping that Zach Crawley can muster it.
Yeah, there's clearly stuff they like about him.
He sort of fits into it, the way he plays. As in over the wicket once more comes Sam Curran, and up on his toes goes Denley, pushing this one up towards mid-off. Burns will do the fielding up there. There's another man who would be hoping for another chance at some point. Rory Burns stood up there at mid-off. Ben Compton as well, of course. And
yeah, I think you'd be wrong to write off, say, someone like Compton, because you'd have to go back too far to look at Alistair Cook, at someone who didn't have, you know, this massive, expansive game, but for sheer consistency and reliability and volume of runs, you know, you just can't look beyond Cook as, you know, one of the great England batters.
Yeah, very interested to see what happens. You know, I think, as I say, I think they really want Crawley to, because he bats the way they like, but the problem is he keeps getting out the same way, and he needs...
And he's been doing it for Kent as well this season, to be honest.
But if he gets in, as in round the wicket comes Jacks, and forward goes Compton. Apologies, Mr. Watts.
Right, yeah, no worries. I'll be nipping off in a moment anyways. After this over, to update BBC Radio Kent. There's Jacks from... Oh, he went a bit wider on the crease and then maybe just wasn't quite happy with how the foot landed. So he was ready to bowl to Compton, who's got a slip there, a leg slip, a short leg. This one's drilled out towards Curran at wide mid-off. By the way, that catch at short leg to dismiss Jazz Singh.
Very good, wasn't it?
That was Ollie Pope level of short leg fielding, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good catch.
Here comes Jacks again, cut away off the back foot. My game on Saturday, my village game, the opposition put a man in under the lid at Silly Point. Don't see that all too often.
Blimey.
He scarpered after a couple of overs when I cut one past his nose, but this one's defended away by Compton. But yeah, you don't see that all too often on a village green or in your club game at the weekend. But I'm all for it, to be honest. If you can catch like Ben Geddes or Ollie Pope, but they've got one in there at the moment for Jacks as he defends into the onside.
This was the only thing I noticed with Ben Compton against Jacks at Beckenham as well. He got a bit stuck against the spinner. So he just got stuck down one end against the spinner.
Kind of need the outshot, don't you? It's Jacks bowls. Oh, there is
the one.
That bit of bounce, and that one did turn as well to go past the outside edge. Through to the keeper. End of the over. Kent 25 without loss. A word from Mark Church, and then you'll have Shavaran Chopra back.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben Watts. Yeah, that was the delivery he got Ben Compton with at Beckenham. From round the wicket, just drifted in, it turned a bit away and got a little outside edge. But yeah, Ben Compton got a little bit stuck against Will Jacks at Beckenham, let him bowl at him. That makes sense. End of the over. Varun Chopra, welcome back, sir. Oh, quick. He's got caught on the end of your cap. No, don't you worry. Put those on. Microphone got caught on your cap peak there, Mr. Chopra. Welcome back, sir.
Yeah, he looks a little bit stiff to the spinner, I would say, Ben Compton. It's my first actual look at him, to be honest. I've never seen him in the flesh before. Obviously had a fantastic season, so I'm excited to see how he goes about his work.
Conor McGurr it is, from the pavilion end, coming in over the wicket to Joe Denley, who's driving handsomely for 4. Just punches this one straight down the ground for 4. So apologies, Gus Atkinson into the attack. And replacing Sam Curran, but that's a lovely shot from Joe Denley, punching straight down the ground for 4 runs. Denley on to 15, 29 without loss. So no dramas yet for Kent, but just you felt Jacks was working on something in that last over to Ben Compton. Gus Atkinson is in once more to Denley. Denley's pushing off the back foot down towards backward point, and there's no run. Just to give you an idea of how much cricket there still is today, after this over, you normally have your last session is normally 32 overs in the day. Well, after this one, we've still got 34 left, so we're not actually into what would normally be the final session of the day, if that makes sense, with 32 overs left. We've still got 34 to go after this one, so still an awful lot of cricket today as Atkinson right arm over the wicket he comes, and Denley's driving straight back to Atkinson, who does the fielding off his own bowling. Now Compton's had a terrific season, he really has. But it would be interesting, that chat we were having there with Ben Watts about the opener spot and what England might do.
Yeah, I said I haven't seen much of him, to be perfectly honest, but weight of runs is weight of runs, isn't it?
So all you can do is score your run.
First domestic player to cross 1,000 runs.
In comes Atkinson once again to Denley. That's hitting the thigh guard of Joe Denley. He looks to work down the leg side. Leg by will be the signal. That'll bring Compton on to strike. You can't. Weight of runs is weight of runs, and 1,000 first class now, and first domestic player to get there. It's a very fine effort from Ben Compton. Could do with him still batting about this time tomorrow, Kent, in many ways. You know, and then that whole talk about who England and the blueprint for the way England are going to play and all that good stuff. I still think at times you need someone just to get your head down and grind it out a bit. But what will be revealed in the goodness of time as round the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and forward goes Compton, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Who knows? Maybe Baz Ball and the Baz Fun Bus, they're just going to play it the same way every game.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, first and foremost, a good player is a good player, isn't it? So we've seen, you know, likes of Root and Pope and Bairstow adapt to different formats and be successful in all three.
As Atkinson is in, oh dear, Compton's got himself in a bit of a tangle here. He's looking to duck that, and it wasn't that short, and it just, I think it hit him on the arm guard. Thank goodness he's got an arm guard on. He sort of indicates to Denny it didn't bounce as much as he was expecting. But it's the end of the over from Gus Atkinson, and 30 without loss. Kent following on, so still trailing by 312 after being all out for 331 in their first innings. Compton 12, Denley 15. Oh, absolutely, I think if you're getting picked for your country, you can play, can't you? Everybody knows that.
Yep. And yeah, he just got himself into a bit of a tangle there, but he's worn it well, shall we say? Didn't show too much pain.
This will be good as well. Jack's against Denley, because Denley by nature against the spinner will look to use his feet. He won't just let Jacks bowl at him, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, it's the Denley of county cricket versus the Denley of international cricket type thing, isn't it? So he's a stroke player by nature. Obviously, I played England under-19s cricket with Joe, as he's in here, to Jackson. Just calmly nudges that for a single to mid-on, who's kind of like halfway. Just loitering is Sam Curran. Yeah, he's got all the shots in the book. He's got a good T20 record, and you know, so he's not a Billy the blocker. He's not an accumulator. He's certainly a stroke player. I guess as we saw with England, he kind of went into his shell quite a lot and played his role, I guess, which was potentially asked of him at the time. Jacks to the left-handed Compton. Tries to cut away.
Just doesn't look as comfy, does he?
No, he looks very flat-footed to the spinner, and generally you see with his setup it's quite rigid. There's another ball there, just back of a length, and this one's just safely negotiated. And obviously Surrey feel that he's got a perhaps slight weakness towards the off-spin. They've brought Jackson to attack very early here. He's in again here from the Vauxhall and a good length delivery. Bat and pad close together, just keeping the fielders around the bat interested. Is Ben Compton there? And you're going to pick horses for courses as well. Obviously they've got tours coming up, Pakistan away, or that's a good delivery there from Jacks, just clipping the edge of the foothole and spinning violently past the outside edge. Too much turn from the keeper, and they scamper through for a bye. Some good signs there for Surrey.
Well, I think that's the thing as well. That sort of Rob Key, when he first came in, was saying we're going to pick the best team. We're going to pick the best team.
Yeah.
And that also depends where you're playing.
Certainly.
Doesn't
it? I mean,
really.
You know, if you're going to Australia, Jacks again here. Then they're just working this away for an easy single. Certainly, life looks easier for the right-hander than the left-hander at the moment for the off-spin of Jacks. But you pick horses for courses, I guess. As you go to Australia, you want bowlers that bowl 140 plus, 90 miles per hour plus, and same when you go to the subcontinent. You need to pick guys that can handle the turning ball, and you know, some guys have better techniques than others. I think someone like a Hasib Hamid, for example, I think he's a good player in English conditions. Well, he's a good player of spin.
Dear Keaton Jennings, great player of spin.
Good player of spin again.
Absolutely brilliant player of spin.
Yeah, these guys can probably still do more than a job. But
yes, here's Gus Atkinson continuing from the pavilion end to Joe Denley. He's forward and plays this one down into the leg side.
Hasib Hamid against quick bowling in Australia. It's probably not his strongest part of the game yet. Obviously, working. He's still young. He's got a lot of ability. But him against India in the subcontinent, I think he'd have a very different career path so far, and in English conditions again.
Yeah, but of course his debut series was against India,
Yep.
wasn't it? He played
Yep.
really well. And got that injury as Gus Atkinson comes over the wicket to Joe Denley. He's forcing off the back foot, takes a single, as up comes Rory Burns to do the fielding. So Kent now moving on to 34 without loss.
And especially when you go to the subcontinent, you need to have a defensive technique to spin which you can trust. Because yes, you might have the shots, you might have the sweeps, the reverses and whatnot, but that's only going to get you so far in the subcontinent against good quality spinners. Yeah, you might get a 30 or a 60, but it's not going to score you the hundreds or bat a whole day against Ashwin Jadeja and whoever Pakistan are producing at times. So
Axar Patel,
yeah.
I love watching him bowl. In comes Gus Atkinson round the wicket, short ball. Compton's hopping at that. Let's hit the glove. Rolls down towards leg gully. Went down. Sort of jumped up towards it, did Ben Compton. So I think Surrey have seen Ben Compton and thought, right, quicker minutes the short ball and the spinner.
Yeah, which is what you get in international cricket. Good spin and good pace. So, and that's the other thing as well when you're a young opening batsman in county cricket.
Around the wicket again comes Atkinson. No ball from him as this is just pushed by Ben Compton. Straight back up the ground and there's no run.
You can get off to a flyer really as sometimes, and you can ride the wave and everything's going away, and then the different formats come, and then you don't play any cricket for a while. So I'm not sure how much cricket he's played, but Ben doesn't feature in the T20 side. So how much good quality cricket has he had in the last month or so whilst the T20 campaign's been going on?
As round the wicket again goes Atkinson, and this one's left alone outside his off stump once more by Ben Compton.
And then as a player you have to manage your own game. Can you keep how you felt in April, May? You don't bat in June, can you go again in July? And it's not always easy. Playing the odd second team game, or you train hard in nets, but you haven't got that match fluency which you'd got for yourself in the first 6 games of the season.
Absolutely.
So it's and it's challenge. That's similar if you play all formats, and how can you go from 4-day to T20 to 100 or 50 over and then back to 4 days for the random game in the middle of the format.
Atkinson's in. This is left alone by Ben Compton outside his off stump.
So you get all these challenges as a cricketer in county cricket, where the schedule is what it is, and you just have to adapt. You have to realise you're playing 4-day cricket Monday to Thursday, and then you're going to have a T20 on the Friday night with no training, little preparation, and you've got to hit your Yorkers, you've got to hit the ball at the park, whatever the skill may be. You have to adapt and adapt fast.
Atkinson round the wicket he comes again to Compton, and Compton's just pushing off that back foot down into that backward point region. There's no run. Testing over from Gus Atkinson, 36 without loss. Kent Compton 12. Denley has 18. Gorgeous evening now.
Beautiful. Ground's looking lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. Nice checks on the outfield like a chessboard. And Joe Denley is just having a chat with Ben Compton. Will Jacks has just had a chat with Gus Atkinson.
The old practice wickets have recovered really well, haven't they, from the use of the marquee?
Yeah, well, do you remember it looked like a desert out there, and now all grown, and you can see where they're now using nets over on the right hand side towards Archbishop Tennyson's school, but where the marquee was, you wouldn't have known it was there now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all great seeding, I think is what they say.
I need some of that in my garden. There's Jackson, good length delivery, just inviting the drive there to Joe Denley, who declines and safely blocks it out. He's got still a new ball in his hands. And then he's down the wicket. Good use of the feet, and just controls it, just works it to Curran at sort of mid-on, who's just back 15-20 yards. So you allowed a signal, but he's kind of just given the option, and I suspect Jacks will be quite happy with that single.
Yeah, he gets the bowl at the left-hander now. Here come the vultures round the bat of Ben Compton. And that includes Conor McCurry's catching at short extra cover now.
Jack's a good delivery on the length, and nicely played that one. Much more solid looking defensive shot back up the wicket.
I'm not sure, has he scored a run off Jacks yet, Compton?
Still no, as he tries to attempt a cut just to see if the fielder would if he would get the single, but not quite. He's
I'm not sure he has.
yeah,
he's got stuck a bit here.
Yeah, you can just see he's just getting a little bit frustrated with himself, just getting bogged down. Jacks rushes through his overs again here. Good length delivery, a thick inside edge here, and to that man Geddes, who's very sharp at short leg. Already seen him take a spectacular catch to dismiss the number 11 Singh Kent in the first innings. Again, a good delivery, and again another dot ball from Jacks, who's rattling through the overs.
He is. He gets through it very, very quickly.
He does, and as I said, he's bowled some. He's a good off spinner, is Jacks. He's a good off spinner. He's got a good natural delivery, as you would say, but he does offer scoring opportunities, as we've seen with Denley and some other guys who've played him reasonably well today. But Compton's just missed out on a couple.
Yeah, no, he's a good spinner.
Yeah, he has a nice natural shape to the ball, doesn't he? If he can just work out his pace, I believe, in years to come, you know, he can be a genuine all-rounder.
Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end is into Joe Denley, and Denley's up on his toes to a short ball, pushes it away into the offside.
That's good running.
Yeah, keeps that scoreboard just ticking around, changes the partnership around, so the left-hander comes on to strike now.
Yeah, you have to keep the scoreboard moving in situations. You're not there just to bat time and, you know, just to blunt the ball. Runs could still come back into this. As we said, there's still 121 overs left in the match. You'd think you'll score 3 and over at the Oval quite comfortably, and then, you know, you're in the lead from the Kent point of view, so that means Surrey have to then bat again and chase.
In comes Atkinson, forward goes Compton, plays this one down into the leg side. Yeah, because, you know, 3 and over with, what have we got left after this? 30, so another 90 from here, 130 at stumps tonight, and then tick around tomorrow at 3s, and then, as you say, and the other thing is that takes a couple of overs out for the change of the innings. So absolutely, the runs are important, very important. It's very difficult just to bat, as in round the wicket comes Atkinson. This is turned into the leg side by Compton.
Just needs to get that short ball a little bit higher, that sort of like belly button, sort of chest height. Needs to get a bit more towards the neck area to make it really uncomfortable for the batsman.
Of course, Surrey managed it at the Ageas Bowl last year with Hashim Amla's third greatest day of my life, 37 not out of 289 deliveries with 1 scoring shot, I think it was, 1 boundary, which he didn't mean to hit to the boundary. As round the wicket again comes Atkinson. That's a bit higher on Compton, short ball, but he just sways inside it, so it can be done, but there aren't many that can do that.
Yeah,
put every single shot away for an entire day, which is basically what he did. So
what was your first and second greatest days?
birth of my daughter, Miss Chopra's day 1,
yeah.
Greatest day, and Johnny Wilkinson's drop goal at the 2003 World Cup final against Australia. Then it's followed now by Hashim Amla's 37 not out. As in round the wicket comes Atkinson, short ball, and Compton again just fends this one away out into the offside. So at the moment, Surrey are just working on Ben Compton.
Yeah, I mean, again, I haven't seen too much of him, so I'm not sure if this is his general operation of how he goes about his batting or not, but he looks like he is really just dead batting it now. He's got a very, very small back lift, and you know, if he's playing the situation and then he's just looking to dig in, then fair play to him.
Around the wicket again comes Atkinson. He's letting this one go off a goodish length. When he does, he faces a lot of balls, Ben Compton, doesn't he? That's the way he goes about it. Faces an awful lot of deliveries. 38 without loss. Do you want to come on now, Mr. Watts? Yes, of course, because you've got to go at 5:20, have you not? Right, yeah, so I'll vacate, and Varun Chopra will be joined by BBC Radio Kent's Ben Watts.
Yeah, maybe Ben Watts can give me a bit more info on Compton. But Jax will continue here from the Vauxhall Road end into his 5th over now. Then need to face up. He's got a man at deep cover, a man at deep mid wicket, and a mid on, which is just about halfway, not quite saving a single. So that's just short length of the ball, and then he just debating whether to try and cut that or not, and almost getting caught in two minds, but just bells out in the end. Facing up now, Denley down the wicket again. Good footwork, good fielding there from Ryan Patel. Surrey have been good in the field. A couple of drop chances early on, but their ground fielding has been exceptional. It's a lovely outfield to field on.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, apart from that one over of madness.
Yep.
Really have fielded well. Denley just settling in. 20 off 37. That little nudge to square leg. Compton 12 off 51. Yeah, Ben Compton does his own thing out there.
So again, it's well bowled, flighted delivery, drawing Denley out the crease. But
to be honest, he's what Kent's batting order needed, actually. You look at guys like Ollie Robinson, came out and played his shots, likes to get those drives away. Denley likes to score.
And again, a good delivery from Jax. Just controlling his length quite nicely and just mixing up the pace a fraction to Denley.
Obviously got Zach Crawley, Sam Billings.
And again a good delivery. Just got to be patient here. Jax, his bowls are very tidy maidens. 5 overs now for just 5 runs. He's holding up the end well while the seamers can rotate and come in short and sharp bursts from the pavilion end.
Yeah, so Ben Compton's addition to that batting lineup has really helped, and he's been the perfect foil for some of those guys who like to be a little bit more aggressive to form that partnership with. And I think it was the Lancashire game, the second game of the season, where in the end he was the last man out, so I think he was on the field of play for every ball of the entire match. Almost carried his bat unbeaten for a couple of hundreds. It was 104 not out first innings, and then there was the last man to fall for 115 second innings. As he's on the strike now, and playing this one away from Atkinson into the onside for a couple of runs actually, as Hashim Amla chases around to pick it up. Compton moves on to 14, and I made that Alistair Cook comparison earlier because in a way, Cook knew his game so well, and you can talk more about Alistair Cook than I can, but Ben Compton's similar in the sense that he knows which shots are effective for him. He defends well, he leaves well, makes good decisions out there. He's got the cut and pull, little push drive. Plays this one off the back foot. Occasionally you see that hook shot from him, but yeah, he just makes good calls and plays the right shots to the right balls, and he's quite, has that good temperament to bat time.
Yeah, he certainly looks very compact out there as a batsman, doesn't he? And the other thing when it's your first season is bowlers don't really know what you're about as a batsman. So sometimes your first season is actually one of your easier seasons because they don't have plans to.
A little bit wider on the crease here and a shorter ball from Atkinson into Compton. This is a slight plan that I have seen a couple of teams go with, this kind of leg gully.
Yeah.
And trying to bowl it a little bit shorter or into the hip area for Compton.
Yeah, well, he's kind of had two kind of flap hooks, hasn't he, with top-edged hooks, which he's got away with. He's taken a few blows and just rode a couple of good short balls, so certainly hasn't looked the most convincing when it's been dug in.
Atkinson to him, going a bit fuller on that occasion and defending away out to wire mid-off.
That looks solid, doesn't it? That looks very nice. Good balance, good foot movement. It's a real get past that defensive shot. Just clearly his base for scoring so many runs.
Yeah, scores quite well, kind of square of the wicket with just a little push drives and just turning the face slightly. Plays the ball nice and late. And has looked pretty competent against, although Jax has been brought on pretty early. He's looked pretty competent against spin for me. Even, you know, sometimes when that ball is turning away from the outside edge, it can cause him problems. As Atkinson again chucking it in short.
That was close to the gloves.
Managed to just about throw everything out of the way in the end.
Just got inside the line of the ball there. Again, he's kind of put the pull shot away now, hasn't he? They've got the fine leg really fine. They've got a man out at deep square just in front, about 15-20 yards in from the boundary for the top edge. So it's a good field set.
Yeah, it is a good field. We saw that hook shot he played earlier on when there was a fine leg. He hit it fine off that man, didn't he? This time he's riding the bounce of the back of length delivery and just nudging this Atkinson ball into the offside. End of the over, 40 without loss. Kent in their second innings. Denley on 20. Compton on 14 from 56 balls so far.
Digging in. This could be a Hashim Amla-esque innings. So it looks like he's setting his stall out. As I said, very, very short backlift. Not going to generate any power from there, really.
Can I see Jax continue them?
Yep, Denley just getting a change of gloves and a quick drink. It's actually glorious outside. Beautiful weather.
Yeah, lovely sunny day. Good amount of spectators in. Actually, something one of my colleagues at BBC Radio Kent, one of our presenters, commented on as there was a burst of action. I think somebody got out and they commented on how good it sounded and how many spectators were here. This one's defended away by Denley.
Yeah, Jack's looking good here. Nice little groove he's got on. Seems to be hitting a good length. Denley showing he wants to use his feet when he can to come down. Jack to Denley. Again, trip. Oh! He's come down the wicket, clipped it again off the middle of the bat, straight into short leg. Can't really call it a chance. Sometimes they just stick in your jumper or between your legs and you can cling on. But you know, a little bit of fortune there for Joe Denley.
Well, Sam Billings, Kent's club captain, knows all about one sticking between the legs, the one he caught between his knees for England the other day.
Again, a nice delivery, just a little bit slower, but on a perfect length.
As you say, Varun, I can't call that a chance. It's
it's not
a stop as much as anything.
It was good awareness there.
Yeah.
As Denley took a few strides, he actually went with him as a short leg. As he's down the wicket again. Run him out. Oh my God. That's close.
Not given. Crikey, that was close. You're right.
Denley down the wicket, hit it hard back at the bowler. And Jack's fizzed it back over the stumps. Denley had to scramble to make his crease, and I imagine that would have gone upstairs. The TV game, we see the replay.
I don't know how Denley's in there because...
Oh, it's close. I think a direct hit, he was certainly gone.
It's just the sort of... If you kind of slow it down, which, I mean, if you're on your phone, you can scroll back the live stream and kind of play it through frame by frame. As the ball is in Jack's hands, Denley's looking at him and his weight appears to be going down the wicket and still in the wrong direction.
So bowl just back of a length, this one.
But actually he does manage to twist his body round and stick his bat.
Yeah, he seemed a little bit late to react, but then reacted well, kind of thing. That makes sense. Bit slow, but then
bit slow off the mark.
Move sharp to get back in. That's another good delivery there from Jax. Just showing the flight, thick inside edge, just past short leg, on the ground. And it's another very tidy maiden. So the pressure just starting to build out there. And that is the problem when you are just dead batting. You know, you do encourage men around the bat. Bowlers do find their rhythm, they do find their lengths, and actually they do bowl better deliveries at you.
Yeah, I like what you were saying about how Kent do actually need to be a bit more positive and try and get another good score on the board, because if they can, it's still a long way off, of course, at the minute. They still trail by 302 runs, but if they can make Surrey bat again,
change of bowling at the pavilion end.
Then they're suddenly bringing time into the game in the sense that, you know, can we make Surrey have to chase 40 with 3 overs to go? or something like that.
Yeah, there's so much cricket to be played that it may come down to a scenario like that. And you're not asking Kent players to take any risks, but just to, if the ball is there to be hit, the bad ball, just to have the mindset to put it away.
Like you say, rather than just allowing bowlers to bowl at you and find a rhythm.
Yeah. But it is still a very, very good wicket though. So like if you do trust your defence, there's no demons in the track at all.
Yeah, that's the way Compton will play. He'll trust his technique. He's facing up to Worrell. It's coming around the wicket to the left-hander. He's nudging it around the corner, a little tickle off the hip, which is fielded by that leg gully. McCurr has been so impressive today in the field, hasn't he? He was throwing himself around on the deep mid-wicket boundary earlier on in the piece, and now he's in that leg gully area and chucking himself about. Really committed effort, and just shows the strength and depth that Surrey have when they call in guys like McCurr and Atkinson. And they got guys away with England. Geddes has come in for Pope, hasn't he? And again, Compton playing that one nice and late under his eyes, moving across his stumps. Good footwork, lining up the ball, playing it out to point. Another dot ball. How many dot balls has Ben Compton faced all season would be quite the stat, I'm sure. A couple of slips in the gully for him, as well as that leg gully. Point, gap at cover. Wide mid-off is effectively the extra cover, so there's gaps either side of him. Mid-on, forward square leg, as well as that fine leg. This one is driven away, just drops short of the man at point. I think Compton was probably aiming it more cover point. Almost just slightly off the splice out to Geddes there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a hard volley, really, wasn't it? It was a very, very full delivery, and because his mindset is not to score, he's just a little bit back off the ball. And I'm sure if he was in a more positive mindset, he would have, punched that for four through covers.
Worrell bowls to him. He vends this one into the onside, and to be fair to him, that's the sort of shot we would have seen him hit earlier in the season away for four, and that's how he does get his runs, by soaking up that pressure, and then he'll sometimes hit a couple of fours in the same over and gets himself going again almost. But he's not one that kind of loses his head. He's not going to play going to charge down the wicket and nick off the next ball sort of thing. He's sound temperament. Just ducking underneath this next one from Worrell, which is indicated by the umpire that it's over the one over shoulder height for the over.
Yeah, a little bit too short that. Or it's an easy duck, really.
So one to come in the over. Then Mark Church will be back in with Aaron Chopra here on BBC London, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online. Got a sport roundup at 20 past. Need to keep an eye on what's going on at Wimbledon, just a little bit further away in South London. There's Worrell bowls. Forward defensive from Compton. End of the over, Kent. 40 without loss.
Yeah, another maiden. The maidens are just stacking up here from Surrey, just increasing the pressure slightly on the Kent batsmen, who are still doing a very good job. 40 for no loss after 18. They'll be, their dressing room will be happy with what they're doing. Time out the game. Just putting more overs into the legs of the Surrey bowlers. Tiring out, get that ball soft.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, it's an art form, this, from Compton. It really is. We saw it with Hashim Amla, but we sort of know that he has got the shots. It's just he put them all to bed. Here, Compton's just getting his head right down and not really playing any shots at all. Yeah.
Shacks again, another good delivery. Just on that length, in and around off stump. Challenging both edges of the bat.
I get the impression that, and I think it's amazing really, but I get the impression Ben Compton would be quite happy to wander in 14 not out in 25.5 overs time. And
I think
amazing.
Deadly down the wicket again. Needs to get back in his crease this time. Slightly more aware to that situation. Very close run out, yeah, really, wasn't it? Run out to the bowler. Again, Jack's Just saw him coming, I believe, there. Just fired it in a little bit quicker.
I thought it was very tight, that.
Yeah,
very, very tight.
Would like to have seen that from side on. But the pressure's building. It's a lot of dot balls again. That's better batting. Just rocking back, taking the single out to deep covering, and just rotating the strike. You don't like to get stuck that one end for too often.
I'm trying to remember. Your mate Mr. Barker at one point had figures of something like 17 overs, 15 maidens, 3 for 6, I think it was, when Hashim was doing his thing down at the edge of his bowl last year. I do admire this from Compton, I really do.
If the surface is good and you trust your defence, there's no reason why you can't do it. You know, as he's showing. Again, that's nudged away off the stumps, a little bit against the spin. Against the off spin from Jax, who's bowling a nice tidy line here, quite straight. Compton takes an off stump guard to the spinner and he's in again, trying to cut. Not there to cut, he's playing on width rather than the length of the delivery there. Fortunate not to get a top edge on that one. But again, Jack's rattling through the overs now, 7 overs, none for 6.
Well, 25 overs remaining today, but then of course there is a whole day tomorrow here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, and on the Surrey live stream, of course. This is Denley and Compton. A bit of a natter out there. They've had 19 overs so far. This was always a 44 over session late in the day, so it was always going to be a long session, this. Well, Jack's though wheeling away from this Vauxhall end, and he's just at the moment, Ben Compton just putting any shots to bed as Worrell is in to Joe Denley. He's letting this one go. Oop, and it's hit the hands of Jamie Smith, and I think that's hurt Jamie Smith's fingers because the gloves come off straight away. That'll be a bye signalled. So Jamie Smith just taking off the left glove and clenching his fists together. Keepers always,
yeah, just
this time of the year, just begins to hurt now.
It's a little bit of wobble there. Good old-fashioned wobble after the bat. A little bit of swing from Worrell.
I think they were saying that Ben Folkes, who kept beautifully at Trent Bridge, said he was quite glad to be leaving Trent Bridge because it wobbled an awful lot. Shout for LBW here. That's got to be tight. Compton's jumping on his stumps, but the hands stay down. And
was it an inside edge?
Yeah, it must have got something on it, you would think.
It wasn't going over. He's see the replay. He bats on off stump. He's well over the. Oh my word!
Well, if he's not hit that, I think he's saying that it had. He's got something on it.
There must have been. I think the appeal didn't last for so long, did it? They kind of pulled out of it a little bit. So
Worrell's in to Compton, and Compton pushes this time off the back foot out towards cover point, and there's
looked good from here, didn't it?
It did look very, very good from up here, but
you gave it from up here.
Yeah, the bit of bat on it, I think it must have been Compton rehearsing, just getting forward and letting it go. But he's showing a very, very good technique here defensively as Compton. This is what he does. He just bats for a long time. As in round the wicket again goes Worrell to him, and he's forward, pushes this one out towards extra cover, and there's no runners. Gus Atkinson does the fielding, and said yesterday when Surrey got him yesterday for 4, you know, that was a big moment in the fact that he is perfectly capable of batting, and he'll love the challenge of this.
Yeah, he does look like he enjoys it, doesn't he?
Absolutely. He's gone past his 1,000 first class and championship runs in this innings.
These are bonus runs now.
Yep, absolutely. As forward goes Compton and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Just imagine that. Got to his 1,000 runs and then smashed 100 in 40 balls.
I'll tell you this story at the end of this ball. I've got a good story about Dave Hussey and a conversation I had with him during his time at the Notts, Nottingham.
Looking forward to this because he was a great player As round the wicket once again comes. We're all looking to drive as Compton doesn't time this at all. It rolls back up the pitch. It's the end of the over. 42 without loss following on, Kent.
Yeah, Dave Hussey, obviously a fine player, very aggressive batsman, wasn't he? Got on with things for knots, and certainly remember seeing him score loads of runs against us, Essex, Warwickshire, whoever it was, he always got runs. And he had a very good theory that if he'd got, runs first innings, second innings was like a bonus to him. So, the English mentality is always start again, new innings, start like you're on zero. But he started like he was still on 100 every time. And his theory was, and it was the way he played, and he just backed himself to do that. And it I tell you what, it worked a hell of a lot. There's Jackson again. Back foot just worked away nicely from a single by Joe Denley to get down the other end, and
I quite like that theory.
It was good, because I think a lot of times if you're playing well, you like the conditions, you're seeing it good, you've got the measure of the bowlers. Why waste 30 balls trying to get in again? Just bat like you're on 100. And it made a lot of sense, and obviously he was a very talented, aggressive player, which helps. Jack just tries to rush in there. Compton just pulls out.
He's just trying to slow him down here, isn't he, Ben Compton?
That's right. As he moves away from us, and it's another dot delivery, just pushed away to the offside.
I do like the thought of you just thinking that second is bonus. Yeah. Bonus innings.
Like I've got my average.
Yeah.
My average. This. Even if I get a quick 30 off 30 balls, I've had a good game. Well, that's nicely played. Quicker delivery, and he's just delicately opened the face, run the ball down to third man. It's chased by Laws there, who does a sliding stop and a nice arm as well. But must have a good fielding coach at Surrey now.
Yeah, Jeremy Greaves doing the fielding coaching stuff. Terrific player in his own right, Jeremy Greaves for Guildford for many years. Wonderful coach. I'm just wondering as well whether they might bung the ball to that young man again in a minute, because he made things happen this morning.
Yep. Denley down the wicket, good footwork, punching the ball to mid-on. Just wonder if that man could come up. So many runs on the board. You can afford 2, maybe even 3 boundaries over mid-on at this stage. It's not going to change the complexion. He might just create that mistake. Left-handed, Compton a strike now. See, that's the ball which it's a free hit.
He's missed out.
It's a free hit down leg side. He just needs a sweep, any bat on it, and it's 4-2. The boarding's there at fine leg, but that's nicely played against the spin into mid wicket. Just head over the ball. So a few more runs coming off that over. 5-6 off it, sorry. As Kent moved to 47 now off 21 overs. But yeah, I imagine maybe 1 or 2 more from Worrell, then you can have a burst from Laws.
Yeah, I just you just feel Tom Laws having one of them days, really, don't you?
Yeah,
why not? He's picked up his fourth.
Yep.
Young man, obviously loving being out there. And pretty sure there's still 23 overs to go today.
And you want to give him the ball when it's still swinging a little bit, because he did generate the most swing first innings, you'd say. So perhaps he can. And also he did it against the breeze, actually, didn't he? We see from our view the breeze is going from the school, which I've forgotten the name of, Archbishop Tennyson's. That's the one, Archbishop Tennyson's school, across the pavilion to
the gasometer. Peter May stand away to our left as we sit. Dan Worrell coming round the wicket to Ben Compton. Short one. Compton's ducking underneath it. Again, they've got short leg and a leg gully in there for him. Nobody back on the hook to say if you want to take it on you can, because it's a big old expanse of green there. And then Tom Laws is somewhere down below us, I think. Yes, he is at sort of a fine leg position.
Yeah, he's nice and fine as well. He's there for that top edge. Yep.
So it's down Worrell. from the pavilion end once more, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Oh, now shout for LBW. He's got round that front pad. Has he hit it again? He may have got a little bit of something on that. Worrell was convinced. Up he went because Compton sort of shuffled round that front pad a touch there. Big old shout for LBW coming round the wicket to him. Ooh, well, if he's not hit that, I'm not sure quite what that's missing.
It's missing middle, just.
Yes, just. I think he must have got a bit of bat on that.
Is that
Ben Compton.
Middlebrook, the umpire?
I think it's Mike Burns at that end.
Burns.
Short ball here, which getting the gloves out the way is Compton. That really was a short delivery from Worrell, and getting the bat and gloves high in the air. I think he's got to the ball before. I think he's got to have got a bit of bat on it. Because as you say, otherwise it was sort of missing middle.
Yeah, it's two very, very big appeals now from Worrell against Compton. It's giving him a good working over here around the wicket.
And McCur's getting warmed up down in that leg gully position. Worrell coming charging in against, and that one down the leg side, just trying to tuck him up for room. Well taken by Jamie Smith. Flings himself to his right there, but he's a big man, Dan Worrell. When you actually see him sort of up close in the flesh, he's a big, heavily set, strong man.
Yeah, strong shoulders.
Whippy action.
He's a very good bowler, isn't he?
No, he's a terrific bowler.
Top bowler, and he knows he's probably got one more over after this, and that's probably him done for the day. So he can come in hard charging.
Here he comes round the wicket. And Compton's had a nibble at that one and didn't get anything on it. It's terrific take from Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith is all over the place here, but he's diving left and right, but again, bit of bounce, just going late at Compton, and hands went towards it, and that is it's kept swinging as well.
Yes, it's gone a lot after that, hasn't it?
It's a very fine take.
I don't think Jack's at first slip was interested in taking it.
Not at all. He was going sort of head high towards.
He hasn't
Will
taken
Jacks.
a wicket, has he, this game? Is that right?
As round the wicket comes Worrell again. Forward goes Compton and plays this one out into the offside. Got Denley yesterday. Down Worrell.
Yeah, he's bowled better than that, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fine deliveries there, and he's that one safely negotiated from Compton. Brings the end of the over.
Well, they're bringing Will Jacks out of the attack and bringing Conor McCur into the attack now. Sorry,
yeah, I think that's a good call. It's worth having a look at Jacks early. He had a good look at him. He obviously bowled 8 overs. Got a couple to turn, but nothing really too threatening.
Well, it took Surrey
Conor McCur
111 overs to, I think we were in the 111th over, to bowl Kent out for 331. So it's hard work, this, taking your wickets. And in the second innings we've had now 22 overs.
And from a Kent point of view, they'll be saying that we were 200 for 2. You know, everything was fine, and you know, ultimately we had a pretty bad collapse to get bowled out for 330, and so they'll be thinking that it was their own downfall why they got bowled out. So they can definitely do something about it, as McCur's running away from us. Full length delivery is driven nicely. Just the single though to Sam Kerr in the offside sweeper. But a nice shot on the up there from Joe Denley.
That made a lovely noise off the bat. When you were playing and when you do commentary and things, honestly, there's sometimes you hear the noise on the effects mic and you think that's you don't have to see the shot, you just know. And when you were playing, I'm sure you knew when that's gone. That felt nice.
Yeah, it's still a lovely feeling. Now it's trying to hit a golf ball correctly.
Yes, you were telling me that you've suddenly taken up golf, which is very exciting.
I wasn't taking up. I'm getting an itch.
Good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's around the wicket. McCur to the left-handed Compton, and it's played away off the back foot. thought about a single for a moment, but not to Burns, who's quick there at short mid-off.
Have you had a lesson? Or
Yeah, I've had
along?
a handful of lessons.
Yeah.
It's 6 lessons or so. I've had a couple of rounds now with Ravi Papara, who's
I bet he's quite good, isn't he, Ravi? Or does he?
He plays every day for about 2 years now.
Does he? I love it. I love it.
He's good. He's better than his handicap anyway, that's for sure. Again, another short deliveries, punch off the back foot, and Burns again, top fielding. Just keeping the pressure on.
We were saying about Peter Trigo, I saw last week or the week before. See, he's now trying to forge his career in golf. And, yeah, he's going all right actually.
Yeah, I must say, when I was a cricketer, when I was playing, I never saw the fascination about golf. Never saw it.
Interesting, isn't it?
On a day off, why do you want to walk around
and hit a ball?
Hit a ball. Just didn't make sense to me. But now that I've started it, I'm enjoying the and starting to appreciate. That's a full length delivery, nicely played. Burns again doing the fielding. He's busy this over.
It's interesting that you can get the bug, can't you? When my old man got to 60, we didn't know what to get him, and he hated golf. He just didn't like the thought of playing. So we got some golf lessons, and he passed away about 5 years ago. But up until then, by the end, he was playing 2 rounds a day if he could. Joined the club and absolutely fell for it, hook, line and sinker.
Short delivery, pulled away this time from Compton. Oh, it's a great effort.
It really is.
From, who's that down there? Is it Geddes? Geddes with the short leg pads on.
Yeah, it is, because I think it came off top edge again.
Was it in the air?
I think it was for a while. He's tried to roll the wrists on it. It wasn't far away from Ben Geddes. If he pulled that off, that would have been a remarkable catch.
But again, that top edge pull, he's just playing with the fine leg fielder, isn't he? He's had 2 go fine or fine leg, and that one's just gone a bit squarer. But you can see with that very short backlift, it's difficult to play a Kibitzian hook shot. When the ball's at a decent pace and high. And again, this one's just down the leg side, trying to tuck him up for the room. And it's through to Jamie Smith. So an interesting over. Compton, you'd say he's looked solid in between, but then flirted with danger quite a lot. 2 very big LBW shouts, and then 2 or 3 sort of unconvincing hooks, top edge hooks.
Actually, this is a pretty solid start from Kent. 53 without loss in their second innings.
They've snuck along, haven't they?
They have 289 they trail by. Rory Burns coming across to have a chat with Dan Worrell. If you're just coming in from work for the first time this evening, here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, and the Surrey live stream. Kent all out for 331 in their first innings. Surrey enforcing the follow-on. 100 for Daniel Bell-Drummond, he made 102, leaning 75. Cox 47, and Tom Laws on his debut, championship debut, 4 for 51. And now Kent following on 53 without loss. As in over the wicket comes Worrell to Denley, and Denley is forward and pushing this one up towards mid-on. And there is no run. So yeah, ticking along at just over 2 and over at the moment are Kent. So if they continued like that by the end of today, another 40 to this, 90 odd, and tomorrow, well, you're looking, if they go at 2 and over, so we won't get another bat. They'll just bat the day out. Kent, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah,
without a doubt. As just getting the short mid-wicket in there, straight mid-wicket catching as Worrell is into Denley. He's had a fiddle outside his off stump. It climbed on him, and Denley's crossed with himself there. Just pushed the bat at that, did Joe Denley. Proper fiddle that from Joe Denley. Naughty shot. He was cross with himself as well, because sort of flung the ball up in disgust after his hands went towards that one. Yeah, look, just pushing away from his body. He's very cross with himself.
Yeah, it's a nothing shot as a batsman, isn't it? You know straight away. You're not looking to score, you're not looking to defend, you're just playing away from your body. And Worrell, the unlucky bowler, yet again playing a miss.
He's in again, Worrell. And that's come back miles at Denley. That's cut him in half. What a bit of bowling. What a take from Smith as well.
Top take.
Whoa, that has roared back at
Can't believe
Denley.
how unlucky he's been there. Worrell, he's lovely spell, change of ends, and he's really hit his groove, making the ball talk.
Well, this is talking to somebody about Worrell the other day, and they were saying, how's he settled in? And I said, he's just got all the skills with the red ball. And we're seeing it again in this little spell here. He's gone past his outside edge. Next ball cuts Joe Denley in half.
Cuts him in half.
Brilliant bowling as Worrell charges in once again. Right arm over the wicket he comes. Whippy action, nice action. Pushed away by Denley. Down towards backward point. There is Laws to do the fielding. But yeah, he just saw him for Gloucestershire, and they used him as a bit of a workhorse, really, down Worrell. But here at Surrey, obviously with other bowlers around the place for him, just can use him in short, sharp bursts, and he is very dangerous.
Yeah.
And I think that when you look at the end of the season, as Worrell comes in once again over the wicket, and Denley's turning this one off his hip very nicely out towards deep backward square, but they'll pick up another single. One more to the total. But I was saying when Mornay Morkel when Surrey won the championship in 2018, he didn't take any fivers.
No.
So no 5-wicket hauls at all, but there were virtually the whole time 4s in there, and you could guarantee that 2 or 1 of those was going to be one of the top 3, and then maybe a couple in the middle, and then come at the back, and
the big wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. And it half make a difference. I think Worrell will be the same. I think he's one of those. Down Worrell. As Ben Compton comes on to strike, as round the wicket comes Worrell, and this one's down the leg side, and that'll fly away for 4. Jamie Smith trying his best to get to that. Absolutely no chance. And 4 byes.
Yeah, you feel sorry for the keeper there. Will go against his name, but he had no price.
We thought when Warwickshire, when you won the championship at Warwickshire, Chris Wright as well. What a, he was one of those. Always picked you out wickets when you wanted him to. Terrific bowler. Still doing his stuff at Leicestershire, isn't he?
Yeah. Still, I mean, he's had 2 or 3 stress fractures over the careers as well, and he's managed to rebuild his body and remodel his action and still bowl, well, but at good pace. He's not a trundler by any stretch. I mean, he's still lively, mid to early 80s. McCurran again, full delivery driven by Joe Denley straight to mid-off for no run.
There's a photo of him, massive photo, in the press room at Edgbaston, taking that wicket to win the championship. But no, really good bowler, Chris Wright. Really good bowler.
Yeah, he bowled some top spells. But just a bit unlucky with injuries, really, over the years. When he was in his peak, he perhaps could have had higher honours. McCurran again, a good length delivery. Just getting Denley in a little bit of a tangle there as he safely negotiates it back to mid-on to Hashim Amla, who's had a nice quiet day in the field for him. Just been watching the planes go by.
Yes, he has, in his normal position.
His floppy hat.
Passing on some advice to Rory Burns.
On a very chilled day, Hashim Amla, super chilled customer.
Yeah, extremely popular man round here.
Away from us, McCurr, good delivery. Just pushed out to point for a single. Plenty of singles on offer out there. Surrey have kind of gone with in-outfields really the whole day.
Well, Ben Geddes has added himself to an awfully long list of people I've interviewed after sort of hundreds. First one saying it was great to have Amla at the other end. It was great to have Ashley there. It was wonderful to score runs with him. And Ben Geddes was saying that he was here watching when Hashim got that 311 in the Test match against England, and then he said he couldn't quite believe he was out there putting on 200 with him, but a very good man to have at the other end. Very calm.
Yeah, I've fortunately played with him as well over my career. And
Absolutely, very calm.
He's a legend, isn't he? Legend of the game. Great to bat with. Around the wicket. Full delivery. It's a low full toss really, but again, Compton not interested in scoring really, is he? 22 now off 87 deliveries, and including sort of 3 top edge fours as well.
Just making sure at the moment to be there tomorrow morning, isn't he? And we're saying that with still 19.2 overs to go. But
yeah, exactly. It's my old mentor Graham Gooch used to always say, it's not how, it's how many. And you know, his objective and the team needs him to bat for a day. Doesn't matter how he does it. And he's doing okay so far. Another delivery back of a length straight at the stumps, just tucked away to Hashim Amla for no run this time.
Be quite happy, as we said a few overs ago, sort of wandering in 19 overs time with no exaggeration, with he's on 22 now with sort of 20, 25, 28.
Back in the still in his 20s,
but make sure that he's still there tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and Kent will be very happy if he is.
Brilliant.
You know, he's as this ball gets softer, can't see the wicket changing a great deal tomorrow. Doesn't look like it's going to break up. Another short delivery. He's just dropped the hands on it this time. Good delivery actually from McCurr. With a bit of a glare as well. Compton having none of it. And that brings the end of the over. 59 now off 25 overs. Still trailing by 283 after being dismissed for 331, which, you know, normal circumstances is probably a par total. But at the Oval on this condition, obviously well under. Surrey posting 673 in their first innings with 4 centurions. Is that right?
4 centurions. First time since 1947 in a championship game. It's only happened twice. Surrey have had 4 individual centurions in an innings.
Only for Surrey twice.
Only for Surrey twice, yeah. Only for Surrey twice. Did you play in a game where that happened?
I don't think so.
In Over the Wicket Comes Worrell.
I think I've seen England do it a few times.
Yeah, I was thinking. In, that one Left Alone by Joe Denley.
3, definitely. Playing in games with 3 centurions.
Yeah, 4 though is.
It's a big total.
Yeah, well, it is. It is. But yes, 1947 against. I didn't know any of this, but Paul Edwards is here, wonderful writer, and Paul's saying that 1947 in the championship. I think they did it in a university game as well, but in the championship. Now Rory Burns has come up from mid-off to the slips now, so they're getting an extra slip in now.
Slight change of field.
2 slips and a gully for Worrell coming into Joe Denley, and Denley's pushing at that, and he's gone past his edge again. Down Worrell. I wonder what he's got to do here to find an edge.
I just wonder if there's a little bit of reverse swing out there at the moment.
He's skillful enough.
Yeah, it's quite dry, it's quite abrasive. As we know, with this large Surrey square, you can bounce the ball in and rough up one side.
I see. Again, it's just a lovely length from down Worrell. It really is. Over the wicket he comes once more. Nipping that one back at Denley.
Yeah,
climbs
I
on
think
Denley.
that's reverse swing.
Hits him amidships. Takes a bit of skill to do this then.
Yeah, that's done quite a fair bit.
Yeah, it has, and they're both down to do some gardening.
Yeah,
just seeing it again on the replay. Yeah, that has come back.
It's a testing.
Spot on from Mr. Chopra here.
Testing period here for the Kent batsman.
Absolutely, this is interesting.
Just a fraction short if you're being hyper critical of Dan Worrell, and that's why he's getting the play misses and wrapping the thigh pads. I feel like he went a bit full as a big drive nick potentially around the corner.
It's in, and here is Denley driving, and that's a thickish inside edge really, but he'll get a single.
Slight misfield there from Geddes.
It's been pretty good today as Ben Geddes.
Yeah,
wonderful catch at short leg.
Joe will be happy to get down the other end.
Well,
now.
that's the other thing. He'll be happy to get off strike. But
yeah, Worrell's into his 5th over this spell. So, It's quite hot out there. It's been a long day in the field. You think this could be his last.
Yeah, and I wonder if Tom Law, now we're seeing the ball going now. I wonder if Tom Laws might get a go from that pavilion, and that's where he picked his 4 wickets up earlier. He's getting the old ball to go, and this ball's now in its 26th over. So I just wonder whether Tom Laws might be next, sort of cab off the rank.
Hazard Mahmood, the Surrey bowling coach, obviously a master reverse swing himself over the years.
Absolutely. As Dan Worrell is into Compton, and that's down the leg side, and Compton nothing on that whatsoever. Yeah, Hazard Mahmood. What I've noticed as well with Surrey this season is sort of that attitude of this flat pitch, we might not be able to take it's like you can, just got to work a way out to do it. Don't sort of come back and say, oh, it got flat.
No, this is proper cricket, isn't it? It's not the 2-day stuff that we've seen over the last few years when it's a bit of a lottery. Your dibbly-dobblers versus my dibbly-dobblers. It's proper cricket where...
Oh, now a short one here, and Compton sort of turned his head away from that, and it didn't get up as much as he thought it would. Varun Chopra, thank you, sir. Ben Watts is coming in. Mr. Chopra's back with us tomorrow, though. So that is excellent news. So Varun Chopra back with us tomorrow. Lovely to see you. Thank you as always. Wonderful to have Varun here today, giving us the masterly expertise of a former terrific player, Varun Chopra. We can say that now because he's leaving the building, but no, terrific player, Varun Chopra, and lovely to have him with us today. And he's back with us tomorrow with Fabian Cowdrey. Tomorrow, Ben Watts.
The fan club will be pleased.
Oh, one of them. The Fabian Cowdrey fan club.
Shout out to Barbara.
Barbara. There we are, you see. Has he got any merchandise? Probably somewhere, I would have thought.
Get some.
Conor McCurr comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Denley, who allows this one to go outside his off stump.
Meanwhile, the founding members of the Alice Davison Richards fan club,
yes.
you and I.
She's got 50, I saw that.
She's on 83 now, I think.
Well, you know Alice Davison Richards very, very well. You've known her for a long, long time, and it's terrific. This, it really is. I did see her massive grin when she got to 50. So if she gets to 100, God only knows what will happen. As Conor McCurr comes in over the wicket to Joe Denley. Shot from Joe Denley. That's only a single out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road, but just a very elegant shot that from Joe Denley. Just a single. But we were saying, and Varun was saying, that Worrell definitely getting that ball to reverse now. Makes it very tricky. And Surrey will sort of say to themselves, still 17 to go today. Still plenty of cricket. If they could just have a little purple patch here. Compton, though, well, he set his stall out. Do admire him for doing this. It takes real skill. 91 deliveries. As round the wicket comes McCurr to him, and Compton, that's turned away off his pads out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single. There was one shout from Worrell for LBW that if he hadn't got bat on it, and he must have got bat on it, because it was very, very tight on Ben Compton. But he's yeah, again, that's gone.
Yeah, my only thought with that one, if it's the one I'm thinking of, was possibly that he was playing a shot outside the line of off stump, because he is batting on off stump to when guys are coming around the wicket to him.
No, Mr. Chopra was convinced.
Okay, maybe it was a different one.
As this one's left alone outside the off stump. Yes, I think that was the first one. The fact there was a second one,
okay,
where if he hadn't got bat on it, as Varun Chopra described it, it was missing leg, it was missing off,
okay,
it was hitting the middle.
Yeah, this other one I thought was, you know, he was probably hitting, but he was outside the line of off when it hit him.
Oh, there we are. Commentator cam's on. There you go, with your young, handsome face on, and then looks like you've got the sort of Boxing Day sales sofas next to you as this is driven by Denley for 4. It's a lovely shot. Bit of width. All right, he's not completely keeping that on the floor, but the key thing there is he's gone after it, Joe Denley. And that's whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. Yeah, it's in the air, but he's absolutely hammered it for 4 runs. Joe Denley, he was on to 32, 66 without loss.
I think I might have a shave tonight.
Well, I'm convinced I'm looking more and more like one of those leather sofas that you can buy at the Boxing Day sales. As in over the wicket once again. Ooh, is McCurr, and this one's left alone by Denley outside his off stump. I've also bought myself due to Anthony Gibson, and we're on. I've bought myself a pair of Top Gun aviator shades as well. Anthony Gibson inspired me of BBC Somerset here, yes. So I think I'm looking a little like a very tired and old Viper from Top Gun. So there we are, but they're good shades. You can see everything from a second-hand shop again, charity shop.
I did like the photo of the two of you both wearing your shades.
Wearing aviators. Quantox Gibson, that's his call sign. Here we are, Tom Laws. This will be fun. Picked up 4 in the first innings. Now he gets to go, and he's swinging a bit now.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get the chance to say it, but as I was moving from one box to the other, I was saying to myself, Surrey, right now, what do you got to do? Get Tom Laws back in the attack. He was the man that made it happen earlier on in the day.
You just wonder if he's having one of those days today. Young Tom Laws, only 19, first championship game, and picked up 4 in the first inning. So here he goes again.
2 slips, Gully. Full delivery to Compton. Inside edge to that leg gully position. And of course, it's Conor McCurr.
He's everywhere.
On the dive. Away to his right. He stops the ball again. Amount of runs he alone has saved today. Ken trailing by 276. It'll be 200 without Conor McCurr. Okay, no. 250. That's not unreasonable. A few boundaries that he saved, certainly, as Compton in behind this one. It's got to show those that were dismissed earlier on in the day how to play young Tom Laws, and I think Ken will be certainly playing him with plenty of respect after that 4-wicket haul he picked up in the first innings.
Yeah, they'll be aware of him now. That's the other thing.
Here he comes. Around the wicket, back goes Compton, shuffling across his stump slightly to play defensively. Still batting on off stump.
Yeah, he's just got a nice action. Tom Laws, very simple. And as I say, he's only 19. So, very impressive debut this.
On the leg side, this one from Tom Laws to Ben Compton.
I think Compton and Denley have done a tremendous job up to this point. They really have. But they'll know there's still an hour of cricket to go tonight. 16.2 overs. So we're going to be finishing sort of at about an hour's time. So they've still got some work to do now. In again, and 4 goes. Compton plays this one off a goodish length out towards Rory Burns. Out there at extra cover. There is no run, but yeah, that 16.1, so 16 overs is normally about an hour of cricket. And so still work to do for Messrs Compton and Denley. As I say, so far they have done this very well. Compton forward again, he goes to Laws and just pushes him away out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Tidy first over again from Laws, maiden over, and 66 without loss. Kent Compton 23 and Denley has 32.
Apologies, I was momentarily distracted. My other role as BBC Red Kent's Gillingham FC commentator.
Oh yes, of course. It's something happened.
Somebody's signing.
Excellent. That's good news.
Somebody that wears gloves as well, which is always useful, because at the minute they'd have been going into the season with the goalkeeping coach in between the sticks. So
ooh,
there's a little teaser for you.
Will Jennings.
Did I see there was someone somewhere, and but a footballer, goalkeeper type gentleman, who, technical term, who sort of advertised himself on Twitter as being available.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. Now, whether anybody signed him, I don't know, but you could get in touch with him. He'll send you his CV.
Yeah. I've seen, you occasionally do see non-league players sort of use their social media to say goalkeeper who has played at this level looking for a new club type thing. Particularly more sort of that very sort of semi-pro
I quite
level.
enjoyed the thought of them sending you their CV though, because really all you want to know is where they've kept gut orders. This one's pushed by Will Jacks off the back foot out there towards extra cover. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total.
I mean, it's often the show reel. I know, you know, you and I in our line of work, if we were applying for a job, might have to send off a show reel. But yeah, these players these days, they've got their agents put a few clips together, a few of their best bits.
I just like the thought of the goalkeeper though, sending their CV off with, you know,
I kept X number of clean sheets, playing at this level for this team.
or not do that, actually give all the sort of educational stuff.
Oh, right, yeah.
10 GCSEs, 3 A levels, first class honours degree from so and so. This one's turned leg side by Compton's taking a quick single of Will Jacks, one more to the total. And
other hobbies include walking my dog,
I like reading,
playing the piano.
Yeah, I like reading. Oh, and by the way, I played 32 times for. I've got my own gloves. I am available.
I own my own gloves.
Will travel. As in over the wicket comes Jacks, and this one's turned by Denley down towards short fine leg. They'll stroll another single, one more to the total.
Preferences available on request.
Yes, indeed. Denley 34, Compton comes back onto strike on 24. Seems to be a bit of chatter going on somewhere near us at the moment, picking that up on the effects microphone. As you can hear, somebody's now shouting somewhere near the effects microphone. Slip and a short leg and a leg slippers. Jacks is in, and this is left alone by Compton, watchfully as always. Now, I think Compton's about to face his 100th delivery now. So he's about to face his 100th delivery here, Ben Compton. As Jacks is into him, and he's forward. Just stabs this away, the left-handed Compton, into the offside. And again, there is no run. But yeah, so I did see that. Somebody, I think ex-goalkeeper, as current goalkeeper, as this one's turned by Compton into the leg side. Amler will do the fielding away to his right. End of the over, 69 without loss. Compton 24, Denley 34, and that means that still trailing by 273 runs. Kent, just to give everybody an idea, I seem to remember that Kent were about 110 for 1 on the third evening at Beckenham.
It's got similar vibes, hasn't it?
It really has got similar vibes. And then it rained all day on the Sunday, but it's got similar vibes to it. It's in my other book. I did this yesterday. Just going to my other computer here just for my statistics. There's someone talking very loudly near us, isn't it? They're talking to themselves or down the phone.
So Tom Laws continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Joe Denley. Plays this off the back foot. Back down the pitch. I've been neglecting your emails a bit today, kencricket@gmail.com, but Peter, unprompted, thank you, getting in touch and suggested why. The title of his email was Grit Needed, and at the moment Kent 69 without loss are now showing that, even if they weren't able to do so at the back end of their second innings. Saying essential Kent don't drop back into the basement battle, having hauled themselves out. As Laws bowls, Denley just pushes this gently. I don't know whether it was 100% deliberate, but there was an element of control as he ran it wide of second slip down to third man to the boundary. Yeah, Peter saying Kent need to keep their Division 1 status, get something out of this game. Having seen most of the top sides this year, Surrey probably the best. Saw the likes of Jamie Overton bowling very quick indeed, and Will Jacks bowling very well, shaking off that part-time tag as well. So he thought he had a very nice classic action for the off spin. So yep, I think Kent perhaps now showing the required grit that Peter was looking for with this opening pair, as We see Tom Laws in again, bowling to Denley, and there was a loose stroke from Denley on the walk, trying to play a drive. I feel like I've seen Zach Crawley play a stroke or two like that before. And he hasn't nicked it behind, though, to the keeper.
I'm just consulting my notes here, consulting the computer. 108 for 1 at stumps at Beckenham on the third evening, with Matt Milnes out there night watchmaning after Crawley had gone.
Tom Laws bowls. Denley trying to drive again, drags it into the turf. I'm getting distracted again, Churchy, but this time because Al Davison-Richards is 3 runs away.
Oh gosh, yeah,
See a couple of really nice boundaries.
Go on,
square.
you keep an eye on that and I'll keep an eye on this. There we are. Tom Laws is marching back down there towards the pavilion. Turn again, whoever it is talking very loudly above us. Seems to have been quiet now. In over the wicket again goes Laws, then to Denley, beats him on the outside edge with one that just bounces. It's a lovely length again from Tom Laws. It's a really impressive debut, this, from the young man. So just trying to make the breakthrough here. It was basically him that did that this morning when he got rid of Leaning. Playing very nicely for his 75, and then Laws bowled him off the inside edge, having dropped him himself, and then had him dropped by Worrell. As he's in here is Laws, and driving is Denley down towards backward point, but he'll be very pleased still with how today has gone, but he'd really like to break this partnership. But Compton and Denley doing a tremendous job here for Kent. Still 14 overs to go today, but they're doing a wonderful, wonderful job for Kent here today. And it's going to be Will Jacks to continue down below us. I'm not quite sure where all this sort of noise is coming from, but there did seem to be there for a moment, someone just shouting. I'm not quite sure what they were shouting about. But they're somewhere in the ground deciding to shout very loudly, and being picked up on our effects microphone, which is dangling out of the little hole by our feet, away to our right hand side, little porthole it is.
It's like an arrow hole in a castle, really, isn't it?
I've got the name for those now, as this is cut by Compton off Will Jacks down towards backward point, and there's no run.
What, the little slits?
Yes,
the
because
arrows.
of course when I was younger I remember that you could fire out of them, very difficult to fire back in. You had to be sort of, not Moby Dick, that's the wrong one. As forward goes William Tell. As forward goes Compton, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run.
An embrasure? Is that right? I don't know.
They were a band of the 80s. As this is a quicker one, which Compton's cutting out towards cover point, and there is no run.
Apparently an embrasure is the loophole, arrow loop or arrow slit pass through a solid wall.
Ah, loophole. That's the word I was thinking of, loophole. Thank you very much indeed for that. As in comes Jacks again, forward goes Compton, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Hence where the phrase comes from.
Indeed. Okay. Because you can obviously fire out of them with your bow and arrow, but firing back in, you have to be a very good shot to get it through the window or through the loophole. They're just changing the field a touch here. Of course, we had the old crossbow bolt incident here a few years ago now.
Goodness.
Yes, yeah, that was a while ago now. 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, crikey, that was something.
It certainly was. Not that we knew what it was, but it was something. As the players legged it off the field of play. Now we're just waiting, I think, for some helmets to come out for close catches, because I think they're going to get an extra one in for Ben Compton. And well, the cheering from Mr. Watts away to my right hand side. Well, give us the good news there, Ben Watts.
Alice Davison-Richards of Kent and South East Stars, a maiden Test century on debut for England against South Africa. 173 balls, 17 fours, massive partnership with Nat Siver, who's also got 100. Big smile on her face. What a moment.
Well done. Alice Davison-Richards. What a moment that is for her. 100 on your Test match debut. That is fantastic, and you know her very well, and that's amazing, isn't it? What she's done there.
Yeah, I mean, for someone that at one stage probably felt like her dream of playing cricket professionally wasn't going to happen for her. She probably thought, you know, that the game wasn't going to almost get to that professional level quick enough for her to be able to commit to really trying to make it, and would have been forced into taking another job or something. And yeah, the fact that she's been able to get this opportunity and to, you know, play professionally and now get to this stage, really chuffed for her.
How many phones have you got? Ben, what?
Yeah, so
Yeah, I thought I'd lost mine.
No, I thought this might come up. So I've got a personal phone and a work phone, but then I have an old work phone.
Right.
That I need to give back, actually, but that's currently what I'm watching Alice Davison Richards 100 on.
Ah, I see. Well, but it's fantastic news, as they have got an extra close catcher in at City Point, and forward goes the left-handed Compton. So that is a big moment for Alice Davison Richards.
I've been told that she's the second player only to score 100 and take a Test wicket on Test debut. The first women's player, the other was W.G. Grace.
Wow. As forward goes Compton and pushes this one out into the offside. He'll get a single, as the fielding's done there by a diving Dan Worrell away to his right hand side. One more to the total. That will mean that Ben Compton has kept the strike, but no, that is tremendous from Alice Davison Richards. And as I say, you know her very well. I've sort of got to know her really through South East Stars stuff, but she's a lovely person as well. And interviewed her in a Sainsbury's car park. Well, I was in a Sainsbury's car park when the call came, and I'm pretty sure she would have been very, very happy with being told she's going to get 100 on her Test match debut.
Tom Laws in and bowling. A full delivery to Ben Compton, which is driven down the ground through the vacant mid-off area. Am I right in thinking that if she wasn't playing in this Test match, she may well have been with you yourself on Matt Cole on day one?
Yeah, on day one of this. But I think if you're going to come up with any excuse not to be, you don't need much of an excuse not to be with me, but with Matt Cole, most people want to spend an afternoon or day with Matt Cole, and she couldn't due to the fact she was making a Test match debut, which I think is a pretty fair excuse.
As excuses go for not showing up for another event, that's pretty good, I'd say. Yeah. That's up there. And
I'm glad she's made the most of it as well, because, you know, she'd have enjoyed it there, I'm sure, listening to me and Matt Cole blathering on Sunday.
Here comes a man who's had an excellent day as well. Tom Laws has a full delivery here. Oh, it was on leg stump. There was a shout for LBW against Compton.
Just got to be a little bit careful. The only thing I would say with Ben Compton here is he is bringing the umpire into the game. It's 3 now, 3 shouts for LBW.
Because he's batting a fairway across. I think maybe just pitching outside leg stump, which has saved him here. Haven't seen a replay just yet. Might get one in a moment. Here comes Tom Laws again. Compton cutting that one away out to backward point. I'm getting my Toms and Tobys mixed up because, of course, Toby Petman making that Kent debut. He was telling Matt Cole last night, as an ex-Tunbridgian, that the Kent players take the mickey out of him, saying that it's like Zach Crawley or Marcus O'Riordan are in the room because they all have the same sense of humour. They're all the same year at Tunbridge. So here comes Tom Laws. I don't know if that's a Tunbridge school thing, Churchy. Do you all have the same sense of humour? Full toss away, nudged into the onside for 2 runs for Compton. He moves to 29 and Kent's to 78 without loss.
Sure there. 11 was unbeaten. 1992 year was. Tunbridge 1992, 11 unbeaten.
Okay.
Played an attacking brand of cricket.
I'm sure we'll chat more Tunbridge Score when Mr. Cowdrey's back tomorrow.
No, we always avoid that conversation.
do you?
No, yeah.
Tom Law's bowls. Clipped away into the onside. He'll mention it though, didn't he, have some record for runs scored, wasn't he?
Oh, yes, he
At
did.
one point.
Yes.
And then, of course, he got a T20 half-century on this ground. One of his finer moments in a Kent shirt as well.
Good player, Fabian Cowdrey. Good player.
He's wasted turning up on Saturday for some club team scoring hundreds these days, isn't
Well,
he?
yeah, he seems to do it on a regular basis, mind you. Turn up and score 100.
It's not bad, is it, you know? So it has a bit of a side hobby. Clipped away by Joe Denley. This is a nice stroke, wide of mid-on. He's going to move to 39 and the Kent score to 80 without loss.
It's quite interesting having Toby Petman in this game, because it's a sort of looking at that, you know, O'Riordan, Ben Earl, Zach Crawley, all in that Tunbridge cricket 11. And what fascinates me about that, and there's been a lot written about this actually, and there's a terrific book out called Crickonomics. Tim Wickmore, part of that, and looking at sort of the whole thing about public school cricketers and playing in first class and all that. But the interesting thing is, not many. Toby Petman's one of the only examples I can think of as a bowler coming out, because the pitches are so good. And the other thing I would say is this: but bowling's hard work.
Yeah,
it is hard work. Fast bowling, especially, is hard work. And interesting chapter on that. As here is Will Jacks bowling to Joe Denley. Coming down the pitch here is Joe Denley. And smothers that out into the offside. But it's a very interesting book, that Crickonomics. It really is. But yeah, it's very, very interesting seeing Petman in this, and Tom Laws, as this one's tucked away by Joe Denley into the leg side. And they'll pick up 2. Denley will move on to 41 and 82 without loss. Now, Kent.
Liam from Kent's just told me Alice's 100 was the fastest ever scored by a Kent women's player. There's been a few hundreds scored by Kent women's players as well over the years.
Well, Charlotte Edwards.
Tammy Beaumont, Charlotte Edwards, Lydia Greenway in recent times.
This one's pushed.
200 partnership now they've put on. Christy Havels tweeted me to say it was the ice cream I bought her at Canterbury that inspired it.
Right, very good indeed.
I'm going to claim it.
As this is a quicker one. Pushed down into the leg side by Denley. Ben Watts is off to give the good people of Kent the very excellent news about Alice Davison-Richards, and Nat Sivert with 100 as well, which is good news for Surrey, as this one's turned leg side again by the right-handed Denley in there towards short mid-wicket. So yeah, Siver and Davison-Richards. Here goes Denley using the feet to Jackson, drives him straight down the ground for 4. It's nicely played by Joe Denley, just using his feet and then driving it straight back down the ground for 4 runs. End of the over, 86 without loss. Compton has 30, Denley has 45. Chat out there in the middle between those two. And Tom Laws to continue from the pavilion end. Tom Laws into his... what's he into here? 4th over in this second innings. So 4th over in the second innings, but 4 for 51 in the first. But Compton and Denley doing a very fine job here. When they went out there were 44 overs left today. Of course, there's a whole day to go tomorrow. But 86 without loss, Kent. Trail by 256 runs, of course. Little survey of the field from Ben Compton. Slipping a gully in there as round the wicket he goes then, Laws, and Compton turns this one leg side out there towards deep mid-wicket. Gus Atkinson does the fielding, and they will pick up a single. One more to the total. Denley comes back onto strike on 45. Compton 31. 87 without loss. As Denley, right-handed of course, it's over his bat. Tom Laws, right arm over the wicket, he comes from the pavilion end, and this one's left alone by Denley. Outside his off stump. Morrell in there at first slip, then Jacks is sort of at fourth slip, Ryan Patel at fifth, deepish backward point is Geddes. Atkinson is sweeping out there on the cover boundary rope. Hashim Amla's not on the field to play at the moment, so Nico Reefer is up there at mid-on. Rory Burns with his sunglasses glinting in the sun on top of his cap is at mid-off as Tom Laws comes over the wicket again to Denley, and Denley's up on his toes, punching out there towards Gus Atkinson, who sweeps out on that cover boundary rope. Throw comes into Jamie Smith. They'll pick up another single. One more to Joe Denley. He's on to 46 now. Compton comes back onto strike on 31, but Compton and Denley have done pretty well here so far. As in round the wicket once again goes Laws, and this one's pushed out into the offside. Rolls up there towards mid-off, and there's no run. Thank you very much on Twitter to John, who points out, of course, yeah, Ollie Robinson, Stuart Broad and Toby Roland Jones, all private school fast bowlers, but compared to the number of batters that come out, John, it's a much smaller number. As forward goes Compton. Plays this one out into the offside. Up comes Nico Reefer to do the fielding. There is no run. Quite a few spectators still inside the ground as we've gone past 6 o'clock now. After this over, we've got 10 to go tonight as Laws is round the wicket once again to Compton, down the leg side, and Ben Compton gets nothing on this. Actually too far away from that leg stump, I don't think, and taken by Jamie Smith. End of the over, 10 to go tonight. Kent following on, 88 without loss. So that's still trailing Surrey by 254 runs. This is the sort of solid start that Kent would have been looking for from these two. Out there in the middle. Going to have Will Jacks to continue. Down below us from the Vauxhall end with his off breaks coming into Joe Denley, who's up on his toes and pushes this one out into the offside. Take another single. That's one more to the total. One more to Joe Denley. To 47 goes Denley. 89 without loss. Obviously over 8s are pretty good at the moment. +3 and +3 on the over 8s on the scoreboard away to our right hand side. Sam Curran's getting warmed up for a bowl late on this third evening as Compton's letting this one go outside his off stump. It's just into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Moving to his left, bit of bounce there as well. So in comes Jacks again. This one's tucked away into the leg side by the left-handed Compton. Then he rehearses a pull shot there, does Ben Compton. Sides against it. Waits again. Does Compton, as round the wicket is Jacks, and that's swept by Compton. Playing the sweep now. Varun Chopra talked about that. He's played that very nicely as Ben Compton sweeping down to the boundary rope for 4. First one he's played, but played it very, very nicely indeed. Ben Watts is back. May have to just leave him at the end of this over for a call of nature. Getting to my age, they're long days these. As here is Jacks again, forward. Goes Ben Compton, plays this one up towards Downwarrel. Stood up there at mid-off, a wideish mid-off. They pick up one more, 94 without loss. But Nat Siver, as I was saying, obviously Surrey's Nat Siver, and 100 for her as well. So a very fine partnership there between Alice Davison-Richards and Nat Siver, as this one's down the leg side, beautifully taken by Jamie Smith, as Denny was just trying to help that down towards fine leg. End of the over, 94 without loss then. Kent following on. We've got 9 overs remaining today. Compton 36, Dendy 47. Still trailed by 248. Tom Laws to continue. Ben Watts will pick up commentary, and I will just be a couple of moments.
No worries.
No, and I'm just checking you're all right here. You're very busy. You're
go for
not
it.
only commentating, typing at the same time is Ben Watts. Very impressive. Look of concentration on his face. Never easy to spell correctly whilst commentating and typing at the same time. And also having someone chatting in your headphones at the same time. You're now live on the Surrey live stream typing as well there, Ben Watts. That's a terrific. Yes, thank you for that, indeed. Watts. So Sam Curran into the attack from the pavilion end. I'm going to have to leave you now, if that's all right, B Watts.
Don't worry.
Otherwise, there could be an accident on the live stream.
I've sent that email to the people of Tunbridge Wells to say, put this in your South East Today bulletin at past about our good friend Alice Davison-Richards' England Test debut 100. And then, speaking of England internationals, Sam Curran is coming back on here for Surrey to try and bring about a change in the current pattern, which is that Kent are just chewing up deliveries, trying to get through to the end of the day. 94 without loss, this opening stand in the second innings is worth, between Compton, who has 36, and Joe Denley, who has 47. A couple of slips for Sam Curran, who's in and bowling. Compton gets in behind the line of this delivery and pushes it away into the offside. Lovely day here in South London. We have had some gorgeous sunshine, and still, if you're in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, over on that side of the ground, still bathed in sunshine. Just away to our left, just the stand that we're in. Always used to be called the OCS stand. I'm assuming it hasn't changed. It may well have changed sponsor's name, but yeah, that's just providing a little bit of shade at the moment for a patch of the outfield and some of the spectators that are currently at a third man area. As Compton has his back to them, plays off the back foot into the offside, where it's fielded at backward point. Shout out to Nick Bull, who's got in touch. He's been working in London today. He's en route home to Greenwich. He's nipping to the ground and taking a few deliveries at the end of the day. Why not? What a perfect way to spend a little part of your evening. As here comes Sam Curran again. Back of length delivery, which Compton lines up. Plays defensively. Mr. Church, that was quick.
Thank you very much indeed. Experience. Old age, but experience.
Loving your work.
Thank you. It's the only talent I've got, really. Sam Curran coming in left arm over the wicket to Compton. Forward, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Mr. Watts is doing all sorts of things at the moment. Bulletin reading, and photos, and tweeting. Multitasking in a journalistic sense. Here's Ben Watts. He is your multi-dimensional journalist for the digital age. Way to our right at the moment. Ashley Mambler catching on the edge of the strip there. City mid-off and the city mid-on, basically, as Curran's in. All shout for LBW as Compton got a bit of bat on that, trying to whip round that front pad. I think he might have done, actually. Yep, bit of bat on it. So 2 more to the total. That will move Compton on to 38 and move Kent on to 96 without loss. Dan Worrell at first slip, Will Jacks at second in the sun. Gus Atkinson's wandering out to sweep up on that cover boundary. Conor McGurr at short mid-wicket. Here is Sam Curran once again. Left arm over the wicket, and this is pushed off the back foot by Ben Compton. Out there to Ryan Patel at extra cover. End of the over, 8 to go today then. Kent still trail by 246, but Compton and Denley have made a fine fist of this. Been out there for 36 overs now. 96 without loss. Of course, the whole day to go tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure the chat from Kent at half-time would have been, after Surrey enforced the follow-on, that they would have been fully expecting is possibly in that first innings, gentlemen. Didn't really bowl us out, we gave them a hand, so it's exactly what Compton and Denley are not doing here. They have really got their heads down.
Did you read out this tweet from John?
About the bowlers from public schools, fast bowlers? Yes. I agreed completely and wholeheartedly with John on that. I'm just sort of the numbers, the number of batters that come out.
No, I don't disagree.
But this was all in
the
this
fact that he's only picked out 3.
The Crickonomics book. Crickonomics it's called. It's a very interesting read. Doesn't mention the Tunbridge 1992 unbeaten season, sadly, as here is Will Jacks.
Tossing this one up and driven away by Joe Denley. We have just seen the occasional bit of intent from him, particularly that one that he thumped back down the ground against Jacks. As he comes around the wicket once more, angling it across, Joe Denley drives it up towards the deepish mid-on for a single, so he moves on to 48 now, and he's just a slither away from a half-century, and Kent not far away from a century stand for this opening pair in the second innings. I think Alice Davison-Richards might be out. She is for 107.
Fabulous, fabulous stuff.
Jacks again, this time to Compton, into the gloves of the wicketkeeper Jamie Smith behind the stumps. That Gillingham signing's about to be announced, by the way.
Is it? Excellent, that's great news.
Here comes Compton, defended into the onside. Listeners of a BBC London persuasion who follow a certain club historically in metropolitan Kent, Charlton Athletic.
Yes, yes.
Might be familiar with the name. Yes, Jacks is in and bowling.
Is it Alan Kirbishley?
Is it Alan Kirbishley? 1 to Ben Compton. Of course, I passed Millwall's ground on the way in on the train.
You would do, yes indeed. The new den. I'm normally asleep at that point.
Of course, my own South London connection is Crystal Palace Football Club.
You're a huge Palace.
Down the pitch comes Denley, clips this away into the onside. Is that going all the way for 4, or is it going to plug? Looks like it will plug. Going to have to run these as it's being chased by Dan Worrell. Denley comes back for 3. And with that, he goes to a half-century. And Joe Denley has played himself into form with some runs in the T20 Blast and back in the County Championship team. He's part of a century stand here with Ben Compton. Kent 101 without loss in their second innings as Denley goes to 51. With a nice little clip into the onside. 6 boundaries for Denley and 94 balls faced.
Yeah, very nice innings this from Joe Denley. Very good start for Kent. 101 without loss. 7 overs to go this evening. And if these two could get to the stumps tonight, then Kent will feel we've made a really good fist of that in the final session. Really good fist of it. And Surrey will still feel they've had a good day because they're giving themselves a chance tomorrow. They know there's a lot of hard work to come tomorrow as well. Denley will be on strike because he took 3 off that final delivery of the over to bring up his 50 and the Kent 100. Sam Curran then will come left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Denley, who's forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. A bit more cloud cover now here in South London. I think the forecast for tomorrow is fine, but I may have that completely wrong.
No, as far as I'm aware it is.
Because at Beckenham, of course, we arrived and it rained for the whole of the last day, which was a little disappointing from a pure cricketing point of view, because we'd had 3 days of lovely weather from memory. As in over the wicket again comes Sam Curran. Oh, Denley's played at this one. Push at it outside his off stump. Just going past his outside edge.
I really should name the files of photos that I have of Kent players on my laptop better, because I'm now trawling through trying to find one of Joe Denley in a Kent shirt.
Ah, is this for social media purposes?
Yeah.
Very good, very, very good. He tucks himself over his back once more. Got to have a photo. As in over the wicket comes Sam Curran. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Denley. Yes,
I've done it.
Well
Yeah, that's
done.
it. Well,
Very good.
see, I've done it in a rush, and I've put Joe Denley passes 50 with a clip into the leg side, but of course the photo is of him forcing one into the offside. But there we go.
No, it doesn't matter. It may be that he's sort of so good at the moment. He looks like he's driving that through the offside, but it was actually 3 over mid wicket. It was absolutely fine. He's just the right person. When I used to do it, I used to bug up the wrong photo now and again. As in over the wicket once again comes Sam Curran. Denley is forward and pushing this one up towards mid-off. And there is no run as Rory Burns does the fielding. So, as I say, Kent, if they could get to stumps tonight, I'd be delighted to have got through this last session unscathed, but they know, both sides know, there's an awful lot of work to do tomorrow as well.
6 overs after this one. Then that full day ahead tomorrow.
Sam Curran in again, and that's hitting Denley, looking to work down the leg side, looking leg side-ish. And it is.
Bat?
Well, umpire Middlebrook's not given. They've had 3 big shouts now. Sorry, a couple on Compton and that one on Joe Denley, but absolutely nothing from the umpire at all. Yeah, it's going down anyway.
Yeah, swinging down.
It did swing, but it was swinging down. It wasn't the most convincing of appeals. But Sam Curran will be pleased to see that one tail back in at Joe Denley. Waits again, does the right-handed Denley. Sam Curran is into him, and Denley's forward. Doesn't time this at all. Pushes it up towards mid-off. End of the over, so 6 to go. I suppose Kent might think about... Matt Milnes did it at Beckenham, but having somebody ready to go just in case a wicket did fall in the old night watchman role. I'm not a huge fan of night watchman, I have to say. I never really have been, to be fair.
Well, we had the slightly farcical situation in the Gloucestershire game where they sent out 3. And then Jacob Duffy got them all out.
That's magnificent.
So Miles Hammond had to come out, and eventually they got through to stumps, but at that point they were 5 down.
Yes.
Because Kent had taken 2 genuine wickets plus the 3 night watchmen, and then the next day you had
3 night watchmen.
Phillips coming in at 8, Higgins in at 9. And yeah, it gave Kent the emphasis and the momentum to go on and win that game. And I think, you know, if you'd have sent the 2 openers out and they'd have got through unscathed, I'm not sure Kent would have taken 10 wickets on the final day.
Yes,
They may well have done, but that over from Duffy where he got 1 batter out and then 2 night watchmen really turned their tide.
Yeah, there's all sorts of different situations, but I always think if if you don't, there's sometimes where it's not really doing a lot. Someone will play a bad shot and you think, well, I could send someone out there just to block out and over. That's fine. If it's nipping all over the shop, I don't know how you think someone lower down the order is going to do any better than someone up the order.
Atkinson with a short one to Compton, which he thinks about playing and then probably wisely decides not to.
Or my favourite is when a night watchman goes out there for like with 3 overs to go and comes back having faced 1 ball whilst the batter has faced 17. And yes, the night watchman spent most of the time at the non-striker's end. That's always fabulous to watch. Still there for the morning though, that's the most important thing, of course. Atkinson is in and forward comes Ben Compton and pushes a good length ball straight back up the pitch. And there's no run. Of course, there's been the famous occasions though, hasn't there? Like Jason Gillespie a double 100 in a test match as night watchman against Bangladesh. But there are some times when sort of night watchman wanders out there and it's nipping all over the shop and they're out straight away and you think, well, I'm not quite sure how they were meant to do any better than the top order batter. As forward goes Compton. That's nicely played to Gus Atkinson. Just pushes this, checks it away through the covers. Played really well here, Ben Compton. Set his stall out again. Comes back for 3. He doesn't look to be the sort of player that will come out of his bubble, so to speak, and try anything different. He's very happy to tick along at his pace. He's on to 42. Can move on to 104 without loss. A trail now by 238. So we always knew it was going to be tough, this. I think Surrey would know it was going to be tough to polish off the first innings, which they did in quite quick time, really.
Yeah, there was a bit of a collapse that, from Kent's point of view, which was a little bit disappointing after that stand from Drummond and leaning, and only really resistance from Milnes and Cox otherwise.
Gus Atkinson ready once again, coming over the wicket to Joe Denley, and Denley just pushes him away out towards backward point, and they will pick up a single. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Joe Denley. He moves on to 52, 105 without loss.
Who's our main man downstairs on floor number 1 that was serving us food at tea and lunch today? Steve. Lovely Steve. Let's give Steve a shout out, because he said to me at tea time that this might be all over today.
Well, Steve always says that.
Sorry, Steve.
Ben Watts.
You're coming back tomorrow.
No, Steve always asks. He asks me that question every time I arrive on day 1. As if around the wicket comes Atkinson, and this one's pulled down into the leg side by Compton. They have got a man at leg gully.
His theory was that if Kent ended up being 5 or 6 down and you're able to take the extra half an hour, do they really want to come back tomorrow?
Yeah. It's very,
But the big if was, if Kent are 5 or 6 down, are they?
No, well, the thing is, but Steve does ask me that question on the opening morning of the game. Well, do you think we'll be going home by tea time, Mark? Well, I'm not sure, Steve. Let's see what happens in the morning session. Lovely man. As forward goes Compton, plays this one out towards backward point, and there's no run. End of the over, 105 without loss.
I'm assuming he doesn't make the food, but whoever does, it was really nice today. There was some stuff for lunch. I just said, put it all on my plate, and it tasted real nice. And then the chocolatey dessert type thing at tea was also very good.
There looked to be mushroom type burgers. I didn't have those. Someone said, would you like a slider?
A slider?
What they're officially called, is it? Those little burgery type things?
Yeah.
I said, no thank you. No thank you. I would like some of what I thought yesterday was roast swede, but turned out to be new spice, what are they called? Those potato chip things that aren't chips.
Sweet potato chips?
Those are the ones, thank you very much. Did enjoyed those. And then also found out that kale wasn't a fish.
Kale wasn't a fish?
I always thought kale was a fish, you see. Then Mark Baldwin, the great Mark Baldwin, was telling me that yesterday's chicken was the best bit of chicken he's had this year, which is quite something.
Mark Baldwin, I was quite disappointed as a man of Kent, was pleased that Surrey had taken some quick wickets prior to the lunch interval. because it was moving the game on a bit.
Oh, well, there he is. He's thinking of his round of golf at Hever Castle.
Shame on you, Mark Baldwin, as a man of Kent.
He did enjoy his chicken yesterday, though.
Oh,
A great man.
I think he's probably a Kentish man, actually, but I don't want to get into that debate. Sam Curran from the pavilion end, round the wicket. He's going to try with the left armers, and he's bowled a low full toss, which Denley has sliced away down towards third man for 4. Didn't quite get it right there. Sam Curran, Denley cashes in, moves to 56 now, and Kent 109 without loss. And as Baron Chopra was telling us earlier on, you've still got to score your runs and put the bad balls away, even when you are trying to just bat time and dig in.
Well, I think the funny thing is, isn't it, if they get to stumps tonight with no wickets down, Kent will feel, well, we've had a pretty good day here. And Surrey will think we've still got all day tomorrow, so it's still interestingly poised, all this. It really is, but these two have batted very, very well for these overs in this last session tonight.
Current ball, Stanley tries to drive him through the covers.
And I think the other thing here is this pitch, you're going to need a helping hand. And I think Kent gave that to Surrey a bit in the first innings. He gives Surrey a bit of a helping hand in that first innings. Surrey will sort of say to themselves tomorrow, if we can just find 10 ways, that's all it'll be, 10 ways of picking up wickets. Kent will just think they've got to do what Compton and
this one driven away out towards extra cover. Stopped by Rory Burns. They don't get a 1. I'm just trying to work out if they're still expecting me for a 6:30 update.
Ooh. Is it better to be there just in case they do?
I think I probably will do that, yeah.
Yes.
So I'll disappear in a moment.
Ooh. Like off Rinter Ghost. If anybody remembers that? Great show that was. You're too young.
Here comes Sam Curran once again. Hurrying in. Clipped away by Denley. Well fielded out in the deep. Is it Conor McCurr out there?
Yes, it is your man Conor McCurr again.
Of course it is. What a fielder.
Very athletic young man,
He's
that
been
one.
outstanding today. Denley's got 57, Compton's got 42. I'm going to leave you with Mark Church. I'll be back in a minute.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben Watts. Yes, he's off to do yet another hard-hitting update. And he's done a very, very good job today, has Ben Watts, because not only has he been commentating, he's also been typing, photo editing, keeping an eye on what's happening at Taunton in the women's test match. So he's been very busy. 110 without loss. Survey of the field for Ben Compton. Sam Curran will come left arm over the wicket to him, and Compton's forward. It's going to run away down towards third man. Slide from Tom Laws. He will pick up a couple here, will Tom Laws. 2 more to the total. And 2 more to Compton. He's on to 44. 112 without loss now. Kent. All out in their first innings for 331, and then, sorry, as I say, enforcing the follow on. Trailing by 230, Kent. Again, they've got those 2 men slap bang in front of Ben Compton. Rory Burns on the offside, Ashley Mamler on the leg side, and now Ryan Patel goes into a leg gully position. Compton waits with that bat raised, leaning forward as Sam Curran left arm over the wicket he comes, and it's a short one which Compton's pulling, making sure he's rolling the wrists on it. Comes all the way down below us to Ben Geddes. Jamie Smith has completely lost that in the sun as the throw came in, but it was banged in there by Sam Curran. It's played very well, very controlled, Ben Compton with that one, rolling his wrists on it. So 4 overs to go on this, the 3rd day, whole day to go tomorrow. And Kent 113 without loss, so still trailing by 229 runs. And Ben Compton 45. Joe Denley not out, 57 at the strikers end. Sun's out again now. So a very nice end to the day. And Gus Atkinson just trying to make a breakthrough here for Surrey. He'll come round the wicket from the Vauxhall end, and Compton covers up and pushes this one up towards mid-on. There's Hashim Amla to do the fielding, moving round to his left in his white floppy sun hat. Still a few people dotted around the ground at the moment. New seats in the middle tier of the MAR Galadari stand being put in all the while. So some new very bright white seats up there to our left. As in round the wicket again comes Gus Atkinson, and Compton's pushing off that back foot out towards backward point. Again, there's no run. But 100 today for Daniel Bale-Drummond. Played very nicely indeed, did Daniel Bale-Drummond. And 4 wickets on his championship debut for Tom Laws. 4 for 51 for Tom Laws. Around the wicket once more then goes Gus Atkinson. That's short, and Compton's pulling and just making sure he's rolling the wrists on that and keeping the ball down. It's more really just to sort of help round the corner from Ben Compton. But he'll get a single. 114 without loss, but it's just to wait for it and then help it round the corner, making sure he's rolling the wrists on top of it. Doesn't want that ball going upwards, so making sure he's rolling the wrists on top. Ben Compton. Gus Atkinson gets the ball back from his skipper, Rory Burns. Mr. Ben Watts is making his way back in, having done a final update of the day, I think, for BBC Radio Kent, as Atkinson's into Denley, and Denley's letting this one go outside his off stump. All done for the day, Ben Watts?
Certainly live ones, yeah.
Well done, old boy. Excellent. I'm just
going to be back tomorrow then as well.
Something excellent. Yes, you will be indeed. We're very excited about that. My ultimate commuter's bag that I bought at the beginning of the season. It has a number of sections. I've lost stuff in there that I still can't find due to the number of sections that it's got. As in over the wicket once more is Gus Atkinson. Short one, ducking underneath it is Denley. But yeah, it's an excellent bag. It's got my... for away trips now, I can pack clothing in there as well, so I only need the one bag.
Looks like the sort of bag you could just take on holiday in your hold luggage.
Everything I need cricketing wise in there as well. All my bits and pieces.
It's quite a stylish bag too.
Thank you very much. I'm quite a stylish man, I'll have you know, Ben Watts. We're going to try what's going on here. So Rory Burns and
chatting to the umpire about something.
I don't know whether it's the field or somebody chatting as Gus Atkinson was about to run in and bowl. But Rory Burns doesn't look best pleased with the chat. But going to continue now. I'm not quite sure what that was about. Maybe a bit of chatter as Gus Atkinson was running into bowl or trying to change the field. I don't know. As here comes Gus Atkinson over the wicket to Denley, and that's zip back. And that cut Joe Denley in half. Nicely bowled by Gus Atkinson. End of the over, so 3 to go tonight. Been a long day because we've added a bit of time on from yesterday. And just to say that at lunchtime, Kent in their first innings were 265 for 5. So now in their second innings, 114 without loss. Are we getting a bit of Ryan Patel? Yes, we are. Going to get a little bit of Ryan Patel trying to make the ball wobble down there in the distance.
Change of bowling at the pavilion.
Here comes the announcement.
Ryan Patel.
There we are, Ryan Patel into the attack. So the crowd like that. He is a bit of a golden arm at times, is Ryan Patel.
Couple of emails in the meantime. Phil has said he's enjoying the commentary from his sick bed on holiday in Lancashire. Phil, we hope you're feeling better soon. He says, however, as a lapsed archer, he's just correcting my earlier terminology to say that you do not fire arrows because the flame would singe the string. So that's not actually the phrase.
What if it's not on? But what if it's not on fire?
I feel like firing arrows is actually quite a commonly used phrase, but maybe we're all getting it wrong. Anyhow,
so you don't fire an arrow? What do you do with an arrow? Because it doesn't have to be on fire to be an arrow, does it?
It doesn't have to be on fire for you to fire it.
Exactly. Mm.
Anyway, we're getting into interesting territory as Ryan Patel is in. He's got 1 slip, but 2 extra covers on the catch as Compton lets this one go outside the off stump.
Any more emails?
Oh yeah, I made some comment about Gillingham signing someone who wears gloves, and then Richard getting in. Oh, is it Richard who's getting in touch? Well, Mr. Hawkins getting in touch on Twitter saying, which set of gloves did Dan Lincoln turn up with when he played in 2022, of course, as goalkeeper as well as a cricketer, as this one's defended away into the onside.
Have Gillingham made their announcement?
Yeah, so
they have.
They have, yes. Ashley Maynard Brewer on the season-long loan from Charlton. Sorry for the cloak and dagger about. Yeah, he is. Yeah. About that signing.
That's very good. You're breaking the news.
Cor Lily's saying she's going to be bringing you some homemade lemon drizzle cake to the commentary box in 2 weeks in Scarborough.
Yeah, in 2 weeks, is it?
Cool.
Lovely.
See,
Lily.
I'm yet to visit Scarborough, and it's definitely on the to-do list. So if it could be scheduled in some point in the future again to go there, that would be nice. As this one's nudged away into the onside by Compton, who's got 46.
It's great if the weather's good. Because it's a bit like you could by the seaside. But
if the weather's not good,
well, it's still nice. Don't get me wrong, but it's nicer if the sun's shining.
Okay.
It can get
seems reasonable.
Can get a little cold and windy at times.
Here comes Patel once more up to the stumps, bowling to Compton, who defends out towards mid-off. I'm enjoying this field for Compton because there's a slip. Then there's our reserve gully. Then there's deep backward point. Then we've got a slip coordinate extra cover. Catching. So 2 short covers. Mid-off, mid-on. Then we've got a short mid-wicket. Plus a deep backward square leg. As Patel is in and bowling to Compton and he's defending. It's almost like Rory Burns has just posted catchers everywhere that he possibly thinks Ben Compton might hit the ball in the air. So the hook shot, extra cover, reserve gully.
Reserve gully.
I called it fly gully earlier and you said reserve gully.
Yes, well, I think by reserve gully what I meant was if you've got someone in front of you as well and you're just over their right shoulder. So we sort of had a reserve gully for a while.
Okay, well he's in effectively that position as Ryan Patel comes around the wicket now. This one's defended away out towards wide mid-off. Some banging going on somewhere. There's the over ends and we've got 2 to go. 114 without loss, Ken. Denley 57, 46 Compton.
John, who's normally in San Francisco, saying he missed part of the conversation, but I believe you normally loose an arrow.
Ooh.
Yeah, loose an arrow. Yes, indeed. Very good. Thank you very much there, John. I hope you're well, sir, as always. So, yes, loose an arrow from your porthole. Not a porthole, loophole. Unless you're on a ship, of course. As it's Gus Atkinson from the Vauxhall end to bowl our penultimate over of the day. He is coming in over the wicket. And Joe Denley is whipping him leg side. Doesn't really time this, and Rory Burns does the fielding. And there's no run. So yes, if you were in your castle, you would loose your arrow from the loophole.
Okay. So I've just found the clip of Alice Davis-Richards getting out, and there's a bit of the Bell Drummond vibes. Very wide, cut, straight, backward point.
Yes, but with 100 to her name, though.
Both got 100, of course.
Yes, this is a short one from Gus Atkinson. Ducking underneath it is Joe Denley.
I suspect our good friend Daniel might be the interviewee of choice for Kent tonight.
Yes, he's got 100 to his name.
Got some batting to do tomorrow.
Some more batting tomorrow, Daniel.
Will you speak to Tom Laws, maybe?
Well, I'll ask the question.
Yeah, why not?
He might not want to speak to me. I wouldn't blame him. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, and this is pulled off the front foot by Denley for 4. to the right of Rory Burns.
Clip that up, put it on the socials, and the meme team will be drooling, because that is vintage Denley.
Well, it's when he pulls straight down the ground, he just stays on his, doesn't even move there, he just stays on that back foot and then just pulls it straight over the top of Rory Burns off Gus Atkinson. That whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah,
He's
that's
looking
very
in
nice.
good touch now, is Joe Denley. To 61. As I say, one of the highlights of my season was watching him have a hit at Canterbury before the T20 game. And over the wicket once again comes Atkinson. Another short one, and Denley's just ducking underneath this. Has his highest test score here, of course. In the Ashes.
Likes this ground. 100 in the T20 Blast the other year, and a hat-trick, same game.
Yes, he did. He had a super game. Super game.
Was here spectating in a stand that no longer exists, I think. It's been where it's at the far end, that's been replaced.
I don't know this
upgraded.
for fact, but I'd have thought he's probably man of the match for that game.
I suspect you were right. Kent did win.
There's not many that have got 100 and a hat-trick in the same game. But of course, these two will be at it again in T20 on Friday night. Atkinson is in, and this is punched off the back foot by Denley out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. There is Tom Laws, who does the fielding, and the throw straight over the top of Jamie Smith. Little bit tired and messy, that from Surrey. Tom Laws launching the ball back straight over the top of Jamie Smith, and they pick up an overthrow, and Denley still on strike on 63. 120 without loss, Kent.
Has our BBC colleague Melissa Story been banned from the Oval yet for putting a curse on Surrey in the T20 after the previous 2 defeats?
I don't know what.
Did you see her Star Wars video?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay, I got news for you then.
Sadly I missed that. As in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and this one's way down the leg side, and that's taken by Jamie Smith. 1 over to go. Kent 120 without loss then. They trail by 222.
So Melissa, who clearly has too much time on her hands, put together a sequence of notes which effectively, you know, in Star Wars when you get the prologue, kind of the introduction,
yes.
the big theme tune, then it gives you a bit of background on what the situation is before it goes into the movie. She basically had done that and suggested that Surrey's domination of county cricket this season, because at that point they were unbeaten in all competitions, she called them the Empire and said, you know, all other counties must unite, the rebels must form an alliance to try and beat Surrey. And after that, Surrey lost their first game of the season and then lost another one. So 2 T20 defeats off the back of this tweet from Melissa, and so it was said that she'd put a curse on Surrey. And then she put another video out about now Kent have got to try and beat them in the county championship to try and end that record. Well, I don't think that's going to happen, because you don't win games when you concede 673 for 7. But yes, so if Melissa Story tries to get in on Friday night, somebody needs to say, hang on a minute.
I'm not sure that many people have seen it. and those that have might not have lost too much sleep.
Well, no, seemingly not.
Yes.
But I'm just saying,
I've got a
Surrey haven't won a game since that tweet, so
yes.
somebody needs to...
Yeah, wow. There you are. How did Hampshire get on this round?
They lost.
Yeah.
They lost.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
120 without loss. Compton 46, Denley 63. And
It's all fun and games. She's a big fan of the cricket. She loves it.
I'll be honest with you, I had no concept of that having been done. So that's the first I've heard of it.
I thought it was quite clever, to be honest.
Yeah, no, but you've got to be good at editing
Yeah.
to do that sort of thing, haven't you?
And I'm all for anything that's kind of Star Wars movie themed.
Yes, indeed.
Some good references going on.
Well, we're just waiting here for some helmets to be brought out for Ryan Patel's going to have some close catches. So
Surrey not worried about their over 8, clearly. And what is it?
+3. Yeah, so they don't really need to worry too much. But I suppose the other thing here is what you're doing is Compton and Denley have done so well. Last over of the day. Right, let's just take a bit of time over this, make them wait. We'll go and get some helmets. We'll move the field round. They'll be annoyed by this, Denley and Compton. They'll just want this over to get started, get off.
I can't decide if Dan Morrow is clapping encouragement for Ryan Patel or if he started a slow hand clap for them to crack on with this final over.
Well, they've got Will Jacks very close in at sort of short extra. Then the sort of silly mid-on with all the padding on, and Rory Burns and Conor McCurr.
Ryan Patel bowling. Ben Compton drives square of the wicket out to the one fielder. Now there's 2 out on the rope, one of them at deep point. Sam Curran, who slings in that throw. As Kent go to 121 without loss. Ben Compton is on 47. He's clearly in no rush to get to a half century before the end of the day.
Well, nothing's happening at the moment, is it? It's happening very, very slowly, this.
They're swapping over now for the right-handed batter in Joe Denley. Patel is back to the top of his mark. Somebody's chucked him the ball. Final knockings of day 3 here on BBC London, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online.
Oh, it's almost worked.
Through to the keeper. Almost an outside edge from Denley. Feeling for that one from Ryan Patel.
This is just, they've changed the field again. He's had a look round at the field, Joe Denley, and he's just had a little nibble outside his off stump there. He's trying to run that down to third man. Oh, if he got an edge on that, it'd have been cross.
Ryan Patel once more to the stumps. This time Denley gets that bat well out of the way.
They've done extremely well, Compton and Denley. They've showed what a good pitch this is, and also they'll come back tomorrow, and if you've got all 10, even if one of these two were to go now, they've still done a terrific job. Surrey will still think if we can have a purple patch tomorrow.
Patel bowls to Denley. Defensively playing the ball into the ground, and it pops up for that very close, silly mid-off. Who's chatting to his mate at short leg, or silly mid-on.
Yeah, they've sort of laid down how to do this. Denley and Compton.
2 balls to go. Patel bowls. Denley again leaving alone outside the off stump. Hope our friend Nick has enjoyed the final 5 overs he managed to get here for. That's commitment. Coming into the ground for 5 overs.
Where's he come from?
I don't know where he's come from. I know he's going to Greenwich way, and he said it was en route home.
Oh,
so
well, that's good. I'd be disappointed for him if he'd come from Edinburgh.
Somewhere, well, I think it's somewhere in the city. Patel bowls the last ball of the day. Denley defends, and Kent have batted 44 overs in their second innings to go without losing a wicket in this final session on day 3, having earlier been bowled out for 331, with Daniel Bell-Drummond making a century and Jack leaning 75. 63 from Joe Denley unbeaten, 47 not out from Ben Compton. Ken 121 without loss at stumps on day 3, trail Surrey by 221 runs. And Mark Church, we have a game on day 4.
We do indeed, and I think Compton and Denley have done a terrific job there. I think Surrey will still say to themselves, we're in a good position, we're going to have to work hard tomorrow, but Compton and Denley have batted for 44 overs there. Well bowled Tom Laws as well, 4 for 51 on his championship debut. So we've got a full day ahead of us tomorrow, which is excellent news. We'll both be back with you tomorrow alongside Fabian Cowdrey and Varun Chopra. But thank you for your company today. The news is Kent in their second innings following on close on 121 without loss, 221 runs still behind Surrey, with Ben Compton 47, Joe Denley 63 not out. From Ben Watts and myself, Mark Church, it's a very good night So 1 and all.